Alright, let's see if I even remember how to still do this. Let's go. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Check if my audio is functioning. My audio functioning? Okay, my audio's fine. Okay. Let's go at everyone. Good news. I'm back. Bad news. It's really late. And we're starting with the worst show I make. SACing MAL Eternal. Starting from the 1980s now. Alright. Then we don't have webcam because I look like shit right now. I haven't been able to shave lately. Um and I need to do a whole bunch of laundry. It's a mess. Everything's a mess. So we're just not dealing with that. So no webcam tonight. But yeah, I'm back. We're gonna start off with this. Then we're gonna do a mystery stream, probably within the next 2 days. I'm planning, and then we'll be starting up fucking Digimon or whatever. Mm. All right. Well, we already know what this is. It's the worst show I make, SACing MAL Eternal, where I just read every anime that's ever existed ever. Let's get on with it. Tom Sawyer no Boken, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer is a young boy growing up along the Mississippi River in the mid 1800s, along with his best friend, Huckleberry Finn. He spends his days ditching school, fishing, climbing trees, and having adventures. I actually had the Tom Sawyer book at one point, but I never read it. I'm gonna go ahead and pass on that. I feel like the 80s is when, like, anime started to really come into its own. Although, honestly, the 70s was a pretty good decade too. So maybe that's not true. But the goal is to get through the 80s. So ending at like fall 89. And that's probably going to be the whole stream because there was a lot of anime in the 80s. Maho Shoujo Lalabelle. Lalabelle is a magical girl who arrives in the human world to stop an evil wizard from stealing various magical objects or items. As a magical girl, she has a kitty for a companion and a magic wand. Coincidentally, she lands on the doorstep of the Tachibana couple and lives with them during her stay in the human world. She attends the local school and begins to learn different things in the human world. Is Lalabelle... Was Lalabelle the first magical girl show with a transformation sequence? I'm not sure if that's true. She uses a magic wand disguised as pendant using the words Balalalalu and the magic items of her heart-marked case. Maybe? I don't know how true it is. Hey, Bone, what's going on? How are you doing? Been a while. What you been up to? I'm back. And I started with the worst possible show. Mori no Yoki na Kobito Tachi Belfry to Lilibet. Sure. The Lil Bits, as it's also called. This family-friendly series features a community of tiny forest pixies living in a quaint, old-fashioned village. Kind-hearted Belfie, adventurous Lilibet, mischievous Napoleon, and tiny Chuchuna have adventures with their friends, and help out those around them. With the guidance of wise village elder Ronji, competent but not always sober Dr. Dockerin, authoritative Mayor Maymond, Lilibet's hardworking parents Rock and Maria, the children learn lessons about kindness, friendship, courage, hard work, perseverance, following your dreams, standing up for what's right, and raising up to the face of life's unexpected challenges. So, I've said this before, but the absolute worst thing you can do as part of your synopsis is just list a bunch of characters we don't know. That's not how you sell a show. Moving on. Let's see. Muteki Robo Trider G7. Okay, now you're back. Hey, Bone. Welcome. How are you doing? It's been a while. Takeo Iwata inherits a company upon his father's death. The company focuses on space travel, and transformable robot Trider G7 is their greatest creation. When an evil space organization led by Lord Zacharon starts attacking Earth, Wata has to use Trider in a more combat-oriented way. It's been a long minute. Yeah, I've been on hiatus. Major thing I wanted to do was I wanted to get those videos edited and uploaded, which is done now, so I'm back for at least a little bit. We'll be doing the next stream should be what day is it? What day are we currently in? We're currently on Saturday, so I'm thinking Sunday or Monday probably. We'll be doing we'll be revisiting a favorite search game, and then from that point on, we'll have to start the whatever fucking Digimon game. What is this? Digimon World Next Order is what I apparently have to play. Not looking forward to that. Time Bokan series. Time Patrol Tai Otasukemon. Burning with ambitions to become the most beautiful woman, the most renowned scientist, and greatest hero the world has ever known. 3 villains: Atasha, Seko Bichi, Sekobichi, Dawaru Usuki, excuse me, unite. The trio are time patrollers, are the keepers and protectors of the annals and history, but this is only a cover for the trio, as the villains are leagued with a nefarious leader who's trying to alter the course of history to suit his desires, and under his instructions, the trio travel in time with the aim of tampering with recorded history. Only Hikaru and Nana, disguised as Otatsukumen, stand between the villains and their goals. Okay, so this is about a group of villains uniting, pretending to be heroes, but are actually messing with history, and are then undermined by another group of heroes. That sounds like an interesting concept. I love the DS Digimon games Dusk and Dawn. I have played a grand total of no Digimon games. Digimon has never appealed to me. I've watched, I think, Digimon Frontier, and that's about it. Matar, Link, no Aoi Tori. That's not sayable. Teal, Mi Teal, no Bokin, Ryo, Ko. Okay. On a snowy Christmas Eve, Teal and Me Teal sit in their home. Normally they'd be caught up in the Christmas spirit, but their mother has taken ill, so that evening they lie awake, unable to sleep. When through the window crashes a strange, mercurial, magical spirit named Baraloon, who reveals that the world we live in isn't the only one there is. And so Teal and Meal Teal, accompanied by various spirits as well as their now humanoid pets, are led on a journey to find the blue bird of happiness and save their mother. Along the way, they visit some strange and wondrous places, and finally must face the spirit of darkness to attain their elusive goal. That actually sounds pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Adventure fantasy. That sounds pretty good, but there's no reviews for this? And all of these are just auto recommends. Man, let me tell you, it is cold as shit outside. It's literally freezing. Uh, you think this is good? There's no information about this. I don't even think I could find this show. It says DVD, but is that like. But the title's in Japanese, so this might not be available in English. It sounds pretty good, though. Who directed this? Hiroshi Sasagawa. It is rated G, though, so this might be for kids. What did he do? It is literally freezing. Yes, exactly. Yes. Maka Go Go Go, Ninja Hattori Kun, Tokimaki Tonight, Cinderella Monogatari, Time Boken series, Yatterman, Yatterman. God, he's done so much shit I've never heard of in my entire life. Just so much. What the hell is this? Is this the earliest thing he's directed? No, he did that in the 60s. So we've ran across his anime before, but most of his director, yeah, none of it seemed to appealing. I don't know. This could be interesting. You know what? I'm gonna mark it down, and then I'll probably never be able to watch it ever. So we'll just throw it on the watch list. How about that? TV continuing. We've already gone all through this. All right, we've got some movies. We've got the first Doraemon movie. Doraemon the movie. Nobita's dinosaur. Hmm. Yeah. So what you been up to anyway, Bone? Played any good games lately? Seen a good movie? Read a good book? Nothing I've been doing is interesting. Oh, I don't actually have my mouse cursor visible. Let me fix that right now. Display capture cursor, please. Thank you kindly. Cursor's back. Okay. Nobody finds a fossilized dinosaur egg by accident. With the help of Doraemon's tools, they hatched the egg and began raising the dinosaur. Knowing that they can't keep the dinosaur forever, Nobody was forced to send it back to prehistoric times, where a group of hunters from the future threatened to endanger the dinosaurs. Determined to save dinosaurs from the claws of hunters, Doraemon and the gang returns to the past and sets out onto a prehistoric adventure. Been doing work in painting. Ooh, you're a painter, huh? Cool. Um, I can't ask anything about painting. I know nothing about painting. And it's a purely visual medium. Let's see. Ashita no Joe, an abridged remake of the first Ashita no Joe TV series, released in 1980 to provide backstory for the second series to new fans who are not familiar with the first TV series or the manga. Oh, you think I should watch the movie instead of. Oh, I should watch the movie instead of watching the show. Oh my god, yes. Fucking yes. I know I'm usually against like summary films, but like, hey, if the movie's good, maybe I'll go back and watch the show. Because I didn't want to watch I Should Know Joe because I didn't want to watch like 53 episodes of a fucking boxing show. But if they have like a 2 hour movie, I'll sit down for a 2 hour movie. Picked up watercoloring since it got halfway decent set for Christmas. Oh, cool. Oh my god, have I not? I feel like I've streamed since Christmas, haven't I? I feel like I've done I feel like I've seen some people since Christmas, right? Hinotori 2772. I know Cosmozone. In the distant future, on a dying Earth, human beings are synthetically produced and raised by artificial intelligence to hold specific roles in society. Among them lives Godo Shingo, a candid young cadet who demonstrates uncommon kindness towards living creatures and robots alike. Although Godo's superiors ridicule him for showing attachment to his nursemaid robot Olga, he makes quite an impression as a sharpshooter and is entrusted with the special task to capture the legendary immortal bird Phoenix, which has destroyed countless spaceships. However, his life changes dramatically after falling in love with Rena, the president's daughter, who is also the fiancée of Rock Holmes, the chief of the science department. After the pair fail to elope, they are separated, and Godo is sentenced to prison camp labor. Lucky for him, their companions Olga and Pincho Rena's alien pet escape unnoticed and come to his rescue. Hinoto Tori 2772, I Know Cosmozone, follows an engaging adventure in outer space exploring the ideas of selfless love as an unparalleled partner. You likely did. I just missed them, been busy. Okay, gotcha. No, I feel... When was my last stream? My last stream was Pokemon. I might actually not have. But yeah, it's good to have you. It's good to have you back. Good to see you. No, actually, I have not streamed. No, I have. Yeah. No. My last stream was December 30th. It looks like. Wow, that's fucking crazy. And the last SACing MAL was December 26th. Wow, so it really has been a while. Anyway, yeah, no, I get that. I get being busy. Good to have you here, though. Good you popping in. Sorry it's this and not something that isn't this. Yeah, I took a brief hiatus. I'll probably not be able to stream as much this year as I have in previous years, though. Like, my content will probably go down, but I will stream when I can this year. It's just, like, probably not going to be a regular thing. Where's Maid? I don't know. Maid hasn't shown up yet. You were the first one to pop in. Maybe she won't pop in. Who knows? Hino Tori 2772, I Know Cosmozone's the first anime adaptation of Osamu Tezuka's Hino Tori manga series. It's based very loosely on the themes and elements of primarily the Future and Resurrection volumes. The movie features iconic characters of Tezuka's various works, with certain design elements as the Phoenix having at least 3 renditions. The methods employed for special effects in this movie include scan camera shots, CGI. Ooh, CGI all the way back in 1980. Also on hiatus, perhaps. Live action filming, 2-frame photography, 3D manipulation, rotoscoping, and more. Retitled Space Firebird, the anime was one of the most widely distributed of the videos that have found their way to the bargain bin. The English version was first seen on English television in 1982, but was cut down by 20 minutes. A few months later, it was released in the UK in VHS and Betamax by Mountain Video. It's the same format widely publicized. However, the video disappeared from store shelves 2 years later and was never re-released by another distributor. In the US, it was issued as a VHS only in 1987 from the popular celebrity Just for Kids. While the dub is the same, the movie was 10 minutes shorter, omitting some sundry scenes in the end credits. In 1890, Hino Tori 2772, I Know Cosmozone, won the Inkpot Award at San Diego Comic Convention and the Animation Award at the first Las Vegas Film Festival. It was also nominated at the Saturn Awards for the Best Animated Movie category in 1983. Okay, that's actually kind of interesting. So this seems like this could be interesting, like, as a movie just for, like, historical value. You know what? I'm gonna give this a go. I'm gonna watch this. I'll come back to you with Hino Tori 2772, I Know Cosmozone. Let's see. This is a short remake of the first half of the Ginga Tetsudo 999. So obviously, I just read this. This is a Ginga Tetsudo 999 Glass No Claire. Or Claire of the Glass. So there we go. Obviously, if I'm planning to watch the actual show, I'm not going to bother with a remake of it. Okay. Ainaki Ko movie. Remy, an orphan, gets hired as a traveling street entertainer, Vitalis, when her foster parents fall on hard times. I'm going to go ahead and pass on that because there's nothing to go on and nothing really grabbing me about it. Speed. Short film by Furukawa Taku, chronicling human progress or lack of. How do you think... don't worry, you're nowhere near as bad as Togashi. Who is Togashi? How is the painting going, by the way? I used to be really into art as a youngster. Young Sack was really into art. And then my mother made fun of my pictures, and then I never drew again. So, Hana no Ko Lun Lun, Konnichiwa Sakura no Kuni. Lunlin goes to Japan to visit her friend Midori in cherry blossoms. There, she sees some pollution and runs Toganesha and Yaboki trying to shed all the trees of their pretty petals. The film pleads Japanese citizens to pollute less and that cherry blossoms are the pride of the country. Been leaving me waiting for a minute. Hi. Oh, hi. Oh, okay, Hunter, Hunter. I gotcha. That will never finish. He refuses to hire assistants. Flower Angel Lunlun. Yeah, we decided to watch the movie on this, right? Yeah. So if this is decent, we'll figure it out later, right? And by we I mean I. I don't. I'm used to saying we for like streaming video games, but let's be honest, this is a very I experience. Samcho Chongsa Time Machine 001. It won't finish and it saddens me. I don't know. I think it ended in a good enough place. The anime. I think the anime ended in a good enough place. I think the concept of the Dark Continent arc was a good concept, but I have no fucking idea what he thought he was going to do with it, so... As a standalone, going meeting his dad, and then regaining his powers, and then going off on a new journey, I think is a pretty good ending for the series. An old man goes to the market to sell some pork. However, on the way there, he's attacked by wolves on the mountain. Oh, I forgot to read that. That is San Zilang. If my Japanese pronunciation is bad, my Chinese pronunciation is worse. Notakamori no Dobutsu Daisakusen. Peter of the Placid Forest. I kind of love the name. Painting has been fun. I just played around with mixing mediums. Okay, alright. Now, when you say mediums, is that a color thing? That's color thing, right? You don't have to explain painting to me if you don't want. Got some neat handmade paper from her friend. Oh, that's cool, actually. With Peter the Fairy as chairman, the animals of the Placid Forest gather in a meeting to discuss the villagers' plan to cut down all the trees in the forest. They decide to stage protest in hope of preserving the woods, but the greedy men will not listen to their warning. The animals are forced to carry out one final operation. I bought Grandma's sack a bunch of canvases, bunch of like I think 18 by 18 canvases or whatever, like the big canvases for Christmas, because she is also into painting. I do not share this hobby, so I know nothing of it. Alright, moving on to spring. This is Densetsu Kyojin Ideon. Mankind has traveled to the stars and come across various alien civilizations, now long dead. Upon discovering the archaeological remains of such civilization on the planet Solo, humanity finally has its first encounter with the living alien species, the Buff Clan. When Kerala Ajiba, the daughter of the Buff Clan's military leader, sets foot on the surface of Solo, the Buff Clan launches a brutal assault on the colony to retrieve her. In order to escape, Cosmo Yuki, Kasha Imhoff, and Bess Jordan climb aboard these trucks, which soon transform into giant humanoid robot Ideon. When the settlement on Solo is destroyed, the survivors board a recently discovered spaceship, the Solo ship, and flee, endeavoring to get away from the aliens and finally find peace. The relentless Buff Clan, however, is still in hot pursuit and will not give up so easily. You know the worst part about getting to the 80s is we are still what fucking dealing with this goddamn Super Robo bullshit. Welcome, maid. What in the ever-loving are you never gonna watch? That's a very good way to put it. I like to think that my watch later list is a list of suggestions. I think the only thing we've added I think the only thing we added was this story about two kids following a bluebird and this movie from Tezuka. So nothing so far. How are you doing, maid? What's going on? Surikichi Senpei. Mihara Senpei talks with Toho accent and is down to earth boy. I have never heard of a Toho accent before. I wonder where that is. Boy with a cheerful and optimistic personality. However, when it comes to fishing, he becomes very serious and is a youth who enjoys fishing more than anything else. The village where he lives is a natural environment which provides different kinds of fishing challenges. Despite his lack of experience, Senpei has a first-rate sense with regards to fishing and decides to maximize his potential by entering into different fishing contests. As he faces various challenges, he learns to solve difficult problems and learn from his mistakes to the extent that he is able to fish anything out of the waters. Along the way, he encounters all kinds of rivals and companions who increase his experience points and help him in his growth. Wait. Fucking what? You had me until experience point. This has 109 episodes! This is an 109 episode show about fishing! I'm gonna throw up the fish icon right here for this, by the way. Fish emote. How do you make an 109 episode anime about fishing? Trying to get Link killed, so I start at the start of the dungeon because I fucked yourself? Oh, is that Link's Awakening? How do you make... What the This looks like a catfish man with cool sunglasses. That sounds up your alley, actually. Then check out 1980s Surikichi Senpei. Is this the original Link's Awakening or new Link's Awakening? For Switch. Mu no Hakuge, the white whale of Mu. In ancient times, the continents of Atlantis and Mu fought a war, and Atlantis lost. After losing the war, Atlantis transformed itself into a small planet and time slipped to the present day to try and take over the world again. But 5 warriors from Mu assemble on Easter Island, and together with a giant cyborg white whale that houses the brain of the ancient queen of Mu, fight Atlantis off at various famous ruins around the world? Oh, God. I remember why I love this show now. What the fuck did I just read? No, but it's so close to the original, I might as well be playing that. What was it called? It was called, Surikichi Senpei. It was created in 1980. It has 109 episodes. It was by Nippon Animation and directed by Yoshikita Nita. I will post it in chat for you. Oh my god, no, I'm not going to watch that because I don't want to. It sounds terrible, but boy, did I love reading about what it's about. Uchu Taite God Sigma. More Super Robo bullshit. The story is set in the year 2050 AD, and mankind has been steadily advancing its space technology. However, the planet is suddenly set upon by a mysterious enemy, the forces of Eldar. Oh shit, this a 40k anime? I think this is older than 40k. Who came from the year 250 years in the future. In their time, 2300 AD, their planet Eldar was invaded by Earth and soundly defeated by Earth's Trinity energy, a mysterious energy used in their weaponry that possesses power many times that of a hydrogen bomb. The Eldar people's objective is to steal this Trinity energy before it can be used against them. I mean, honestly... Could you blame them? The Eldar forces began taking over Jupiter's moon, Io, one of the places humanity has immigrated to by then. After that, they began to attack Trinity City with their legions of Cosmosauruses in order to steal the Trinity energy. Toshi and his friends use God Sigma to protect the planet. And protect the planet? I thought it was a moon. I thought we were on Io. The Trinity energy in the battle evolves into a war to retake Io. Okay, yeah, okay, Super Robo bullshit. You know what? I can see why this genre died. Holy shit, there was so much of it. There was so much Super Robo anime that you could literally just go back to the 70s and 80s and, like, even nowadays, you could just watch all, like, you wouldn't run out. So, it was like Western movies. It's like, you could just watch all of them. You'll never run out of them. Morio Arthur Hakuba no Oji. Morio Arthur Hakuba no Oji, an anime based on Arthurian legend, has a sequel to the earlier series Entaku no Kishi Monogatari, Morio Arthur. This time, Arthur conceals his true identity in order to defeat King Ziking, as he and his 4 new companions begin a journey of adventures. Delightful. Moving on. Zukoke, Night Dawn de la Manche. Don Quixote, that infinitely popular character, travels the countryside battling windmills and attempting to win the love of his Dulcinea. Okay, so it's like a little Don Quixote anime. Interesting. Moving on with all of it. What the fuck is this? Oh, some stupid Super Robo bullshit, I think. Oh, yes, Terra E. I reviewed this, I think, so I don't have to read that. Because I'm pretty sure I reviewed that on an episode of Water at one point. Not Water. No, I don't think it was Water. I think it was Wadawa, right? Wasn't that one of the 101 series? December 20. Yeah, okay, yeah, I watched this in March of 2018. I have a fisherman anime in my flight. Nice! Crazy Monkey. Jackie Chan's 1979 film The Fearless Hyena opened in Japan a year later under the name Crazy Monkey, accompanied with an independent original animated piece by Monkey Punch, set to the insert song Monkey Man, featuring characters that look like the cast of Lupin Sansei. So is this supposed to be Fujiko? I guess it does kind of look like Fujiko. By the way, Fujiko Mine now added to my, down here. Now added in as a number 20 in my top 20 favorite anime characters. Love me some Fujiko. Such an interesting character. One of these days, I will say that I will make a character study of that character and then proceed to never do it. One of these days, I'll say that. Sorry, I was going to say Gun Barrel. It isn't Gun... Gun Barrel is from Robotics Notes. Gunbare, Tabuchi-kun, Gekito Pennant Race. Based on Ishii Hisachi's 1979 manga Ganbare Tenbuchi-kun, serialized in Weekly Manga Action magazine, the Seibo Lions baseball team makes it to the next round of the baseball tournament thanks to the heroic efforts of its star player, Tabuchi. But the next stage will involve hard work and cooperation. In a sports anime that pitches caricatures of real-life players against cartoon characters, why? The Lions, whose real-life mascot is a grown-up Kimba the White Lion, keep losing... of course it is. Keep losing games due to Tabuchi's poor condition. His shadow is getting paler. The group follows players, turns up at the stadium, accompanied by Dokeban, and they encourage Tabuchi to pull through. They organize a Tabuchi Day to show him how appreciated it is, but it's a miserable failure. Eventually, he's brought out of his depression by the arrival of a girl called Miyoko, who obliges by dressing up as a cheerleader. No, real-life members of the Seibu Lions baseball team are caricatured. Gabare Doke-chan, what? Gabare Tabuchi-kun, Gekito Pennant Race. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, we've got specials. Looks like we've got a Galaxy Express 999 movie, Eternal Traveler Esmeralda. This is a remake of episode 22. Why specifically episode 22? Oh, because it was a crossover with Captain Harlock. That's why. Bochan. Bum 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 bum. This is a different version of the story than the one included in the Seishun anime Zenshu TV series. Bochan, a recent graduate, sets out for his first teaching assignment. Never anticipating what awaits him, he must contend with students who spy on him and pull nasty stunts with a landlord who constantly tries to sell him worthless antiques. While on a fishing trip to boost his spirits, Bochan suspects Hoda, his one friend in the village, as the cause of all of his misery. But this is just the beginning of his problems. Excuse me. During a meeting to discuss the student's disrespectful behavior towards Bochan, the proposed punishment is surprisingly mild despite the severity of the acts. Yet Bochan's suspected adversary defends him. Where the other faculty members line about Hoda, Bochan may soon discover the truth for when evidence of the dean's activity surface. Bochan and Hoda must team up in the corner and to corner the dean in his own scandalous game. I don't know what any of that means, and I'm moving on. Bum, ba, bum. Bum, 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 bum. They made an anime of Little Women? Okay. Wakakusa Monogatari. This is a TV special based on the novel Little Women by Louisa May Alcott. It covers a year in the lives of four sisters, Meg, Jo, Beth, and Amy, as their father is away fighting in the American Civil War. And because of that, they have to give Louisa May Alcott a creator. That's fuck. I love it. They've made multiple anime of Little Women. The whole anime Little Women. Oh, that's delightful. I love that information. Captain. Before Captain became a TV series, it was a one-shot TV special that garnered the highest ratings of any anime that month. For its rerun on August 20th, 30 minutes of new content was added, which brought in more ratings that trumped the previous statistic. Ganbare Genki. Let's see. Horiguchi Genki was a 5-year-old boy. His mother died when he was born, and when he was raised only by his father. His father, Shark Horiguchi, was a professional boxer, but he was ruined and became an itinerant boxer. However, Genki believed his father was strong and he would become a champion, and he had a dream to become a strong boxer as his father. After his father's death, he was adopted by his grandparents. Although they opposed Genki boxing, Genki made up his mind to become a boxer, and he continued training secretly, meeting with various people. For example, teacher Ashikawa, who resembles his mother, Mishima, who is a high school boxing champion. He made his way to be a boxer. That sounds like that could be good, but it sounds like an investment I don't want to make. Like, I don't want to spend 35 episodes watching this, but it sounds like there's it sounds like the idea of watching this kid grow up all throughout his life and training to become the best boxer could be a good plot. Uchu Sensei Baldios. After polluting their own planet beyond repair, a race of evil aliens target Earth as their... After polluting their planet beyond repair, a race of evil aliens decide to invade Earth, a planet also filled with with pollution, as their next home. Now it is up to the lone outcast and his robotic spaceship Baldios to defend Earth, but first he must convince the distrusting human population of the impending danger. Sukat. After an accident, the amnesiac Sue was taken to live with Toreo's family. She always had the urge to become a singer, but didn't know why. As it turns out, Sue is actually part of a band formed with her two twin sisters. They're not her two twin sisters? So her sisters are twins, but she is not a twin, or are they triplets? But Sue's climb to the top of the charts is a long and hard way. Okay, this is about a cat learning to be a singer, apparently. Moving on. Yamato Yo Toani. Be forever Yamato. The Black Nebula Empire attacks Earth and threatens to develop the planet with a bomb they placed on Earth. If counterattacked, Earth hopes to rest on Yamato's crew as they go to the Black Nebula planet, and try to find a way to defuse the bomb before it's too late. I'll check this out when I go on a Yamato kick, I'm sure. I won't add it right now. Gegege no Kitaru Chisogan, an abbreviated 12-minute episode version of episode 37 from the 1971 anime. This is shown as part of the summer 1980 Toei manga Matsuri and uses entirely recycled footage. So it's basically just one episode. Weird. Maho Shoujo Lalibel, Umi ga Yobo Natsuyumi. During the summer, Lalibel and her friends, Teko and Toko, arrived at the hostel owned by Teko's uncle. Teko's uncle and aunt have gone to the operation of their acquaintances, leaving their son Ryota to manage the hostel all by himself. Lalibel decides to help the boy out, and together all of them become involved in the management of the hostel. What I do have to say is I really like this screenshot. I really love the way the colors play here. It's very well done. I think this is redone, though, because it looks too sharp, and this looks more like the animation you would have expected from a 1980s anime. These late game dungeons keep making you progressively more angry. Isn't Link's Awakening one of the first Zelda games? That would probably be why. Jupipiki no Neko. A gang of 11 stray cats wreak havoc in a small town costing them much trouble. They defended themselves by stating they were just hungry. The cats hear of the urban legend about a scary giant fish. They decide to take on the challenge and find and catch that fish, proving citizens of the town that they're not useless after all. This task is pretty tricky, and the path they have to cross is stony, and danger lurks everywhere. Will our little furry heroes be brave, confident, and strong enough to master the challenge of challenges? Dun. Dun 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 dun, Makoto-chan. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. That was probably filtered out. Following the odd lives of kindergartner Makoto Sawada and his family, Makoto gets all sorts of toilet and adult humor. He sometimes dresses in his mother's and sister's clothes, and often has a long strand of mucus dangling from his nose. This sounds unpleasant to watch. It sounds not good. This looks like Scooby-Doo. This one, because I can't remember where this one stair leads to, where I need to go for this key. The last dungeon was because I encountered a bug where if you don't do the dungeon in the exact way Nintendo wanted to, they just don't give you the hook shot. Well, that sucks. This is a very special anime that I'm looking at right now, because this anime is setting at an average MAL score of 3.66, which is one of the lowest scores I have ever seen on MAL. Yami no Teo Kyoketsuki Dracula, Sovereign of the Damned. On a seemingly normal night in Boston, a satanic ritual is taking place. A bride is offered up as a sacrifice. However, Dracula, the king of vampires, swoops in to steal her with the intent of depriving the woman of both her blood and her life. And yet, despite his earlier motives for abducting the bride, Dracula is astonished by her beauty and decides to keep the woman as his wife. He and Domini, his spouse, lead a fruitful life together, bearing a healthy son by the name of Janus. With Dracula's crime against Satan fading from memory, on the other hand, Satan hasn't forgiven him for stealing his rightful bride and is plotting to ruin his happiness. When the time is right, another group, the Vampire Hunters, similarly wish to destroy Dracula as his vengeance for souls he has taken to feed himself. Now carrying the burden of a family, Dracula must protect himself from Satan's plots, as well as from the vengeful vampire hunters in a desperate fight for survival and forbidden love. That doesn't sound like a bad plot. Why do people hate this so much? Let's read a review about this. Hang on, we're going to read someone's review on this. This is by Great SG. I've actually think I've seen this person around before. Classic of bad anime panels at various conventions, Dracula Sovereign of the Damned, that was titled for the US release in the 1980s by Harmony Gold, is an example of how not to adopt an American comic book into film, especially low budget anime one. For one thing, this movie mostly takes place in Boston, and it's quite obvious the creators have not only never been to Boston, but didn't even research the city at all, which is why modern day, circa 1980s Boston, looks like an old European city with O'Hare International titled Boston Airport. Even worse is New York City, which not only looks like Columbus, instead of the Big Apple, but also has gas street lamps and empty streets everywhere. The story itself isn't too grand either. Dracula steals away a girl and is sacrificed as Satan's bride for his own greed, but instead falls in love with her, has a kid, and gets screwed over by Satan and God both, and then has to deal with a group of idiotic vampire hunters going after him. The dub is another meteoric bumble from Harmony Gold, featuring a plotting narration throughout the flat performance and goofy and awkward dialogue like most of their works. If you're in need of something to torture your friends or anime club with, or like to do homebrew MS teen of bad movies, this title is a choice for that, as the horribleness of the movie makes fun to watch. Highlights include the antics of the crazy old professor trying to kill Dracula, and Dracula mugging a guy to get money to buy a hamburger. Truly the greatest scene ever in vampire anime. Okay. I remember when Satan was in Dracula. I actually have to say something about this review right here. Great SG, this is actually a good review. It literally sets up the movie, tells you what's in the movie, tells you who would like the movie, and then ends the review. There's no bullshit. It's not like, let me tell you why I watched this movie. We don't care why you watched this movie. It doesn't start off with a quote like, the penny saved is a penny lost, and it doesn't like define a term like tsundere is defined in Urban Dictionary. It's literally like, here's the movie, here's what it is, here's why it's stupid, here's who'd like it. Great SG, you actually did. So many reviews on Mal are so fucking terrible and hit all of those same dumb bullshit points that the fact that I feel the need to stop the stream and point out that someone did a good review on Mal. Like, someone just straight up was like, here you go. Here's my review. There's no bullshit. Just what you need to know. The time someone pulled the dictionary of tights for fetish anime. Yeah, God, I remember reading that. Oh, all right. I want to read. That was a 5. I don't know if we can even find we can't even find a good review. So yeah, I'm not reading that. So we'll just read 2 more reviews. This is a 1 out of 10 from 6Ari. There's something unsettling and hilariously incongruous about the way Dracula Sovereign of the Damned tries to replicate the classic Hammer horror aesthetic with some of the cheapest, clunkiest, flattest looking, herky-jerky animation this side of Hanna-Barbera. I mean, seriously? Call me crazy, but I'm not sure if the likes of Jabberjaw and Johnny Quest should occupy the same universe as vampires, devil worshippers, child-murdering parents, zombies, karate-kicking demon slayers, wheelchair ninjas, hyper-intelligent Dobermans, disco studs, reincarnated babies with Jesus powers, and in a cameo appearance, a surprisingly pointy-eared Satan, or Lucifer Satan as he calls himself. Scratch that. On second thought, all of that actually sounds awesome, and hell, let's be honest, it's not like a surprise supporting turn from Scrappy-Doo or the Funky Phantom would make this shit any less ridiculous. Someone don't tell this person about Venture Bros being canon to Johnny Quest. Let's see, and then, oh no, this has a read more too. Okay, we're not reading that. Those are our 2 reviews for this. So honestly, this doesn't even sound that bad. I mean, it sounds not good. Like, this looks like some Scooby-Doo shit. But it doesn't sound that bad. It doesn't look like it deserves one of the lowest scores I've ever seen on Mal. Versailles no Bara to Onatachi. Lady Oscar special. In its 22-minute, the TV special briefly covers the influential women involved in the series, such as Dubarry, Polnack, Rosalie, Jean Lamotte, Marie Antoinette, and Oscar. All the scenes are taken from the series. So I don't need to watch this because I've already watched it there. By the way, if you have not seen Rosa Versailles, I would highly recommend Rosa Versailles. What a good fucking show. Blew me away how good Rosa Versailles is. Okay, let's see. Fu Moon. Nuclear testing has resulted in the abrupt evolution of the Fu Moon, a tiny but highly intelligent humanoid race on a small island, who were detected by Dr. Yamadano, except for a few witnesses, including Detective Shinsaku Ban. Excuse me. The young men Rock and Kenichi's sister Pichi Pinoko. No one believes him. The Fu Moon are kidnapping animals from around the world to bring them with them as they use their spaceships to evacuate the Earth, because they know Earth is shortly to be destroyed by an enveloping cloud of black gas created by a stellar explosion. The Fu Moon intend to abandon mankind, but one Fu Moon, Rokoko, who becomes good friends with Kenichi, tries to help Dr. Yamadano and the others develop a spaceship to allow a few humans to escape. With the help of Dr. Ochinomizu and Dr. Frankenstein. I was waiting for it to go off the rails. I was waiting for it. I was like, something's about to happen. Something's going on. And there's Frankenstein. Jesus Christ. Why would you shorten it to Franken? Just call him Victor. Marine Snow. No, Densetsu. This little known and poorly documented Leiji Matsumoto TV movie tells the story of the revolution of the people of the ocean, which are being invaded by humans from the surface. Sounds halfway interesting, but also unwatchable. So, moving on to fall of 1980. Ashita no Joe 2. Gosh, I wonder what this is. Yabuki Joe is left downhearted and hopeless after a certain tragic event. In an attempt to push past him, Joe leaves. I thought Joe died already. Didn't Joe die, or does Joe not die until this show? Joe leaves the gym behind and begins wandering. On his travels, he comes across the life of Wolf Kaneguchi and Gurumaki Gondo, men who unintentionally fan the dying embers inside him, leading him to putting his wanderings to an end. His return home puts Joe back on the path of boxing, but unknown to himself and his trainer, he now suffers deep-set issues holding him back from fighting. In an attempt to quell those issues, Carlos Rivera, a world-renowned boxer, is invited from Venezuela to help Joe recover. And then he fucking dies. Doesn't he die? Look, I don't even care about spoiling Ashita no Joe. I've already mentioned he dies like 300 times. When does he die? He probably dies in this then. Yeah, he probably dies in this then. I thought he died in Ashita no Joe. I didn't know they made a sequel. Tetsuan Atom 1980. Set in the future where machines have advanced to the point of autonomy and become a point of major consternation in the political and social realms, Astro Boy 1980 chronicles the struggles of crime-fighting young robot named Atom. Created in the image of his enigmatic inventor's deceased son, Atom survives rough beginnings, getting saved and adopted by the benevolent Dr. Ochinomizu. In his pursuit of justice, Atom finds himself in the midst of various clashes with various factors and is often faced with the harsh realities of the world. Wait a minute. Hold up. Dr. Ochinomizu? Wasn't Dr. Ochinomizu the doctor from Fu Moon? Yeah, holy shit, he was. Okay. Ucho Senken Yamato III. A stray missile from a confrontation between the Galman Empire and the Bolar Federation crashes into the sun, turning into a time bomb of radiation. This far force once again sets off into space, this time on a quest to look for a new world for the human race. This is obviously just another Battleship Yamato series. We'll get to it if we get to it. Tetsujin 28 Go 1980. Shotaro had become an Interpol agent working with Branch Robo, the anti-robot crime unit of the organization. He still employs Tetsujin. Cool, good for him. Moving on. Horeiro Bun Bun. Bun Bun is an abandoned puppy meets an old, big, also stray dog. Bun Bun will learn to survive in a hostile and strange world. Moving on. Wandemo Senshi Muta King. 12-year-old Lin Yokai loyally supported his father when the world laughed at the scientist for saying that Earth was about to be... God damn it! God damn it! About to be invaded from outer space, but Lin did not expect to become personally involved until he met Takoro, the strange young deputy sheriff from another world who was on a trail of notorious space criminals. There were only 4 Kurodoku brothers, but they were plotted to use their alien science and natural shape-changing powers to become the secret masters of Earth. With Takoro's help, Lin became the mighty superhero, Muda King, to foil their schemes. There's plenty of action and laughs in this light-hearted comedy drama about the roller-skating costumed hero, his friendly but bumbling Ailer partner, a gang of klutzy would-be world conquerors, a beautiful police chief, an obsessed scientist, a sarcastic jog, an officious flying saucer, and others. This unusual but appealing cast of characters will charm viewers' hearts while it amuses them. I actually am unfamiliar with the word officious, so we're going to look that up, because I don't know this word. Assertive, of authority in an annoyingly domineering way, especially with regard to petty or trivial matters. Oh, so me. Okay, perfect. I would love to see the pretty police chief, but it isn't listed. So, moving on. Ojamanga Yamada-kun. This is a TV adaptation of Hisashi Ishii's comedy manga, Ojamanga Yamada-kun, which I believe didn't Ghibli make a movie in the 90s about this, and haven't I seen this? No? Is this not related to My Neighbors the Yamadas? Maybe this isn't related to My Neighbors the Yamadas. This is Manga Kotowaja Jiten, an educational anime. Each episode contains 3 short stories. Cool. Awesome. No one has seen this. That's probably not true. I bet so few people have seen this that it hasn't that it hasn't been rated that. 94 people, yeah. I think it's not until there's like 100 or something that Mal considers this a real show. Moving on. Here we go, Cyborg 009. Choginga Densetsu, Legend of the Super Galaxy. The cyborgs are no longer on duty. They live normal lives until a mysterious spaceship lands on Earth. The only survivor on the ship warns about an evil conqueror called Zoa that wants to conquer the universe, which means the cyborgs are back in action. Cool. Ganbare Tabuchi-kun Supari Jinsei. Moving on. Ginga Tetsudo 999 Kimi wa Haha no Yo ni Aseru Ka. This is a remake of episodes 51 and 52 of the TV show. Apparently the English translation is Galaxy Express 999. Can you love like a mother? Okay. This is Nijushi no Hitomi. This is based on the book Suboe Sake, which drew on involvement in Japan's anarchist counterculture and opposition to the Korean War rearmament. Combined live action handled by Akio Jisoji and animation handled by Shigetsugu Yoshida. Released as a TV special. Never seen it. Heard of these people. Moving on. Winter 81. Finally, we've made it past the 80s. We are going to be here all night. Kazuko Robinson, Hioru Yuki Fushigi na Shinma no Flone. That was wrong. The Swiss family Robinson, Floon of the Mysterious Island. 10-year-old Floon is a very active, tomboyish sort of girl. One day, her father... You don't have to say tomboyish sort of girl. You can just say she's... You can honestly even remove the word very active. You can just say 10-year-old Floon is a tomboy. So many unnecessary words in that sentence. One day, her father receives a letter from his English friend who is now in Australia. In the letter, the friend asks her father to come down to Australia because of a serious shortage of doctors. The family decides to leave their old house and burn. Now, their drifting voyage has begun. Floan's fantastic adventure will teach children about the importance of family and the joys of living amidst nature's beauty. We have another Time Boken series. This is Time Boken series Yato Dateman. Throughout history, the quest for power infected mankind. In the future, nothing much changes. The setting for this exciting, funny, and intriguing series is the kingdom of Fair Antique, where two royal houses are locked in combat to determine who will become the future ruler of the kingdom. To secure the throne, one of the two must travel through the aeons of time to find the Firebird. Whoever brings it back to Fair Antique will rule from the throne of this mysterious country. The story starts in the present. Here, in the desolate office of the Ace Detective Agency, detectives Paul Tuck and Tracy Hadley are whiling away the time reading magazines for want of something better to do. Suddenly, a girl appears before them. From her strange dress, the pair can deduce that the girl couldn't possibly be from their time. Sure! She begins to speak. You are quite right. I am from another era. In time, you two will be married, and I will be born from your bloodline many generations hence. The girl's name is Princess Sarah of the Kingdom Fur Antique. Paul and Tracy are amazed by the girl's telepathic powers, and even more amazed to be told that they will be married. But there is more to come. Princess Sarah is looking for the Firebird. With the use of the time tunnel, Paul and Tracy decide that it is their duty to protect their descendants' future. They offer to help Sarah on her quest for the Firebird, but Sarah has no idea where it is to be found. The only clue she has is that Princess Miranda and her party have come to this time as well. Sarah telepathically discovers the whereabouts of their time machine, and our heroes chase after Miranda, who possesses any and all information concerning the Firebird. Okay, sure. Another entry in the Time Boken series. Goody. Another Super Robo anime. Saikyo Robot Daijojo. This is a story of Miko Mitsukuni in mecha style. Prince of Eidon star Edward Mito begins a trip to the galaxy with his servant Baron Calcus, Duke Seeked, and ninja girl Shinobu under the false identity of Bochan. Suke and Kaku, they help oppressed people fight with the super robot Daiuja. Sure. Moving on. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, we have a Mobile Suit Gundam movie. Mobile Suit Gundam 1. This is probably the movie remakes of the original Mobile Suit Gundam. In the future, Earth's population rapidly increasing, humanity has developed a giant orbiting space colonies gathered in clusters known as sides. As the elites of the Earth's force most of the populace into space, rebellion begins to brew. In the year Universal Century 0079, one of the colony clusters known as Side 3 declares itself the Principality of Zeon and launches a war of independence against the Earth Federation. Excuse me. Despite having only a fraction of the resources of the Federation, Zeon quickly gains the upper hand in the conflict through the use of giant humanoid robots called mobile suits. Chief among Zeon's mobile suit ace pilots is Char Aznable, mysterious masked man known as the Red Comet. When Char's squadron comes across the Federation's developing its own prototype mobile suit called Gundam in the Colony Side 7, his men launch a brutal attack. Amaru Ray, the son of the prototype's developer, gets in the Gundam. He gets in the robot and is able to fend off Zeon attack. As Amaru soon finds himself directly in conflict with Char, he is forced to flee the colony on a Federation ship. Thank God I'm out of that fucking dungeon. Thank God Gundam is becoming a thing again and we can stop with the damn super robots. The dungeon was a giant pain in the ass, like sitting on someone by a big accident pain in the ass. This game is great, but fuck do I wish the dungeon map was more readable. Sayonara, Ginga Tetsudo 999, Andromeda, Shu Cha Kuike. Yeah, I read that with all of the 3 ads, really? Fuck Twitch. Despite the destruction of, is this the this? I like how it's Adieu Galaxy Express 999, but it's not the end of Galaxy Express. They still make one more Galaxy Express, it looks like, after this. Despite the destruction of the mechanization homeworld Andromeda, the machine empire is still swept across the galaxy, and Earth has become a battleground. Having returned from his journey aboard the train Galaxy Express 999, Tetsuro Hoshino joins the resistance and fights alongside others who have retained their humanity. When the 999 returns to Earth, Tetsuro receives an enigmatic recorded message from his former traveling companion, Mayatao, telling him to board the train once more. Fighting his way to Megapolis Station, he makes it onto the train just as it departs. This time, however, Tetsuro is met with several mysteries. Mattel is nowhere to be seen, an ominous ghost train has appeared, and the ultimate destination of the 999 is unknown. Amid all this, Tetsuro finds himself confronted by the mysterious Black Knight Faust, and soon discovers the Machine Empire's darkest secret. Natsui no Tobira. Marion is a young schoolboy who prides himself on his adherence to a philosophy he calls rationalism. Because of his disdain for emotional display, he ignores anything remotely akin to affection, but when he's entangled in a romantic affair with an older courtesan, his rationalism is revealed to be little more than a cover for his own emotional immaturity. Learning to love, Marion blossoms under his older lover's care, but unfortunately, Marion has yet to learn the true price of the affair. That actually sounds interesting, and it's only a movie, believe it or not. Yeah, this is only a movie, 59-minute. Oh, this is a boys' love. Oh, this is boys' love. Oh. Okay then. I'm going to pass because boys' love is not a genre targeted to me. But for those who are into it, that sounds like a pretty watchable movie. Go check that out. Alright, Sekai Meisaku Dowa Haku Cho no Mizumi. When Prince Siegfried sports a beautiful swan with a crown on its head, for some reason he feels compelled to follow it. He discovers that the swan is in fact a princess named Odette, who is under a wizard's curse that causes her to become a swan by day. The wizard, Rothbart, wants to keep Odette to himself, and the only thing that can break the spell on Odette is a man who truly loves her with all his heart and soul. Most gay guys I know don't even like boys' love. Boys' love is targeted towards women. Mostly. For example, Yaoi is specifically targeted towards women, because if it's targeted towards gay men, then it becomes Bara. So, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just it's not my genre. Ugh. That's a good. Ooh, this is a good stretch. For example, Mama Sack has made it her life's mission to read every yaoi ever written. Ugh. Not just any women, women like this. Oh god, what am I about to say? Yes, exactly. Akuma to Himegimi. Adapted from a fairy tale by Yoshida Ikimi, Takahashi Ryosuke's directorial debut. By the way, that is Kiss Him Not Me is actually a good anime if you've never seen it. Who is Ryosuke Takahashi? He was the assistant director on Rurouni Kenshin. He created Blue Gender. He created. I don't know what that is. He he created Blue Gender. I'm not seeing anything other than he directed Dakota, so he's still working. Um, Hinotori. I'm not. What? He directed an episode of Moomin. That said it like this guy is like some big deal, but I've never fucking heard of any of this other than Blue Gender. I need more Vatams. Mutakim is directed by a guy that made Vatams. To the person below, Vatams is better than Gundam and Macross. That doesn't sound true. I don't know what Vatams is, but that doesn't sound true. Okay, well, moving on, I guess. Blue Gender, that's gotta be my favorite gender. If I remember, it's one of those like shows that like bit off Evangelion's bullets where they fight like giant mechs, but they're in the future by a bunch of like abused children fighting giant roaches, I think. Is that what it is? Yep, Bug Like Alien. Yep, there you go. We'll talk more about Blue Gender, I guess, when we get to the 90s. Oja Manga Yamada Kun movie. There you go. Uh, let's see. Arano no Sakebe Koe Hiroro Buck. Evangelion meets Gantz. Good to know. But Evangelion meets Gantz. But from what I've heard, much worse than both of them. Evangelion meets Gantz, but it came out bad. Is what I understand Blue Gender is. Um, Based on the novel by Jack London. Buck, a half German Shepherd, half St. Bernard, whose life is pretty peaceful and happy, living with the Millers in California. However, one day. Evangelion plus Gantz sounds really fucking good, actually. It actually sounds like a really good combination. However, one day he's tricked and sold off. He ends up in a snowy north where he becomes a sled dog during the gold rush. His story takes many twists and turns, and he has to fight for his own survival. uh, Accused of conspiracy against the king. The king gives him 3 days to travel. What is wrong with my stream? Am I getting an ad on my own stream? No? Okay. The king gives him 3 days to travel to his sister's wedding, while Celentenius, the sculptor and his friend of Melos, stays as a hostage. While he gets back in time before the king execute Celentenius instead of him. I have no idea what any of this. Um, From Silent Hill to Sonic, the best video game movie adaptations. In what fucking world was the Silent Hill movie one of the best video game films? Well, it does say from, so maybe it's like this is the worst possible video game adaptation and Sonic is the best one. I don't know. I haven't seen those movies. I have heard from people who have never played Silent Hill that they are good. Um Kaite Dai Senso, I know 20,000 miles. What I do know about the Silent Hill movies is they got actual ballet dancers to do the movements for the nurses, and that was a really good idea because because ballet dancers can do shit with their bodies, and those scenes are really freaky. All the nations of Earth are crumbling before the might of Darius, ruler of the Gaiba Empire. Meanwhile, childhood friends Ben and Ricky are sailing on the oceans in search of the lost city of Atlantis. When their ship is sunk, they're saved by Captain Nemo in his submarine Nautilus. Oh, is this an adaptation of the Great... This is like a weird 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea movie? Kaibatsu-kun, 28... I hate them. I haven't seen them. I won't judge them. That's the problem. If you never play Silent Hill, you'll like them. If you play Silent Hill, you'll either appreciate them or hate them. Fair enough. Kaibutsu-kun 1980 special. Well, at this point, I've played every Silent Hill game that people care about, other than maybe Shattered Memories. The TV special of 1980 colored Kaibutsu-kun series. The first 3 episodes aired after episode 25. The trio aired back-to-back on the same day in honor of Taru Sagami, who was the voice actor of Franken. He passed away the day before. Shingo Kanemoto took over voicing the role after these 3 episodes. The other 3 episodes were all New York specials aired after after episode 57. Each Kaibutsu-kun story is 15 minutes long. This TV series shows 2 stories per episode to fit into the half-hour time slot. These specials are 1 story each, but episode 3 and 5 use the same time slot for theirs. So that's an interesting little bit of history. That doesn't tell me anything about what happens about them, but it is kind of really sad. I like Silent Hill Revelation more because it's dumb and entertaining. I know Nitro Rad defended... Oh, God, I keep calling it Downcoming. I want to say Downpour. Downpour? Is it Silent Hill Downpour? Silent Hill Downpour. Downpour, yeah. Nitro Rad, I believe, defended Downpour, but only under the criteria that you've gotten all of the patches. Pyramid Head fights like the villain demon lady. Why, I don't know, but it looks cool. Oh, the movie. Oh, the movie Revelation. See, I don't know anything about these movies other than, like, I know more about the backstory of these movies than the actual movies. Dr. Slump Arale-chan. Dr. Slump creates a little android girl, Arale, who is very strong, happy, and totally common senseless. They live in Penguin Village, where the strangest things happen, e.g. the dawn is announced by a little pig wearing a besky. So the fun fact about Dr. Slump Arale-chan, Revelation is 3, but dumb? Oh, that's... Okay, I was gonna say, I didn't realize they made 3 Silent Hill movies, but you mean, like, Silent Hill 3, but dumb. Okay, I gotcha. Silent Hill 3 is not dumb, but I can only imagine that you can make it dumber. Fun fact about the Arale-chan, obviously, I believe the first, or at least the first notable work by Akira Toriyama, he likes Arale way more than he likes Dragon Ball, but Arale didn't do all that great, and Dragon Ball sold. So, and as he admitted, I think when he was 19 in an interview, he does manga for the money. He really doesn't care that much about it. So it makes sense that he swapped over to Dragon Ball from Arale. So that's fun. Also, I don't give a shit about... I don't give a shit about Arale. Let's see. Hayu Kuju O Goleon. Goleon, a powerful sentient robot, abuses his great powers by attacking and killing creatures known as Death Black Beastmen. Apparently this is Voltron, which I didn't know Voltron was an anime. I thought it was an American cartoon, but to be entirely honest, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. I guess it has all the hallmarks of a shitty super robot show. I also didn't know the enemy were called Death Black Beastmen, boasting that no one could defeat him. A divine spaceship punishes Goleon for his arrogance and abuses by separating him into 5 different lion robots. Okay. In the year 1999, in the far future of 1999, an alien spaceship crash landed on Earth. A group of 5 young men returned to Earth after a space voyage, only to find it ravaged by nuclear war. After encountering the alien races known as Galra, the 5 youths end up on a planet Altia and learn that the 5 lion robots that Galleon was split into are in hibernation in various parts of Altia. Somehow, they must reunite the lions and form Gauleon, the only hope for the human race. The movie was filmed in Oregon, and you can tell none of these actors have been to Oregon because they're all wearing like a million layers, but it's overcast. You know what Heather looks like in the movie? She has all normal, has plus sweater underneath and tights. Excuse me. Fist of the North Star, 1990X, the century's end. Would that just be 1999 then? If it's the end of the century? What's the point of the X then? Tiger Mask Nisei. This is the second season of Tiger Mask. Now, Tiger Mask actually sounded interesting, and I think I added Tiger Mask back in like what, the 70s? Yeah, back in the 60s, because it actually did sound like a totally watchable show. So if the original Tiger Mask is good, then maybe I'll check out Tiger Mask 2 Nisei. But this is just Tiger Mask 2. Hello, Sandy Bell. Sandy Bell is a playful girl from Scotland. I can do a Scottish accent on a good day, and only on a good day, and I don't think today is a good day. She is happy even if her mom died. That sounds grim when you write it like that, when she was little. Past secrets begin to reveal after Sandy Bell gets a white lily from a rich lady. After a tragic act, Sandy Bell moves to London, where she's trying to find clues to her past. This sounds like this could be interesting, but I feel like this synopsis is too short and doesn't quite give me enough about the mystery. You know what I'm saying? What if it's like, what if it's like, she finds a hint that her dad killed her mom, and then you'd be like, ooh, okay, you've got me there, or something. Or finds a dark, deep, secret conspiracy. This is just like, there's secrets, and then she goes to London to find what happened, and it's like, okay, what secrets? Not enough to draw me in. What's the point of saying SMT2 takes place in 20XX when it says it's like 5 or 6 decades after SMT1? The synopsis also isn't proper English. I was too distracted by trying to figure out what it was about. Queen Millennium. I thought I had Queen Millennium added to my list, actually. I'm interested in finding out that it's not on here. Because I thought I thought I had this added to my list. Huh. All right. Shin Taketori Monogatari 1000 Nenjuo. The year is 1999. The far future of 1999. Amamori Hajime is just a normal, everyday elementary school student trying to study and hanging out with his crazy pals. But when one day his father is testing a piece of equipment he's been working on, something causes it to blow up, taking the house with it. Now orphan Hajime is taken in by his uncle, who is an astronomer. There at his uncle's observatory, he meets a girl who has seen before and develops somewhat a crush on. He finds out her name is Yukino Yayo. Yet I've never been able to pronounce this name properly. Yayoi, and her parents run a ramen shop in town. But even better than that, she's his uncle's assistant. What luck! But Yayoi isn't exactly what she seems. There's a reason she helps out Amori set the observatory. She's the millennial queen, Sen Nen Juo, specifically chosen by her home planet, La Metal, to go to Earth and help prepare for the possible annihilation of the planet. Holy shit! What will cause this disaster? La Metal is an extremely elliptical orbit, which sends it very, very near Earth every 1,000 years. When it gets close enough, the Earth reacts, causing all sorts of natural disasters. Although she was chosen with the idea of protecting La Metal in mind, her personal plan is to evacuate as many humans as she can to La Metal, so their planet is destroyed, they will survive. However, there's one person who strives to stop her plan, the head of the Millennial Thieves. Why does he want to stop Yayoi, and what does he know about the Millennial Queen anyway? Yeah, I actually wanted to check this out for a long time. I'm surprised to find out this was not on my list. Holy shit, the 90s are about to be freaky. So it's worth noting the reason every time it says 1999, I say the far future of 1999 is because one of the opening lines of Macross is that in the far future of 1999, a spaceship crashes into Earth. Macon Jolie. Belle and Sebastian. After befriending a white Pyrenees dog he names Belle, Sebastian sets out on a journey to find the mother he knows is still alive. I no Gokoku Kuore Monogatari. Enrico Poccini. Enrico Pucci is a kind-hearted schoolboy with a strong sense of justice who lives in the Italian town of Torino. As the new term starts, he loses his beloved teacher, Miss Delacci. I don't speak Italian. You can, I can barely do English and Japanese. Don't make me do Italian. He was replaced by stern Sir Pelboni. Eventually, the boys in Enrico's class come to respect Sir Pelboni and learn about love, life, and humankind. I don't like the idea that a bunch of little boys are learning about love from their teacher, quite honestly. We're 7 years away from Ghost in the Shell. That is delightful. We are a few months away from, like, George Jetson being born. Oyo Spank. What? Morimura Aiko is a junior high student who was short for her age. Her father went on a yacht 10 years ago, and his whereabouts remained in obscurity. Her mother, a designer for hats, left for Paris, leaving Aiko in the care of her uncle, Mr. Fujinami. Aiko had a pet dog, Poppy, but it died in a car accident. Jesus Christ! Around the same time, another dog, Spank, appears before her. Having gone through so many unfortunate events in her life, Spank's presence begins to brighten up Aiko's life and put a smile on her face. That sounds cute. This is 63 episodes. To be fair, I was going to say, do you mean Ghost in the Shell movie? Ghost in the Shell movie probably will not happen in 7 years, but it's more likely than I think us getting to the Jetsons. Okay, here we go. We got some Little Women going on. Wakukusa no Yon Shinmei. In the United States, the Civil War has just broken out, and Mr. March, a physician and father of 4 daughters, went to the front. Madam March remains along with 4 daughters, the eldest Margaret Meg, Josephine Joe, budding writer, a real boy failed. What? The eldest daughter, Margaret Meg, Josephine Joe, budding writer, a real boy failed, Elizabeth Beth, the timid, passionate piano, and the latest edition, Amy, who loves to draw. The 4 girls will quickly get to know their neighbor, Mr. Lawrence, which they had a little scared at first, but also to his grandson Laurie, who at the age of Joe. Together, they go through many hardships, more or less happy, the furries of Aunt March, jealousies, the joys, and the war in fabric background, hoping that their father will come back safe and sound. Uh, the manga takes place in 2029. I don't know about the other stuff, but I imagine they do as well. Different Ghost in the Shell isn't one of the. I think one of the new Ghost in the Shells isn't Arise like 2040 something. Ghost in the Shell. I think the new Ghosts in the Shells are in like the 2040s. I think they moved it. Oh no, 2027. Okay, there is a Ghost in the Shell that takes place in the 2040s, but I don't remember what it is, and apparently it isn't Arise, so. Let's see. Ogon Senshi Gold Lighton. This is just an ugly design for anything.
Has you really been far, even as decided to use even go want to look more like all night?
I definitely need to eat this. I don't know if I can play this. The best part about that is that you can tell what they're saying, but God, is it nonsense? When a young boy called Hero finds what appears to be a broken lighter in an empty field, it changes his life forever. He takes up smoking, looks cool to all the girls, and they get all over him. But when he develops debilitating lung cancer, all those girls that hit on him before leave, and now he's left as a shell of himself on chemotherapy in a hospital with no one around him. And then they put a hole in his throat. I apologize to everyone for that. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, what appears to be a broken lighter in an empty field, it changes his life forever. The lighter is actually Gold Latan, a robot that fell to Earth from the robot dimension. When called upon to defend Earth from the Invalda, the great evil robots, Gold Latan transforms into a giant super robot known as the Golden Warrior. Gold Latan joins forces with Hero and his gang, the One Pack Rangers, the One Pack Rangers to protect Earth from the evil schemes of Ildada the Great and his armored forces. What is this? Is this a pro-smoking Super Robo show? What is this? I honestly, you know what? I think I've come out on the other... Like, I think I have Stockholm Syndrome. You know, like... I've spent so much time reading these stupid Super Robo plots that I think I'm starting to come around on Super Robo genre, and I'm like, yeah, what do we got now? What's this dumb bullshit? Machako Dotokan, Mechanical Boy Dotokan. Geeky genius Michiru has already got her PhD in atomic physics from California. Is atomic physics a fucking actual... Can you... Is that real? Hold up. Can you have a major in atomic physics? That doesn't... You can, I think. You can. Okay. I didn't think there would be a major with such a... I thought it would have been like nuclear physics or something like that. I wouldn't have thought there would be something as general as just atomic physics. But I got, you know what? Fuck me. I guess I'm right. In atomic physics by age 11, but she still longs for a little brother, so she builds her own robot boy, Dodokan, who is soon joined by their robot little sister, Chopiko, and the trio embark on the series of fantastic adventures fueled by Michiru's inventions. So I just learned Fractured Butthole is on Switch. I might actually buy it again. Hear me out. I could update it so I could fix some of the bugs, and I could nab the DLC. Okay, all right. The DLC I don't remember being all that good. But it's not bad. I don't know how buggy you had to deal with though. If you think it's worth it, go for it. I mean, it's a good game. It's one of those games where I wouldn't be like, buying it twice couldn't be that bad. This is Jarin Ko Chie. Jorinko Chie is a movie directed by Takahata in 1981 based on the very popular manga by Itsumi Haruki. It's about 10-year-old Chie, the most unfortunate girl in Japan, who manages her family's diner while her unemployed Yakuza father and her mother are separated. This sounds really depressing, but it's actually a very funny comedy. The story is set in Osaka, which is totally different culture from Tokyo. After the success of a movie, a TV series was made, and Takahata worked as the chief director. I don't need a reason. Motherfuckers buy Boot Doom every time it gets released. All right, this seems interesting. This is Helen Keller Monogatari Aito Hikari no Tenshi, based on Helen Keller's 1880 through 1968 autobiography. Buriten-kun, based on Yono Koma manga by Ueda Masashi. Never heard of it. I wonder how many people's favorite character is this guy. No one's. Zero people's. Excuse me. This is Lupin Tai Holmes, based on a story by Maurice Leblanc. So unfortunately, no relation to Lupin the Third. Uh, yeah, that's Maurice LeBlanc. Just straight up stole Sherlock Holmes to fend off against Lupin. Um, and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was really fucking mad about it. Let's see. When certain fights can just bug out so the UI never shows up and you have to reload. When knocked out, the protagonist can just lie there with their eyes open. It's kind of creepy. Are you sure that's a bug? That might not be a bug. Because no one's actually getting knocked out in that game. Sugata Sanshiro Judo Story. In the year 1882, Sanshiro comes to Tokyo seeking for a worthy martial arts teacher. There he meets Yano, a judo master who single-handedly defeats 39 jujutsu practitioners. Extremely impressed by his skill, Sanshiro decides to become his disciple. Later, Sanshiro falls for Sayu Murai, a girl whose father is a martial arts instructor at the local police department. He also has to face Higaki Gensuke, a skilled jujutsu fighter and his greatest rival, based on a novel by Tetsuno Tomita, which adapted into a 1943 movie by young Akira Kurosawa. That doesn't sound terrible, but it also has no one who has seen it, so I don't think I would be able to find this, and it doesn't sound interesting enough to go out of my way for. When you fight your past selves, the protagonist is just a generic hairless model. Yeah, that was actually intentional, but I think they fixed that in a patch, didn't they? Yeah. The game can occasionally crash, but not as often as some other bugs. As I replayed it recently, I could probably list more. I will say I believe the game actually still crashes when fully patched, because I'm pretty sure it crashed when I was playing it on PC also. This is Sengoku Majin Go Shogun, also known as Macron 1. This character looks like a Fujiko ripoff. Female pilots of the Queen Rose, which docks inside the Go Shogun left leg, renamed Kathy Jameson and Macron 1. The character of Remy is intended to be a grown-up version of Miki Momo. Fucking what? They both have the same voice actor, Koyoma Mami. They do the same mindset, speech patterns, and emotion. What? Fucking what? This is a fucking Miki Momo? What? A meteor strikes the Earth and is found to emanate a powerful new energy called Beamler, which is used to power a battle robot, Go Shogun. and a teleporting fortress, Good Thunder. The Doe Cougar crime syndicate, led by crime lord Neo Neros, try to steal the secret of the energy from the inventor Go Shogun, but he kills himself rather than let them acquire it. His son is targeted by Neo Neros next, but is taken in by the crew aboard Good Thunder, who travel to the world fighting Neo Neros' forces with Go Shogun. Okay. Manga Mitokomon. Mitokomon is the Emperor's trusted man with a high sense of justice. He's sent to travel around the country in order to observe the quality of life in each province and run a check on the officials' performance and report back to the Emperor. Along with him are sent two bodyguards, Kaiko, known for his extraordinary power, and Suke, known for his amazing swordsmanship. The three men traveling unknown face lots of adventures on their journey to bring justice to the citizens and eliminate corruption from the governing system. Yeah, what I will say is I played the game on PC, fully patched from the Ubisoft store, and I still ran into quite a good amount of glitches and fractured butthole. So I'm going to say, even if you fully patch it on the Switch, you're still probably going to have a bit of a glitchy ride. Let's see, all of this. Mobile Suit Gundam 2, Soldiers of Sorrow. As the war continues, Amuro and the White base crew must make their way to toward the Earth Federation headquarters, Jaburo. On their way, they meet several new enemies and face off against impossible odds. They fight in Operation Odessa to relieve the Earth from the clutches of the Xeon forces. Lives are lost, new friendships are made, and discoveries at every quarter. Amuro soon learns that he possesses the powers of the mysterious new types. I don't know what any of that means, but okay. Sirius no Densetsu. Gods once lived on Earth, and two siblings, Oceanus, god of water, and Hyperia, goddess of fire, lived in peace and dearly loved each other. However, the god of wind, Algrok, became jealous of the pair's happiness and spread lies and deceit between them until their hatred for each other brought about war. Finally, Algrok was imprisoned by the king of gods, but after that time, the brother and sister still despised each other, so the children of fire and water forever remained apart. But then Prince Cyrus of water and Princess Malta of fire meet and fall in love. The love of Cyrus and Malta may not be enough to surpass their parents' hatred. Whether they can stay together forever may be impossible. Oh, this is a She Didn't Know Joe movie 2! It's been 6 months since the tragic accident in Joe and Rishiki's fight. Joe believes he's overcome Rishiki's death and decides to make a comeback. Joe does make a successful comeback by scoring 5-0 KOs by body blows. Joe is given a shot at the national title as a means of the boxing commission put him down. The champion Tiger Ozaka makes use of Joe's habits and ends up making Joe corner throw in the towel. Joe is afraid to throw punches at the face because of what happened to Rishiki. Yoko, Joe's love interest and the owner of the gym where Rishiki trained at, recruits a world-ranked boxer from Venezuela, Carlos Rivera, to get Joe back on his feet to pursue his boxing career to the regional world ranks. This is, of course, the movie adaptation of Ashita no Joe, which I will probably watch rather than just watching the Ashita no Joe series, because I don't want to watch 50 episodes of boxing. Dr. Slump movie. Wow. I can't believe we're already getting a Dr. Slump movie. I was typing about a friend I have who buys Doom every time it gets released. It exceeded the text limit. This is why when I make large text posts, I usually have I usually clipboard them. Dr. Slump and Arali-chan. Hello, Wonder Island. Professor Sanbei finds a videotape of a deceased father providing instructions on how to create a love potion. The main ingredient is a tear of the evil Gayasuka Daimyo, who lives at the Wonder Island. To retrieve it, Sanbei takes Arali and Gachan on a wacky adventure. Hey, Bone, what's going on? I gotta get to bed, but I'm gonna drop the scan of this thing I just made in Discord, night. It was nice seeing you again, Zach. Alright, Bone, well, thanks for stopping by. You have a good night's sleep. Thanks for stopping by, and there should be another stream, I'm gonna say tomorrow or the next day. We're gonna be doing a favorite search game. So I guess look forward to that. Have a good night. People buying every version of Doom. I know a guy who has an original DOS copy of Doom on 4 floppy disk. He has the Ultimate Doom, which he gets running on a virtual machine set up by Windows 95. He has Doom on SNES, Doom on PS1. He has Final Doom. He has Doom 3 on Xbox with an expansion pack because as a bonus, you get Doom in 1 and 2. He has Doom on all Xbox Live Arcade, as well as BFG Edition on 360. He has Doom on PSN for PS4. He has Limited Run Doom Classic Collector's Edition. He has Doom Steam. He has his dad's Doom Shareware floppy disk. Why? At a certain point, it sounds like he's just collecting Doom, and there can't possibly be a point where you're like, you know what? I'm really in a BFG mood, but I don't know. Classic collection would be so much easier to set up right now. Yuki. Up in heaven, Yuki's grandparents decide that after turning 13 years old, she must go down to Earth to a village that is torn by bandits and intervene to save its people. However, if she does not succeed, within 1 year she will become as insubstantial as the wind. Down in the village, Yuki is befriended by a group of orphans whose parents who have been killed by the bandits and who now subsist by begging. Yuki amazes them by taming the wild horse Blizzard. She is instrumental in getting the orphans and farmers to stand up to the first warring bandits, and then Goemon, the greedy lord that owns the region. Yuki must face her greatest challenge, one displeased demon god that lives in the volcano, emerges to destroy those who leave belief. Well, that was a lot. You'd think Doom would be his favorite game. No, his favorite game is Elder Scrolls. I rebuy games. I have rebought games, but it's usually because I was switching the game to a more convenient system. So I own some games on 2 systems, and I'm trying to remember if there's a game I own on 3 different systems, but I know I don't own any game on more than 3 systems. I own Metal Gear Solid on PS1 and on PSN. Assassin's Creed on 360 and PC. No. Dragon Age. No. I own Bayonetta on Wii U and 360, so that's still no. No, 2 systems, 2 systems, 2 systems. 1 system. 2 systems. 2 systems. 2 systems. 2 systems. 2 systems. Hang on. No, I don't think there's a game I own on more than 2. I do. Okay, I own 1 game on 3 systems. I own Kingdom Hearts 1 on 3 Kingdom Hearts 1? Yeah, I own Kingdom Hearts 1 on 3 systems. And I think I also own Rechain of Memories on 3 systems, because I have it on PS2, and then I have the collection for PS3, and then I have Story So Far on PS4. So Kingdom Hearts 1 and Chain of Memories I own on 3 systems. And that was a struggle for me to figure out if I owned any game on more than 2 systems. I have DMC1 on PS2 and PS4. I have P3 and Fest, but those are different enough. I have Guitar Hero 2 on PS2 and 360. I have Resident Evil. I own plenty of games on 2 systems, but it's because I rebought a lot of console games on PC, because it's so much more convenient for me to play PC games than it is console games. So the struggle was, could I have three different versions of the same game. Gonna buy Corpse Party and Mad Father on Switch because it's more convenient to play them on my laptop. Yeah, I think those are the only. I think it's just Kingdom Hearts that I have on three systems. Excuse me. 21. We're still in 1981. This is gonna be such a long stream. Oh god. Oh god, how long have I been going? Oh my god. I've been going for almost 2 hours, and we're still in 1981. 21 Emon Ucho e Ara Sahai. The story tells the adventures of the boy 21 Emon, engaged in management of hotel belongings to his family for years. In his problems, 21 Emon is helped by the robot Gonsuke and the little alien Manga. Mad Father is a pain in the ass to set up and turn off. It runs fine when playing, though. Corpse Party crashes in Chapter 5. Oh, go. Captain Movie. The movie focuses on the game between Sumiya 2 and Oobe Guken. Got, I don't care. Nobody cares. Ki Kai Lao Fu Zi. This is an adaptation of a Chinese popular Chinese manhwa. Cool. Daikon opening animation. Shh. An unnamed girl watches as Science Patrol lands their aircraft. A masked individual exits the ship and approaches the girl, entrusting her with a cup of water with the simple task to water a radish. The girl enthusiastically accepts her mission, but is obstructed by a multitude of foes. Faced with waves of unrelenting monsters, mechas, and starfighters, can the young heroine protect the cup of water and make it to the radish unharmed? What? Clad in a Playboy bunny suit, an older version of the same girl takes on a new and notable adversaries from around the galaxy. From dueling with lightsabers to surfing the magical sword Stormbringer, there is no shortage of action. Set to an Electrical Lights Orchestra, Twilight, the Daikon 4 opening animation is a grand tribute to science fiction culture, showcasing hundreds of familiar characters in one spectacular bout. I would watch this if I could find it. The only thing about Fractured Butthole is it's a pretty large file. I don't know how much space the Switch has, though. I also don't know. Daikon 3, Daikon 4 opening animations were produced with the intent of being showcased in the 20th and 22nd Nihon SF Taikei science fiction conventions, specifically 1981 1983 Osaka conventions, nicknamed Daikon 3 and Daikon 4. The Daikon 3 animation opening was solely animated by the three-person studio Daikon Films, consisting of university students Hideki Anno. Oh my god! Consisting of university students Hideaki Anno, Hiroyuki Yamaga, and Takami Akai. While others were involved in the short's production, there were only three members credited. Daikon 4 opening animation. That perked my ears up. Um, the animation's unauthorized use of Electric Lights Orchestra Twilight prevented it from receiving an official release. However, unofficial laserdiscs were produced to pay off the debt of the production. The production of 1983 Daikon 4 opening animation was said to be rigorous, and completion was on the day of its premiere. Nevertheless, the short's reception was overwhelmingly positive and spawned a favorable legacy. A 2001 edition of the anime magazine ranks both shorts at number 35 in its top 100 anime productions rankings. The 12 individuals involved in the production of Daikon 4 would go on to the studio Gainax, responsible for the acclaimed anime series Neon Genesis Evangelion. Brief moments of Daikon 4 can be seen in Gainax's Anime Otaku no video, which is based around the formation of the studio. If I can watch this, I will. If I can find this, I'll watch this. Tell me when you get to something by Yoshiaki Kawajiri. I probably won't remember who that is. Who is this? Yoshi. Yoshi. Aki. Yoshiaki Kawajiri. Who is this? Um, my guess is not till late 80s. So, in 10 hours from now, when the stream is still going, he did animation on Ashita no Joe. So technically, we've already. Yeah, he seems to be a late 80s guy. Yeah, he's a late 80s guy. So it's gonna be. It's not gonna be till the end of this stream. If the stream makes it to late 80s, we're like 2 hours in and we're still in 81. You already covered stuff he did like Dororo and Cleopatra. He's not mentioned under Dororo and Cleopatra. Unless this is a different guy. This is the guy that did like Wiki. Oh yeah, he did in between animation and Dororo. Okay, yeah. But I don't think he was the creator of it. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah. So we've done stuff he's worked on, I guess. But like stuff where he like actually directed it, that seems to be late 80s stuff to like early 2000s. So we're a ways away from that. Yeah, late 80s, yeah. Okay, Kyofu Densetsu Kaiki Frankenstein. Airing on TV Aishi in 1981 with a running time of 111 minutes, Frankenstein is a reasonably standard retelling of the classic book by Mary Shelley. In a foreboding castle, Dr. Victor Frankenstein performs a hideous experiment which he hopes will bring back the dead to life. With the help of his assistant, he is successful in reanimating a man created from the parts gathered from corpses, but the creature is unpredictable and horrifying. The doctor flees back to his home in Switzerland, leaving his assistant in charge to destroy the monster. But Dr. Frankenstein soon finds out he cannot hide from the shameful secret forever, as mysterious murders are committed around him, forcing him to question if his creation is really dead and gone. He did ship. Yeah, I saw that. I was more looking for the old stuff, so we know when we would start hitting him. Dr. Slumpa Raleigh-chan Ayaya, Penguin Muret DTV Jack. I hate to say this, but she's a robot, so who cares? That is a blowjob face. There's no other way to say, like. There's no other way to say that. Anyway. A collaboration of Dr. Slumpa Raleigh-chan series and Queen Millennia series, this TV special consists of new material wrapped around a previously released Queen Millennia special. The new material is about 2 minutes long. Kawajiri, along with a few others, left Toei in 1980s and formed Madhouse. Oh, interesting. Okay. I did not know Madhouse sprang off from them. From Toei. Anime Bon, To Kaido Yotsuya Kaidan, an adaptation of Totsuyo Kaidan, a classic Japanese horror story about a ghost getting revenge. We have almost made it to 82, and we're kicking off with the legendary Urusei Yatsura. That's why all of his directed animated works is by Madhouse. I don't think it says when you look under someone who produces them. I think you have to click the individual anime. Not much is notable about lecherous Ataru Moroboshi, but his extraordinary bad luck sticks out like the horns in an alien's head. When Earthquake is threatened by a fleet of alien invaders known as the Oni, Ataru is selected to represent humanity in a duel against one of them. It's a stroke of rare luck for Ataru that the duel is in fact a game of tag, and that his opponent is Lum, daughter of the Oni's leader, who places her personal dignity above victory, as Ataru finds out by seizing Lum's bikini top with it. Victory. However, misfortune kicks in again when Lum mistakes Satoru's promise to marry his girlfriend Shinobu Miyaka, as he desires to wed Lum herself and decides she rather likes the idea. Wielding her influence as an alien princess, she moves in with him. Forced to deal with the consequences of his womanizing ways, Ataru must balance his crumbling relationship with Shinobu while keeping Lum happy, all while flirting with every woman he meets. Absolute classic, Urusei Yatsura. Already on my list, though. Ninja Hattori-kun. The everyday Sanyo family gets an unexpected surprise in the shape of new lodger Hattori. He is a ninja boy who has come down from the Iga Mountains to attend normal school. Befriending Kenichi Sanyo, who is the same age as he is, Hattori starts attending school undercover, occasionally accompanied by his brother Shinzo, Shishimaru, the ninja dog, and Kenichi's girlfriend Yumeko. The gang is threatened by rival Koga ninja, Kumaki, and his evil sidekick, Kagechiyo the Shadow Cat. This is getting a remake here. I've seen it because Rumiko Takahashi, no clue what I rated though. Oh, what? Urusei Yatsura? 8. Uchu Densetsu Ulysses 31. It's the 31st century. Ulysses killed the giant Cyclops when he rescued the children and his son Telemachus. But the ancient gods of Olympus are angry and threaten a terrible revenge. Ulysses is sentenced to travel through the universe of Olympus with a frozen crew on a quest to find the kingdom of Hades. Only has he tried down. Only when he found the kingdom of Hades will his crew be free of their curse and will be able to return to Earth and his beloved Penelope. Interesting. So it's sort of a telling of the story of Ulysses. I will skip it. I'm gonna be honest. It would probably be faster and more entertaining to just read the the original. Kappei is dramatically short guy, but is a master in every sport. He lives as a guest in sweet Akane's house, but he's in love with her. But there's a strange rival, her dog Salome, and it's an Italian name. Thank you. Who plans evil traps to encumber Kappei. But the dog has another function. He explains all sports rules when a new sport is depicted. Kappei is fond of the white female underwear, always trying to lift girls' skirts up. Okay. This stream is going to be me going, hey, it's a thing I've seen. And you'll be, really? This shit? Not now, more late 80s. I wish we were in the late 80s. I'm going to say 85 is when things start getting interesting. And also when we start getting to things I've actually seen. Taiyo no Kiba, Dagram. The story is centered around... I used to go out of my way to not watch anything before 1970 because it fucked with my malgraph, but then my malgraph got fucked up anyway, so I stopped caring. The story is centered around a small group of guerrilla freedom fighters on a colonial planet named Deployer, who are known as the Deployer 7 or Sunfang team. In an unexpected coup, the elected governor of Deployer becomes dictator and rules Deployer under martial law with the support of Earth's Federation. Fighting for independence from Earth's Federation influence, the freedom fighters begin a rebellion against the Federation combat armors using combat armor of their own, the Dogram. That sounds... You've seen Vampire Hunter D? I have, actually. Maichin Machiko Sensei. Saw Vampire Hunter D when I was... 7? Maichin Machiko Sensei. Machiko Mai is the newest teacher at Asama Elementary. She's a young, beautiful, and has perfect proportions, traits that attract the attention of not only her students, but the rest of the perverted faculty as well. Whether it's luring her in and spraying her skirt with a hose, or leaps and bounds to grab her breasts, there's nothing that Machiko's first-year students won't try. Regardless of her embarrassing plight, Machiko is always a good sport and tries her best to help her students at any cost of her dignity. Which one? The movie one, I think. I want to say 83. Not that one. 85. I think it was this one. Yeah. I was not aware they made 2000. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so this sounds like a teacher getting sexually assaulted by her students for 95 episodes. Delightful. There's two movies. Whichever one I just showed. Wanwan Sanjushi. Let's see. The story begins with the arrival of brave young boy and Paris. His ambition is to join the glorious Imperial Guards, but fierce competition and minimum age requirements hinder him from joining. The boy then challenges the well-known Three Musketeers in order to demonstrate his excellent skills with the sword. However, at the very moment the fight begins, a power-hungry group cuts in, realizing their wicked intention. The boy, D'Artagnan, and the Three Musketeers quickly cooperate and defeat them. This is the beginning of their friendship and commitment to fight conspiracies. This is Rokushin Gatai God Mars. In the year 1999. In the far future of 1999, humanity begins to advance beyond the solar system. The planet Gishin, led by Emperor Zul, which aims to conquer the galaxy, runs into conflict with Earth. He targets Earth for the elimination, and to do this, he sends a baby called Mars to live among humanity. Accompanying the baby is a giant robot named Gaia, because of course, which utilizes a new power source strong enough to destroy an entire planet. As planned, Mars is expected to grow up, where he will activate the bomb with Gaia to fulfill the mission of destroying Earth. However, when Mars arrives on Earth, his is adopted into a Japanese family and given the name Takeru. 17 years later, Takeru would grow up with a love for humanity and refuses to detonate the bomb as ordered by Zul. However, if Takeru was to die, the bomb within Gaia would explode, destroying the Earth. Takeru possesses psychic powers, ESP, and he signs to join the Earth's Defense Force and become a member of the Crasher Squad, an elite space defense force, where he and his friends take a last stand against Gishin attack. The relationship between Takeru and his brother Mag, which fate would have been pitted against each other in the war. Unknown to Gishin, 5 other robots were created in secrecy alongside Gaia by Takeru's father and spent with Gaia to protect Takeru. Whenever Earth is in danger, Takeru is able to summon the 5 other robots to combine with Gaia form. The giant robot god Mars. The 5 other robots are Sphinx, Uranus, Titan, Shin, and Ra. The novels of art by Yoshitaka Amano. Huh. Excuse me. I hadn't realized the Vampire Hunter D was a novel. This had me fooled that this was a real Robo show, and then it was like, they combine, and I'm like, never mind, it's a Super Robo show. We're still on the Super Robo show, huh? What is this? Oh, from Ghostbusters. I knew Zool sounded familiar. I'm like, why does Zool sound like a thing I've heard before? This is Ginga Senpu Braiger. In the year 2111, the solar system has been colonized. The colonized moons and planets are lawless and the police are helpless. Okay, well, this one sounds plausible. In order to battle the evil within the solar system, Isaac Goodunov creates J9, made up by himself, Blaster Kid, Stephen Bowie, and Angel Omachi. So far, this is the most realistic Super Robo. They are a team that will handle any missions the police will not, with their robot Bragear for a price. Meanwhile, the Nubia section of Earth has a plan to destroy Jupiter to create 30 more planets for human colonization, but this plan will result in the destruction of Earth. This sounds like the most realistic Super Robo show we've ever encountered. It's set in a time period where colonizing a solar system seems like something that could viably have happened. The police are helpless. Everything is lawless. Some idiots want to blow up Jupiter, not realizing how stupid of an idea that is. And a group of 5 people have a giant fuck you robot to as like mercenaries to help the police, but you have to pay them. It's the first super robot show where I hear that and I'm like, yeah, okay, I believe that. That sounds like that would happen. Jariko Chie TV. Jariko Chie is a movie directed by Takahata in 81, based on a very popular manga by Utsumi Haruki. It's about 10-year-old Chie, the most unfortunate girl in Japan, who manages her family's diner while being unemployed by a Yakuza father and mother separated. It sounds really interesting, but it's actually a funny comedy. The story is set in Osaka, which is totally different culture from Tokyo. It's a TV series made by Takahata, worked by the chief director. This is just the TV version of the movie we already watched. That's why I skipped through it really quick. Named after the demon by Ghost. No. That was Roko Shin Gatai Godmars. Was Zool. Ginga Senpu Braigir is the one that sounds realistic. I wonder if we're starting to see a trend of Super Robo descending into real robot anime. I wonder if we're starting to get on that train now. I wonder if Gundam is starting to infect the other mech series. Glamorous Paris, entrancing Venice, romantic Rome, and irresistible Vienna. These alluring cities of enchantment invite you to witness the story of a young girl who unexpectedly becomes entangled in a daring adventure and a rollicking romance. Vienna of 1907, Princess Flora, the one and only idol of the entire nation, is celebrating her birthday. Flora is young, beautiful, single, and an object of all men's desires. This sounds like this could be interesting if it, tells us anything more about the... Why is this called Honey Honey's Wonderful Adventure if the synopsis is about Flora, but Flora looks like this, and Honey Honey is the girl on the cover? Fuck it. You're getting a spoiler for Honey Honey. She is the love interest of Thief Phoenix. What the fuck? In the middle of the percussion, he ends up meeting and falling in love with the joyous Honey Honey. We're seeing mech slowly become Evangelion. It looks like it. The slow process. At the very least, this is a ride. At the very least, SACing MAL Eternal is a ride. Continuation of Dokkan Jo Geru series. It's kind of like we're archaeologists digging through like the annals of history, like uncovering a bunch of bullshit and trying to figure out how we got here. Ucho Senshi Baldos movie. The film supplied the ending of the canceled Space Warriors Baldos TV series, which I'm sure we read at one point. We did and skipped. Renyo To Sono Haha. Renyo is a key figure responsible for the restoration of Shin Buddhism in Japan, in particular the Honganji lineage, during a slump in its fortunes during the Middle Ages. According to legend, his motivation was pivotal childhood incident at the age of just 6 when his mother summoned him and informed him of his destiny to revive the fortunes of the Honganji school, to which he was the next in line. She has mysteriously disappeared after the temple. Taking her words to heart from the background of great poverty and hardship, at the age of 16, he set out to spread the word across the land. That actually sounds interesting. It looks stop motion, though. And now I've lost interest. Here's a question. Hit me with it, I guess. Manga Hana no Kakariocho. Manzai Taikoki. I like this synopsis. Any synopsis that's just nothing and I can go on is my kind of synopsis. Following on from Shelter, the setting is again an on-air raid shelter. Close-up images of trees are dissected and reformed abstractly. The film culminates with images of elderly survivors of the war, and another example of Ihara's unique blending of documentary storytelling with abstract illustration. Interesting. Space Cobra pilot. Let's see. This is the pilot episode for the TV series. I guess we'll get to Space Cobra later. Fen and Pirate Princess is an anime not based on a manga. It was produced by Crunchyroll and Adult Swim, two American companies. Is it an anime? Who animates it? Production IG. Directed by Kazuto Nakazawa. Kuroki Rue. Flying Dog, DMMM, Crunchyroll, SC Fund. Licensors by Crunchyroll with Production IG. That's interesting. We're gonna go to ANN real quick. If ANN is down, my answer is gonna become when I'll tell you when ANN gets up. Okay. So did Space Dandy, though. And Space Dandy is definitely an anime. It did have a Japanese TV broadcast, so I am gonna say it is an anime. But it is definitely on the line in which it can be debated. But yeah, Space Dandy also aired in America first, but Space Dandy, nobody would question that Space Dandy's not an anime. So it's on that line. I'm gonna say yes though. I'm also gonna get a tissue. Um, Interesting conundrum. It is indeed. Yeah, it's definitely it's blurring the line for shoresies. But it has an almost exclusive Japanese production. It was created by IG, and it did have a Japanese airing on TV. So I'm gonna say that at the very least, its aspects of production are Japanese. Even if it was produced and originally aired for American audiences. Well, hmm. Yeah, I'd still say it's an anime. But it's definitely like, if someone were to say it isn't, I would understand the argument. Well, it also, like, what's the other Crunchyroll show that came out? X-Arm? Yeah, X-Arm was also created for Crunchyroll, um, as like a Crunchyroll exclusive, and it also has like a Japanese production. So it's a very similar situation. Actually, I have no fucking idea what Visual Flight is, but and this was based on a manga. Fun fact about X-Arm is apparently this is one of the worst anime adaptations ever. And one of the things that people hate so much about this is that X-Arm's manga art is actually beautiful. So when it got animated to the worst 3D CG animation, people are like, what the fuck did you do to this? And motherfuckers be asking if Boondocks, Avatar, and Ruby are anime. I'm asking the real question. The answer to all of that is no. No. Boondocks is. The funny part is Boondocks is actually the closest one, I believe, because I think Boondocks is done by Japanese animation studio. Isn't it? I think Boondocks is actually closer to being an anime. Da, 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 da. Oh no, Duwu Animation, Moe Animation, JM Animation. Maybe not. I was wrong about that. That said, the Castlevania show, I'm always surprised isn't actually on here. Like, I'm surprised Castlevania isn't listed on MAL because it's. Oh, it was written by Warren Ellis. Okay, okay, created by Warren Ellis. All right, I can see. Created by Warren Ellis. Really, I did not know that. That explains a lot, actually. All right. Yeah, Fenna's definitely a lot closer. Uzumaki is a similar case. The Uzumaki anime is produced by Adult Swim, and to my knowledge, is not airing in Japan. I don't know about. I think it probably is. Be surprised if it isn't. Studio Drive, who did Vlad Love and Actor Songs Connection. Yeah. Boondocks has a Japanese dub and was aired in Japan. That's well. So does Ruby, though. Ruby has a manga, but yeah, I because I'm apparently wrong. I thought Boondocks actually was animated Japanese side. Maybe it's just the fight animation. I think that it might just be the fight animation. I thought it was done by Madhouse. Yeah, I might be wrong about that. Oh well. I wonder if they said the N word in Japanese dub. Probably they say I don't they say it. Yeah, they say it in the American dub, so it probably. Dr. Slump, Arale-chan specials. This is a special two-part episode that aired between episodes 24 and 25. That is a good question, by the way, made about Fena. That is incredibly on the line. Tokigawa, the apartment complex where a group of stellar artists live in 1953. Hiro Terada, Moto Abiko, and Hiroshi Fujimoto, Shotaro Ishimori, Fujio Katsuka shared the trials and tribulations of being struggling young artists and writers with no money and no luck, with editors or girls with a spirit of insane, youthful enthusiasm that enabled them to survive the lean years and emerge as stars in the manga industry. Moving on. Toshishun, a traditional Chinese tale entitled Tu Ze Shun. Like I said, I can barely get Japanese. I'm definitely gonna fuck up Chinese. That tells the story of a young man who becomes rich when he finds buried treasure only to lose it all, leading a life of extravagance. This version is formerly an adaptation of Ryunosuke Akutagawa's telling of the tale titled Toshishun. He is known as his father of Japanese short stories and Japan's premier literary award, the Akutagawa Prize, is named after him. Noblesse and Tower of God are also like real confusing adaptions. I'm not sure if they're on here on Mal, because they're yeah they are on here. They're also really confusing because they're based off of Korean web comics. So I think they're even more weird than Fena, but it's still in production. But as of right now, it's only going to be on Adult Swim. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll have to see. Yeah, Uzumaki. The line's blurring. It's getting harder to answer these questions. Chisana Love Letter, Mariko to Nemunoki no Kodomo Tachi. I'm gonna say if it doesn't air, I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna say if it doesn't air in Japan, it might not be an anime. It's a very arbitrary line. I think the question, the line might need to be drawn that it needs to be created by a Japanese studio, and it might not need to be intended for a Japanese audience. But you could make you could make an argument that Uzumaki was a manga created by Junji Ito, and so it was intended for a Japanese audience. I don't know. It's very arbitrary. I'm aware that my definition of an anime is very, very arbitrary. A follow-up on the same studio's Helen Keller anime, A Little Love Letter kept the handicapped theme but focused on a wholly Japanese story. During the 1970s, actress Mariko Miyagi became heavily involved in the Silk Tree Academy, Nemonoki Gakuen, a rehabilitation center for disabled children. She appeared in several live-action films to promote the project, including Silk Tree Ballad, Mariko Mother, and Children Drawing Rainbows. This anime charts the 14-year-old period of Miyagi's stewardship of the academy and her relationships with several of the children, divided into 4 seasonal chapters. The film uses highly realistic character designs based on actual people involved and features storyboarding from the versatile Star Blazers director Noboru Ishiguro. It's still in production, but let's see. Then you have Fena, which is just an anime. Yeah, Fena's a little like I would definitely say Fena is an anime. But when you get into like Tower of God, Noblesse, Uzumaki, that's when things are getting really dicey. But the problem is, if you fucking draw that line, isn't Science Saru a Japanese studio? So Castlevania's an anime. Yeah, so Science Saru is so Castlevania's an anime. So I don't fucking know anymore. The important thing is no matter how blurred this line gets, Boondocks, Ruby, King of the Hill, and Avatar are not fucking anime. Period. The line has never gotten so blurred that they suddenly become anime. So far, all we know behind the scenes, Adult Swim and Crunchyroll went to Production IC and said, "Here's money. We want something with a strong female protagonist in Pirates." Okay, well, if that's the true, and they just threw money at a vague concept, and that's what Production IG came out, then oh yeah, 100% Fen is easily an anime. Period. Like if that's the story, and it's just like, "Here's the money, make something," then yeah, there you go. Oh, by the way, we finally made it to 82. We've been going for 3 hours, I think. Yeah, 2.5 hours, and we finally made it to 82. Yeah, it sounds like what could have happened. On the planet Zora exist two societies: an innocent, advanced culture that lives in domed cities, and the civilians who are forced to live in the harsh desert wilderness, as dictated by the innocent. Any civilian that commits a crime is forgiven if they are not brought to justice within 3 days. Civilian Jiram Amos seeks revenge on the villainous outlaw Timp Sharon, who murdered his parents, despite the fact that the 3 day period has long since passed. Hoping to get his revenge by stealing the mecha Zabungle from merchant carrying cargo, Jiren teams up with a group of bandits known as Sand Rats and kidnaps Cargo's daughter Ichi, who ends up being sympathetic to his cause. Jiren's quest for revenge soon grows into conflict much bigger, one that will eventually see the civilians rise up against the innocents' rule. This, I hate to say it, this actually sounds good. This actually sounds pretty good. Oh, never mind. This is a Super Robo anime. Oh, this is a Super Robo anime. Oh, never mind. I'm out. you can't, you can't just drop that on here. Oh yeah, it says Sento Mecha. This could be Real Robo though. I wish there was a tag for Real Robo and a tag for Super Robo, so I know what I'm getting into, because it has the military theme. So this could be Real Robot. Let's read a review real quick. Let's read a shorter review. Fuck me. God damn it, Mal. Fucking. Here, okay. Zamungle is a Tomino mecha anime that is fully lighthearted, does not take itself seriously. This is a good thing, it makes very enjoyable. There are roots to concepts seen in more serious Tomino mecha anime, like Zeta Gundam. Within Zamungle are the same beats are hit, but while this normally causes the show to feel repetitive, if you've seen other mecha works of Tomina, Zamungle is different enough that it doesn't suffer from this at all. I've seen a lot of Tomina mecha anime, and while most all are good, they do hit the same characterization, same themes, same dynamics, same pilots. Plots. And for shows like Gundam, Dunban, and Ideon, which are more serious, it becomes necessary to take a break before starting, or else you'll get deja vu every other episode. Zabungle covers up the deja vu with a different tone in every episode and ends up having fun with it. I'm giving Zabungle a 9 and League Game a 9 because both of these shows break with from Tomina's formula and prove more engaging because of their humorous characterization. However, Zabungle is far sillier. Tomina's other serious shows are more enjoyable, but they don't stick out as much, which can be unfortunate. What about the 1986 Wizard of Oz anime? There are a weirdly large amount of Wizard of Oz adaptations. I mean, that's almost certainly an anime. You can adapt a Western work and still be like I don't think what you're I don't think what you're adapting super matters, which is why I think Tower of God and Noblesse managed to skirt the line also. Okay, so this is the Gundam guy. This guy made oh god, this guy made Gundam Seed. But he also made other Gundam. Yeah, he made Iron Blooded Orphans, which yeah. So this is probably Real Robo. So in that case, I'll watch it. I'm not gonna watch fucking Super Robo garbage. I'm not. You couldn't pay me. You could pay me. Um, Minami no Niji no Lucy. Lucy's family moves from England to Australia's planning to run a big farm. Excuse me. Starting a new life proves to be full of frustrations. Their agonizing days of despair continue until they finally obtain farmland. However, Lucy and her sisters enjoy a range of new experiences, such as discovering the exotic animals and meeting with aborigines and other new people. God, fuck. They're still making this, huh? Time Boken series, Gaio Kuten Ipatsuman. Gyukuten Ipatsuman is the sixth in the Time Boken series. In the 1990s era, Ostendale City is the headquarters of Time Lease, a business that leases almost everything you could ask for, including powerful robots. They're proud of themselves for being number one in the international ranking of billionaires for the past 10 consecutive years. Meanwhile, there's another lease company in the same city called Skull Lease, where the notorious villain trio work as top executives. Their ostensible object is to disgrace the credit of Time Lease and replace them as the leading enterprise. In fact, however, they have a scheme to secure a footing for world conquest. One day, transport robots of Time Lease is assaulted by the villain trio, and it's time for Ipatsuman to get to the move to fight for justice. This dude's suit is so tight, you can see his fucking abs through it. Sorry-chan. There's also a weirdly large amount of Little Women adaptations. Produced by Toei Animation, directed by Kazumi Fukushima, after the manga series by Murayamu Mayumi. This anime follows Asari, a normal fourth-grade girl. One day, while bargain shopping, she wins the lucky ticket at lottery for one-person trip to Hawaii. Chaos reigns as her family, the beaches fight over who should go. The ticket is lost in a bonfire, ironically. Other circumstances follow when the family finds out that the travel agency offered to give them an equal amount of half the travel expenses in cash for the ticket from an employee of the supermarket Aishi had shopped at. What will happen to the unlucky beach family as more elements of despair pelt them? This sounds unpleasant. Mobile Suit Gundam 3 Encounters in Space. The one-year war comes to a close as the Zion forces now retreat back into space. Amuro learns much of his new type of abilities and tries to use them the best he can. He's pushed to his limit as he encounters the infamous Char Aznable once again. He falls in love with a mysterious woman named Layla Sune, who knows the full potential of the new type abilities. The greatest battle is about to begin as many loved ones fall to the power of war. Can the Earth Federation defeat the Principality of Zeon, or will they fail? Can Char prove that he's the better new type than Amuro? They will all be answered now. I hear the movies are the best way to watch the Mobile Suit Gundam. Doraemon Movie 3, Nobita no Daimakuyo. Nobita finds a stray dog and brings him home. Little does he know the dog is actually a prince in his homeland, a world apart. I think that's too many P's for the word apart. Deep in the African smokers forest, where dogs evolved to have their own empire. So he and his friends take a journey to take back the young prince to his homeland. But when they get there, things have changed. 1000 Nanjuo Queen Millennia. AD 1999. The Earth was in a critical situation. Planet Lar Matal was approaching Earth. Meanwhile, Yukino Yayoi was heard about Lar Matal from Dr. Amamori of Tokyo Observatory. She was a junior high school teacher, but she worked for Dr. Amamori, who appreciated her astronomical knowledge. Actually, Yukino Yayoi was Queen Millennium, who'd come from Lar Matal 1,000 years before, and she'd been watching human beings since then. Soon, numerous meteors fall on Earth, and people were in a panic and a catastrophe. Hajime, who was a student of Yayoi, came to help Yayoi. Yayoi invited him into a big cave underground. Her big cave. Every curse word in the English language? Oh, dear. Sakai, Maisaku, Doa, Aladdin 2, Maho no Lamp. This film stays very faithful to the original down to the smallest details, save for the kangaroo rat that suddenly appears 20 minutes into the movie and subsequently follows Aladdin around, serving no purpose in the story but fulfilling the role of a token animal mascot. The screenwriter needs no introduction. Akira Miyazaki single-handedly wrote 5 of the classic WMT series, including Perrine and the Rascal, and participated in 2 others. The only other name among the staff that rings a bell, though, is Yukihide Takekawa, who was responsible for the music in the magnificent and unknown Uneko pilot film. The story has some illogical and confusing jumps at the point where Aladdin begins to court the princess in the extravagant animation that had characterized Toei films of the early 60s, when Toei had the best animators around. around have become a thing of the past long before this point, but they're still an above average film, in large part because of the screenplay that stays so faithful to the original. The character designs are also slightly more Western looking than the one accustomed to seeing in anime. Source Peleus.net. I love that the description of this movie is just someone's review of the movie. Fucking stay classy, Mal. This is why we do this show, for the record. People are like, Sack, this is the worst possible show you could be making. But then we get the gems like this. This show is, in reality, a documentation of my descent into madness. Ninja Hitori-kun, Nin Nin Ninpo, Iniki no Maki. Short Ninja Hitori-kun movie. Screened as a triple feature with Doraemon, Nobita no Daimakyo, and Kaibatsu-kun Dima no Ken. Asari-chan I Know Martian Shoujo. Movie produced by Toei Animation after the anime series Super Gal Asari, and by the original manga by Mayumi Moruyama. Asari and her family go through more unlucky happenings. Sounds unpleasant. Ohio Spank movie, based on the shoujo manga by Yukimaru Shunichi and Takanashi Shizua, serialized in Nakayoshi. Is this a girls' love series? That Oh no. Oh, this is from Spank. Okay. After today, I will never again remember what the fuck Spank is. Manga Nippon Maku Hibanashi movie. Apparently, Spider-Man No Way Home has an entire movie's worth of bonus features. Wow. Okay. Hell yeah. Best synopsis possible. Shin, Dokonjo, Geru, Donkonjo, Yume Makura. After Hiroshi daydreams about marrying Kyoko, his chauvinistic behavior puts a strain on his relationship with his closest friends. Don't be a dickhead then. Zo no Inai Do Butsuin. After the war, concerned brother Hide promises his critically ill sister Miyoko that he will arrange for her to see a real elephant. But when he goes to the zoo to find one, an old man tells him the tragic day when the zoo animals were slaughtered. The story is based off true historical events of the Ueno Zoo in Tokyo, where dangerous animals during World War II were slaughtered in order to prevent them from wreaking havoc in case Allied bombings would set the animals escape. Various methods were used, such as starvation, poisoning, death by firing squad, decapitation. Tokyo was bombed over a year later after the animal slaughter, and the Ueno Zoo was never hit. Well, that... okay. Get the HD Blu-ray for that, I guess. Clerks Blu-ray has an entire documentary on the making of the movie and the bonus features. That's so cool. What it is? What is it? It's the Napoleon Dynamite. Is it the Napoleon Dynamite DVD or the Napoleon Dynamite Blu-ray? Where they discovered that for the DVD portrayal footage, they could have up to 1 hour of footage, and so it is an entire uncut hour of the actor playing Napoleon Dynamite just straight up dancing. Hoxiong Robot Sesendoe. In the year 2100, the Earth is once again in danger, and the group of brave teenagers set out in their giant robot to save humanity. Urise Yutsura Haruda Tobidase. Broadcast between episodes 21 and 22, the spring special was a 1 hour show with two parts. The first part, Urise Yutsura All-Star All-Out Attack, was a series of outtakes from the preceding episodes and recaps of the first 21 episodes. The second part, the School Excursion Run Konoichi, was an original episode, but not part of the ongoing series. I'll have that movie on DVD, so I'll have to check. I don't remember if it's the DVD or the Blu-ray. Let's see. Dynamite Dance. DVD. Was it the DVD menu or? I think it was probably the Blu-ray. But I'm not. I found it on YouTube once, but I can't find it anymore. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh well. I guess pull it up, see if he's dancing for an hour. I guess that's how you do it. All right, Doctor Slump, Arale Chan, Penguin Miura Iu Densetsu, Doctor Slump, Hero Legend of the Penguin Village, Wagahai wa Neko Diaru. I is a cat without a name, who lives in an English teacher. Mr. Kushimi, Mr. Sneeze. I can't believe how stupid human beings are, and chronicles some of their most incredible foibles. In particular, he's fascinated by Kushimi's student Mizushima, who falls in love with Hiroku, the only daughter of businesswoman Kanade, based on Natsumi Suseke's comical novel. So, as a little idea here, my goal is to get through the 80s. My voice might not survive the attempt. Sango Kushi. That's there you go. Um, but the goal is to get through the 80s, and if we get through the 80s, then we'll start cutting it down. Like we'll only get to like 95, then 2000, and then we'll just slowly. Eventually, it'll logically get to the point where we're doing like one stream per year. Nina Nani Wabushi Daisuki. Like once we get to 2010, I think it's going to be impossible to do more than 1 year. Maho no Princess Minky Momo. Momo is the princess of Fenneranirasa, a land of dreams that is getting further and further away from Earth. She is sent to help Earth regain faith in its dreams. To assist her are friends Cinderbook, Mocha, and Pipperu, and her magic wand that transforms her into an adult. She's ready and willing to help anyone she can in order to make their dreams come true, no matter what happens. This isn't. Is this. Is this like original Minky Momo? I thought we already encountered Minky Momo. We've already mentioned a show involving Minky Momo. Oh, yeah, here. No, 1985 Minky Momo. Is this. What the fuck? CRTV on a shag carpet with scenes from the movie playing. Okay, so it's probably the Blu-ray. Um, yeah, I guess this is I guess this is the original Minky Momo. Harsh realities of being a magical girl. Number one was they often die, and it was like, if you mean by one very famous example, it's referencing Minky Momo and everything post Madoka. Actually, I'm gonna make an argument that basically all of the Sailor Scouts die at the end of the original Sailor Moon series. So I think saying they often die isn't that not like I don't think that's untrue, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think this is but if this is Minky Momo, if this is the original Minky Momo, then I'm confused because we already passed an anime that referenced Minky Momo. It was some like didn't we? Or did I get that confused? Didn't we pass this in the 80s? It was some like fucking mech series or some bullshit? Yeah, hold on. Remy's intended to be a grown-up version of Minky Momo. How the fuck is she intended to be a grown-up version of Minky Momo if Minky Momo wouldn't come out until 1982? You passed a character who was voiced by the same actor and has pointed out the two characters acted almost the same. I guess maybe it was like a retroactive thing because yeah, if Minky Momo is in, and this is the 80s, like in the 60s and 70s, I get there's a continuity getting dicey, but in the 80s it should be on point. So weird. Um, hmm. Um, I'll add it to the list, but I'm not confident I'll ever actually bother to watch Minky Momo. Anyway, moving on. Paterello. I'm not gonna attempt that again. Paterillo is set in a society much like ours in most ways, with one decided twist. The manga on which it was based is one of the much read works produced for adolescent Japanese girls that feature a healthy portion of gay men and beautiful teenagers, aka by shonen beautiful boys. Most of the action takes place in Marinera, the land of eternal spring located somewhere in the South Seas. The country is a major producer of diamonds. They provide much of the base conflict of the anime series. They come from one of the most prolific mines in the world, owned by the king of Marinera, the vertically challenged but horizontally endowed. When you say horizontally endowed, are you saying he's fat or he's packing a big dick? What are we talking about? Boy King Patarello himself, the International Diamond Syndicate, a huge semi-criminal organization, secret society dedicated to taking over the world's entire diamond supply, wants that mine and will stop at nothing to get it. In the early episodes, they sent off a number of Bishonen assassins to do in Paterlio, which necessitates his having a bodyguard. The English MI6 agent Major Jack, by Shonen Killer, Bankoran. Bankoran is a nickname, doesn't mean he shoots by Shonen in cold blood. The sober quit. Okay, we're gonna look this up. I've seen this word before, but I'm actually not fully sure what it means, and I most certainly don't know how to say that. Sobriquet.
Sobriquet.
Sobriquet. There we go. Sobriquet comes from the fact that no male under the age 17 can resist his sexual fascination. That's really creepy! This, to Bancorn's eternal disgust, includes Petrillo himself. The action switches often from Marniera to MI6 headquarters in London. London seems to be an easy 2 hours flight from the South Seas, or Bancorn's palatial condo in suburbs of Same. MI6 should be noted looks a lot like Fritz Lang's Metropolis, while Jack's apartment bears a passing resemblance to Randolph Hearst's Spread. The action also goes into the past and future and out into space, and Petrello evidently gets around. uh, the 80s seemed to be when Japanese women started thinking gay men were resistable. I don't know how I feel about what I just read, quite frankly. not a Okay, moving on. Ochimegami Monogatari Koro Polon. Anime about funny lives of Greek gods up on Mount Olympus. Polon is the naughty daughter of Apollo. With her little cherub friend Eros, she interferes in various comical ways as she tries to show that she's fit to be a goddess. Her activities often misfire, getting her in trouble with some deity or other and causing chaos for gods and humans. Feeling neglected by her godly parents, she often assists him in woman chasing in hopes of getting a new mommy. I'll be your mommy. Oh, delightful. Super Robo bullshit. Super Robo bullshit. It doesn't stop. Kiko Kantai Daruger 15th. In the original storyline, as aired in Japan, Daruger 15 was simply an exploration robot as well as intended peacekeeping force. The Earth in time of prosperity, the president of Terran League, the Galaxy Alliance at Voltron, launches a mission to explore beyond the galaxy. After commencing its mission of exploration, the starships Ruger Guard is attacked by a ship of Galveston Empire. The Ruger, the super robot, is deployed in order to defend Earth. It is somewhat by the force that they must help the people of Galveston find a new planet before it explodes and liberate it from its despotic emperor. In the Japanese version, it does not have anything to do with the King of the Beasts, Goleon, as opposed to the US version, Voltron, Defender of the Universe. There are 3 assault teams, units, land, air, and sea. Why are there no space? There should be a space team. This is the future. There needs to be a space team more. There are a total of 15 parts referred to as Ruger, which can combine together to form Super Robot Daruger. The design of the 15 separate Ruger units came from the sport of rugby, since 15 players are required to form a rugby union. The US version would rename Galveston Empire to the Drool Empire, along with editing a fair amount of violence and sexual content to keep the show safe for general audiences and broadcasts. Damn you, 80s. Maybe the 80s were a worse time for anime than I thought they were. Tezuka Osama no Don Dracula. After living in Transylvania for several years, Earl Dracula, sure, I guess an Earl is the same rank as a count, as Osama Tezuka's official website calls him in English, has moved to Japan in the Nimera ward of Tokyo. He and his daughter Chocola, of course, and his faithful servant Igor have taken up residence in the old Western-style house. While Chocola attends junior high school, Earl Dracula is desperate to drink the blood of beautiful virgin women, an appropriate meal for a vampire of his stature. However, each night that Earl Dracula goes out on the prowl, he finds himself getting involved in some kind of disturbance, which leads him causing various troubles for the local residents. With nobody in Japan believing in vampires, his very presence causes trouble amongst people in town. Excuse me. Tondera House no Daiboken. The series in the middle of the game of hide and seek, as a young boy named Justin Casey, Jen, finishes counting and begins searching for his friends again. Angela, usually called Angie, and Corky Roberts, Kana and Tsukubo Natsuyama. As he searched for the brother and sister in the wooded areas, a storm occurred all of a sudden. Justin managed to sneak up on the two before the rain started pouring, forcing them to run for cover. They would eventually find a house in the wooded area, previously unseen, according to Justin. At first glance, it appeared nobody was home after entering the house, until they discovered a robot named Solar Ion Robot, Kedenshin, with the acronyms SIR. They would soon meet the owner in the house, Professor Humphrey Bumble, Dr. Tokyo Taimu, who introduced the children to his greatest creation, a time machine. Professor Bumble's attempt to recreate Benjamin Franklin's famous lightning experiment with the use of a flying kite outside the house to get machinery working only led up to Sir's temporary change in personality before sending the entire house on a course to the past. The children never realized how long the journey back home would be due to Professor Bumble's misguidance and errors in time travel, but in the meantime they witnessed and participated with little or no consequences numerous events in the Bible's New Testament, from John the Baptist's birth to the rise of Apostle Paul. Can I watch this? What is this? How did Benjamin Franklin not get electrocuted doing that? Um, from what I understand, from what I've heard, Benjamin Franklin's like key experiment wasn't done how it's commonly portrayed in media. He wasn't an idiot.
Stay away from that kid. I know you're involved in this somehow. I bet it's got something to do with that strange human, doesn't it? Just what are you up to? I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to fuck you.
Okay then. Yeah, from what the common media portrayal of the experiment, I think, is actually wrong, from what I understand. And also, he didn't discover electricity. He knew exactly what was going to happen when he did that. Um, proposal to prove lightning, that lightning is electricity. Okay, he was trying to prove that lightning was electricity. Used a 40-foot rod iron instead of a kite, and he extracted electrical sparks from a cloud. Um, let's see. Franklin was careful to stand on an insulator, keeping dry under a roof to avoid danger of electric shock. So there you go. So let's see. In his writings, Franklin indicates that he was aware of the dangers and offered alternate ways to demonstrate that lightning was electrical, as shown by his use of concept of the electrical ground. Um, Franklin did not perform this experiment in the way that is often shown and pictured in popular literature, flying the kite and waiting to be struck by lightning, as that would have been dangerous. Instead, he used the kite to collect an electrical charge from a storm cloud, showing that lightning was electrical. Franklin's electrical experiment led to the invention of the lightning rod, blah, blah, blah. When rain was wet the kite twine so it can conduct electricity freely. You find it streams out plentiful from the key to the approach of your knuckle. With this key, a vial of Leyden jar may be charged with the electrical fire, thus obtained the spirits may be kindled, and all other electrical experiments may be performed, which are usually done by the help of rubber glass globe or tube, and therefore the sameness of electrical matter with that of the lightning completely demonstrated. So basically, he knew he was trying to prove that lightning was electrical and not just, I don't know, God fire or some shit. And he, preparing for that, didn't fly a kite in the weather. He used a big ass metal pipe, used rubbered glass, and he also stood on an electrical grant. Like he stood on a rubber mat so that when the electricity hit him, he didn't fucking fry himself. So the answer of how he didn't electrocute with himself with that is because he was smart and knew exactly what was going to happen. Hentai to be specific, but they didn't advertise it as hentai. They just went, "Whoa, bro, this ain't that Looney Tunes shit, not that pussy ass Mickey Mouse crap. This Jap animation for grown ups, radical. You can see tits and sex and gore and shit. Get fucked, fox kids." Anyway, moving on to some more super robot bullshit. Makuyo Densetsu Acro Bunch, led by scientist Tetsuyo Rando, the Rando family undertakes a journey around the globe in order to search out ancient ruins to uncover the legend of Quetzalcoatl, which unlocks the key to the fabulous treasure. However, tailing the Rando family is Goparin, an evil organization that converts the legendary treasure for itself. Rando has the secret weapon of Super Robot Acro Bunch, and it becomes a race around the world to find the treasure first. I could show you an ad that basically says that, but not worded like that, but very close. That's okay. I think I've actually seen it. I'm confident I've seen it before. I'm pretty sure you showed it to me. This is Kagaku Kyojo Tai Techno Voyager. Thunderbirds 2086 takes place in roughly 20 years after the original series, generally accepted as taking place in 2065, though other dates are seen on the screen, and chronicles the adventures of the Thunderbirds rescue team working for the International Rescue Organization. Unlike the original International Rescue Organization, which was small-scale and family-oriented, the IRO is a vast organization comprising of numerous branches and overseen by the Federation. The 2086 equivalent of the United Nations. No direct historical connections are identified between the two series, but can assume the original International Rescue evolved into its 1986 incarnation over those 30 years. The Tracy family are not mentioned in the animated series. The animated series and the actual team known as the Thunderbirds, whilst the original series, the name merely referenced their vehicles. The animated series otherwise very similar to the original, with most episodes revolving around a natural or man-made disaster the Thunderbirds team must investigate and help resolve. Unlike the original series, Thunderbirds in 2086 also has an ongoing arc revolving around a breakaway independent group known as the Shadow Axis, led by a mysterious Star Crusher. There's very imitation in the series. Star Crusher is not human and may in fact be some kind of alien entity. Anime was a mistake. Okay. Anime Yase no Sekebe, based on a novel by Haitojo Muku. Whatever. Who fucking cares? Oh, God. Hagure Gumo. The year is 1866, the twilight of the Tokugawa era, as Japan boldly moves into the new age. One man couldn't possibly care less. That man is Kumosuke Hogere Gumo, a retired samurai who has since become the town fool. Though he still carries his twin-bladed katana, Komosuke spends his day smoking, drinking, and womanizing, rarely coming home before dawn. At home, however, wait his wives and two children, Shinosuke and Ohana, who are constantly troubled by Kumosuke's antics. I was going to say, didn't they confiscate all of the swords by that period in time? But I think samurai family were still allowed to carry their swords as long as they weren't brandished. I think it was dubious at that point. I'm surprised we haven't run into porn yet. Oh, I have rated 18s turned off. That's why we haven't. Maybe one day I'll do a rated 18 plus stream where we read only all of the porn. Yeah, because we have kids anime and we have rated 18 turned off. Because that's default. As Shinosuke grows older, he begins to understand the world around him. Troubled by his father's reputation, Shinosuke attempts to live the life of honor, though finding what honor means in a turbulent era is difficult. As Shinosuke navigates his relationship with his father, countless other warriors struggle to find their place in the ever-changing world. We won't see the blue girl. We won't. I don't know if I could get away with doing a stream on Twitch. But do I also care? A compilation movie comprised of scenes from episode 17 and 20 of Sengoku Majin Go Shogun TV series, mixed with some movie original scenes and faux commercial breaks featuring the character selling fictional products. Shiroe Kiba White Fang Monogatari. I don't know. If I get banned from Twitch because I read every hentai description ever made, I could not imagine a better reason to get banned and a better way to go out. That is delightful. White Fang is born on the planets of the Alaska to a wolf father and a half-wolf, half-dog mother. One day he and his mother run into an Alaskan Inuit boy, Mitsa, who has long dreamed of a dog of his own. By a marvelous twist of fate, the wolves are taken in by him and his father. But life in Alaska is harsh for humans and wolves alike, and winter comes. Hardships lying waiting for White Fang and Mitsa, facing the extreme coldness of their habitat and that humans' greedy hearts. The two journey towards what they hope to be a happier environment. This is Ginga Tetsuo 999 Shonen no Taiba. If we do another series of streams for SACing MAL Eternal, if we do it, we'll do both kids anime and we'll do we'll do hentai at the same time. Recap of TV episodes 1, 79, 81, and 112 and 113. Son Goku Silk Road Wo Tobu, a TV special that aired as part of the Nisei Family Special series on Fuji TV in 1982. All right, we have been going for just 3 hours. And we're halfway through 1982. And we need to get to the end of 1989. Oh. Tayu no Ko Esteban. It is 1532. Oh, I've actually heard of this one before. Esteban, age 12, is a foundling from Barcelona with mysterious power of ordering the sun to appear, for which he is called the Child of the Sun. Upon the death of his adoptive father, Esteban learns he was rescued as a baby from a sinking ship in the ocean. The mysterious medallion that Esteban wears ever since has a trace somewhere in the New World, probably coming from the mysterious cities of gold. Esteban leaves Spain to find his parents and find out who he is. On his way, he meets Zia, an Inca girl who was kidnapped from her people years back and has exactly the same medallion as him. Later on, they are joined by Tao, a young Galapagos Robinson, the last descendant of the Empire of Heva, an empire said to have been built on the cities of gold. Following Kyolite, the shining star represented on their medallions, the 3 children travel through the unexplored new world, searching for the city's gold, believing that this is the way leading them to their lost parents. You buying guidance sec? Oh, Media Blasters reprinted their Bible Black DVDs. You buy? I cannot justifiably own that. I mean, where would I put it? I can't display that on a shelf. Kabucha Wine. Transfer student Aoba Shinosuke arrived at Sunshine School only to find the premises empty, secretly gleeful to be the first to reach the school, oblivious to the fact that it was Foundation Day in the rest of the institution. That moment, a big-sized L, Iru, beauty by the name Natsumi, appeared before him, and the two of them hit off together, even though Shinosuke was much smaller than her. Shinosuke's mother runs a woman's apparel business, but the shop is in need of manpower. Shinosuke offers to help at the shop, but fumbles a lot because he does not know how to interact with ladies. Uru decides to step in and help around the shop and pleases Shinosuke's mother. This is a romance story that shares the joys and woes of the SL combi between Shinosuke and Iru. So this is a story about a short guy and a tall girl. That's actually kind of cute. Unfortunately, here's the problem. This is 95 episodes. Why not? If I walked into my boyfriend's room and saw he had Bible Black, I'd tell him we're going to marathon that shit while eating takeout. You know what? Fair enough. Um, Here's the thing. It sounds good. It's 95 episodes. This person watched it raw. It might be only raw. This might be unwatchable. Yeah, this is unwatchable. Um, Damn. I've never watched a 95 episode romance series. And I was starting to get on the idea. Ginga Repu Baxinger. 600 years after Ginga Seppu Braiger, Jupiter has been destroyed and many planets have come from it, bringing about more... Oh, they actually succeeded in blowing up Jupiter. You bastards! You blew it up! Bringing about more colonization. To combat the increasing lawless activity, Don Diego Condor gathers Billy the Shot, Samanosuke Dodi, Layla Minasato and Shutekin Redcliffe, aka J911. They pilot Cosmo bikes, which combine into the robot Bezinger. I love how, as we're going through this, we're finding sequels to shit we've already read, and we're finding out how they end. If you're gonna watch a 90 episode romance anime, just watch Maisen Ikaku. Oh, I probably will at some point. Is that 90 episodes? Well, there you go then. All right, here we go. This is Waga Shesa no Arcadia. Some fucking Harlock bullshit. Earth has been conquered by the evil Elotimus Empire, with parallels drawn to the U.S. post-World War II occupation of Japan. Harlock, with a group that will become his lifelong friends, begins their fight against the tyranny visited upon planet Earth, with no regards to the cost of the struggle will have on them, caring only for the ideal of restoring the freedom to the people of Earth. Let's see. Space Adventure Cobra. Cobra, an notorious space pirate, is enlisted by bounty hunter Jane to rescue her sister from the strange being known as Crystal Boy, but then finds himself drawn to a complex struggle over the fate of the mysterious wandering planet. Wow, that's... Wow. Moving on. Densetsu Kyojin Ideon Hatsodo Hen. 96 episodes. Oh, that's like exactly the same as like Pumpkin Wine. But probably I can find that one. Pushed out to the far reaches of the galaxy, the crew's solo ship faces impossible odds of survival, with the Earth destroyed and the remnants of the Buff Clan pushing them to their limits. The Ideon shows as the last line of defense for the battered remains of humanity. As the tensions of their last stand rack against their minds, Captain Bess Jordan and pilot Cosmo Yuki race against the clock to protect their final opportunity of survival, even as desperation eats away at their minds of their loved ones. Using any weapons left at their disposal, the crew desperately fight on to protect themselves from the cold clutches of space, pushed to the final duel against Harulu Ajiba, who is now desperate to reclaim the honor lost in her father's eyes. What the fuck happened in Ideon? I didn't expect Ideon to be going places. Has a dub. It's a shitty dub made for HBO in the 90s, but it's still a dub. Densetsu Kyojin Ideon Seishoku Hen. Scouring the universe in pursuit of knowledge, mankind has discovered 3 large trucks and a giant... Oh, right. Now I know why Ideon didn't sound interesting. Ideon? I think everyone dies. Really? Huh. A spaceship belonging to the extinct alien civilization on the planet Solo. During their excavation, a humanoid alien race known as Buff Clan arrives at Solo, and Corolla Ajiba, daughter of the Buff Clan military leader, flies down the planet against orders. In hunting for Corolla, the Buff Clan attacks and destroys the Earth settlement to bring her back. Desperate to stave off the assaulters, Earthlings Cosmo Yuki, Kasha Emoff, and Bess Jordan board trucks, which form into the powerful giant robot Ideon when combined. As they fight against their enemies, the remaining survivors board the spacecraft's solo ship and flee, while the Buff Clan relentlessly seeks Ideon and the mysterious power source contained within it. There's like a movie notorious for being really fucked. Interesting. It might be the Ideon Be Invoked movie. Yep, it was the Ideon Be Invoked movie. So, okay. I wasn't aware Ideon was a thing. So you mean this like dumb show ends up going into this like hyper dark 80s movie? Should I be watching it or the ending's tragic. He still managed to make it kind of happy. To me, that's an accomplishment. Everyone's saying this is a really good movie. Tomino. Wait, isn't Tomino the Gundam guy? No, this is Yoshiyuki Tomino. Yeah, this is Gundam Guy. Huh. All right, fuck it. We'll throw Whitey on in there. It sounds fucking stupid, but we'll give it a shot. What is it? 39 episodes? I can watch that in 4 hours if I try really hard. Dr. Slump Movie 2. Hayoyo Uchu Daiboken. When local teacher Midori Yamabuki receives an emergency summons to her home planet, it turns out to be a trap devised by galactic warlord Dr. Marishito, and it's up to Dr. Sinbei Norimaki and a group of students, including robot daughter Arale, to venture into space to save her. Excuse me. Techno Police 21C. Oh, fuck. The plot consists of chase of a hijacked MBT 998 tank designed by the United States Air Force, which is odd, but will become the savior of the Eleanor. She can be ejected before the tank explodes like a fighter jet. The audience is expected to be enamored with this vehicle at one scene. Once it looks like the tank is sure to get away, the background music turns into a cocktail lounge jazz and sparkly lights swirl around the tank. The tank carries 6 ATGM launchers, which Ken is somehow able to dislodge with minimal effort, along with being a piece of a turret towards the end of the movie. 3 to each side of the turret, and a laser-based machine gun-esque installment in addition to its rifled main gun. The tank's treads are dual-mounted. The tread is split in half, making 4 sets of treads for the tank. The employment of the laser, however, seems counterproductive to a machine gun's mission, as it can only fire once every few seconds. If it can fire at higher rates, it does not seem so, and tries to acquire lock on its pursuers, Blader in this case. This suggests a low ammunition capacity, unlike 1,000-round and up machine guns routinely mounted on modern tanks. It does not appear to have any effect on the road either, which does not say much about its power. Another tank involved in the MBT 90D, which dispatched by the Army or Air Force. The movie never makes it clear if it's a joint effort, although the general who arrives midway into the movie is shown riding something resembling an ADA TS to take out the tank. Despite having at least a platoon of these, MBT 99 still evades capture. The M90Ds are armed with 3 barreled autocannon, the caliber of which seems to be around 15 to 20 millimeters. The MBT 90D is equipped with 3 ATGM missile launchers on the side of the turret, and its main cannon is mounted on the front instead of a turret. After the MBT 99's hijackers, who appear inside the tank after getting away from the recently committed bank robbery, hired by a shadowy group backed by a foreign nation seeking an edge in their military, the M99 is presumably on its way to be tested at a separate base, are forced out by Ken and his team. Eleanor studies the tank and starts up on its own, having been programmed by hijackers to head for a pier and drive off its end so to rendezvous with the enemy submarine. The rest of the movie is made up of a chase through the city, resulting in the destruction of the bank owned by the same corporation that built the first bank in the movie and various collateral damage. I love that I read this entire description of a movie, which is clearly just written by someone talking about the movie and not an actual synopsis of the movie. And I know more about these tanks than the fucking movie. Oh, oh my god. Kyojin no Hoshi movie, based on the novel Kyojin no Hoshi by Kajiwara Iki, Kawasaki Noboru, published in the year 1982. This is Lei Fuzi Shui Hu Xuan. Hey, Headshot, what's going on? Welcome to my endless torture. Who gets these synopsises? How have you been? I'm back. Unfortunately, I'm back with this. Old Master Q and the gang travel to the past. I am going to have to pee very soon. I have been holding it for the past 3 seasons. Stupor Taekwon V. This is the 6th movie in the popular Korean movie series Robot Taekwon V. Andromeda stories. In the Andromeda Galaxy, there's a planet of highly developed human civilization. The gentle prince Itaka and another kingdom's beautiful princess Lilia are about to enter a love marriage and take over the throne when they discover a strange object on the night sky. Later, it lands on the planet, and an alien mechanic civilization invades King Itaka's peaceful country, making nearly everybody their slave. On a fateful night, Queen Lilia gives birth to twins, and to avoid misfortune, the nanny Tarama takes one of the babies away and entrusts it to the gladiator Balga. They still don't know that the children were born with strong powers and hold the key to fight against the enemy, searching to destroy every human civilization on the planet. That doesn't sound in any way interesting. Yeah, this isn't torture. I get the joy of dealing with assholes that fucking posted posted people over this year. This is torture. I'm not saying other things aren't torture. This is torture. Not as bad as that fucking Final Fantasy IX stream though. Anyway, I'm sorry to hear you're gonna have to deal with some bullshit soon. Love marriage as opposed to other marriages. Yeah, like arranged marriages and stuff. So we can assume that most spacefaring aliens, in theory, would have to be vaguely humanoid in shape. But you ever wonder what would happen if we go into space and we finally meet other alien races, like other species, and they're just straight up look exactly like human? Like, we know they have to be, we can assume they have to be vaguely humanoid, but imagine they're just literally human. We're gonna be up all night. Oh God, we are. I'm gonna call it now. There's a good chance I'll be bleeding by the end of this night. I'm just wondering what the movers will try to steal this time. Oh, I'm gonna I'm gonna be bleeding. I can tell. My voice is already getting shaky. Anyway, you seem like you're up late, Headshot. It can't be much earlier for you. Jugo Shonin Hori Yu. What fucking time is it? Yeah. The difference would be aliens are probably actually intelligent compared to humanity. Well, if we're both spacefaring, we've got to be around the same level. Um, only 0100 here. I mean, that's still kind of late. Let's see. Jugo Shonin Horiyuki. 15 young students embark on the boat. You just trying to you just having a late night, or you winding down? Embark on a boat that should leave their families to the coasts of New Zealand. Unfortunately, the boat loses its anchor and heads to the open sea in the middle of the night without sailors on it. In the morning, a violent storm prevents the children from sailing back to the harbor. A few days later, boat grounds on the deserted island in the Pacific Ocean. During the 20 months, the 15 children would be left alone and will still have to get organized in order to survive. They manage to store up food for the cold winter that will be soon there. Brant, Dawnfin, and Gordon lead the group of children who find out what a sailor has lived and died on the island 20 years before. Humanity actively tries to kill parts of itself, so, well, again, in this scenario, we're both spacefaring, and also all animals do that. Not really up late as regular weekend life goes. Fair enough. Fun fact, I own a game that is apparently criminal fence in New Zealand Manhunt. Interesting. Don't go to New Zealand with Manhunt then. Oh, apparently this is a Takashi Rumiko character designs. That's fun. Fall 1982. I've got to pee. I've been holding it for 3 seasons. I've got to pee. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Enjoy The sweet sound of silence while I'm gone. I have returned. My webcam's still off, though. Let's see. Owning or selling Wolfenstein is illegal in Germany. I thought they just cut out the swastikas. I thought that's what they did. Definitely frowned in Germany. Yeah, for sure. Hey, I have a question for you, Headshot. How cold is it right now for you? Because I bet it's so super cold. Bound outright, probably because modders on altering it. Oh, yeah. Hey, 82, Macross. I'm not going to read this because I've already reviewed it. But Macross is good, actually. I think it takes a little about 9 episodes to warm up, but Macross is definitely worth a watch. From Wikipedia, in New Zealand, the game was banned in December 11, 2003, with possession deemed an offense. Bill Hastings, the chief censor, stated, "It's a game where the only thing you do is kill everybody you see. You have to at least acquiesce in these murders and possibly tolerate or even more enjoy them, which is injurious to the public good." I actually saw an image on Manhunt. It's only -2 degrees Celsius here currently. That's still, that's actually, I don't think, much colder than it is here, interestingly enough. But that's still pretty cold. Let's see, convert -2C to F. Yeah, I don't think that's much colder than it is here. Yeah, it really isn't. Wow. So I imagine that's pretty. I imagine that's warm for you. Unusually warm for about. Yeah. Let's see. Meeks Allerman Johnson discovers that he is in fact the notorious and reportedly dead space pirate Cobra, with a new face and altered memories embedded in his left arm. Cobra's unique psycho gun, a famous weapon powered by his own will, having recovered his past. Usually January averages -35 degrees. Yeah, now see, that's cold. Powered by his own will, having recovered his past. His partner in crime, Armoroid Lady, and his spaceship. He journeys across the galaxy seeking adventure. On his travels, he will hunt for the galaxy's ultimate weapon, rob museums, break in and out of maximum security prison, infiltrate a drug ring in a brutal and deadly sports of rugball, engineer a coup on an alien world, confront the Pirates Guild's most fearsome leaders, and do much else besides smoking cigars, chasing women, and cracking jokes all the while. This sounds completely watchable. This is the 1982 to 1983 Cobra TV adapts the Cobra manga from the beginning, covering the first 3 major stories and building to the grand conclusion with some shorter one-off tales interspersed along the way. The 1982 Cobra film was only a loose connection to the TV series, though it involved the same director and some of the same animators. That actually sounds good! I'm sitting on my balcony with all my boxers on. Not really, but it wouldn't be uncomfortable. Oh yeah, no, it's considered. It's literally freezing where I am. They have a warning not to go outside. I don't think it would be that bad to go outside right now, but it doesn't get cold here very often. Yeah, I think last winter it was only in like the 50s, which is, can I reverse these? Fahrenheit to Celsius would be, I think last winter it was about 10 degrees Celsius, yeah. Tokimaki tonight. Cold warning here usually comes about for -40. Yeah. The main character, Renza, is a junior high girl with troubles. Her father is a vampire. Wait. Her vampire is a vampire and her mother is a werewolf? Renza has yet to manifest her supernatural powers, and her parents are beginning to get worried she might be normal. So she begins a fantasy romantic comedy story. Oh shit, an anime I've seen and SAC hasn't? Oh, really? Huh. What'd you give it? A 7. Interesting. I think I've seen this around, but I've never seen it. We get warnings here when ice is involved, although it gets cold here often. Yeah, I live in a sauna. Uh, All right, Maid, you've seen it. What do you think? This worth a watch? When I returned earlier this month, it was -35 with a 50, 60-kilometer wind gusting about 90 to 100 times. It's basically Monstars, but anime. Um, I'm leaning towards pass, but I will wait for if you can find it. Huh. I'll throw it on the list. Waga Seishun no Arcadia Mugen Kaido SSX. Finding it is a pain in the ass. I gotcha. At the end of Arcadia, my youth, Captain Harlock and the crew of the spaceship Arcadia have been banished from Earth. The Earth, as well as many other planets in the universe, has been taken over by the Ilmodus, a race of destructive humanoids who ruin, enslave, or destroy almost any inhabitable planet they come across. In the endless orbit SSX, Harlock battles against the Illuminatus while searching for the mythical planet of peace where all people of the universe can live freely without war. Did they ever this is like the third Harlock anime. Did they ever accomplish anything in Harlock, or is he always just fucking flying around doing nothing? Shin Matsubachi Maya no Boken. This is the sequel to Matsubachi Maya no Boken. Awesome. Cool. This is Sasuga no Sarutobi. What I will say is this girl's design is super cute. Whether it's a watchable show or not, I don't know, but Nikimaru, meaning meatball in Japanese, is a 17-year-old student at Ninja High School, a special school for training of ninja. He is short, chubby, but he possesses a super technique known as kamikaze, where he stirs up a whirlwind with his feet. The series introduces many adventures and pranks as Nikimaru meets with his rivals both in and out of school. Planet of Peace, that's a myth if there's was ever guaranteed a myth. I think that's also the plot of the Harlock movie. Sasuke Sarutobi, what? Sasuga no Sarutobi. I know Senshi Rainbow Man. In the mountains of India, a man named Takeshi Yamato gains the abilities of the legendary Rainbow Warrior, allowing him to transform into Rainbow Man. With this power, he has to stop aliens from invading the Earth. Saibot Robochi. Apparently inspired largely by Akira Toriyama's popular Dr. Slump, Saibot Robochi is the story of Robochi, a fun-loving, mischievous robot with a TV set in his stomach. Sure. Robochi lives in a peaceful mountain village with various other robots, all created by the eccentric and somewhat lecherous Dr. Art Deco. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for that. Oh my god, I wasn't ready for that. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, I got a little lightheaded. Although he is an android, Robichi has a warm, kind heart and is always willing to help out a friend in need. With his human girlfriend, he has a human girlfriend. Fuck. He gets in a variety of wacky adventures. Holy shit, it's about a fucking Teletubby created by a dude named Dr. Art Deco with a human girlfriend. 1980s Japan, you crazy. Holy shit. Holy shit, I almost didn't make it through that. Shaft existed in the 80s? I wasn't aware of that. Hito Tsuboshi K no Ultra Basan. Ninja Man Ippei. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen an art style I hate more than the one I'm currently looking at. That's not true. I'm really not a fan of Meat Canyon. Way out in the sticks, the fourth graders at the local school in Tokyo Village all have their own superpowers of doubtful merit, including flying, eyeballs, and missile hair. Ippei and his friends study hard to become ninjas, but they are constantly under threat from the arrogant cheats from the neighboring village of Techno, a strange mix of ninjas and school comedy based on a children's manga by Kawai Kazuyoshi. I bet they animated a lot of chefs in the 80s. Um, let's see, continuing TV shows, blah, blah, blah. What the fuck is this? Future War 1980 X-Nen. An American scientist constructs a laser satellite with the hope to prevent any nuclear conflicts. However, after a fatal error from both the US and the USSR, government war breaks and humanity faces a new bloodshed. Oh, fuck. Are we sure this is an anime? Okay, this looks like a shitty 80s movie. Apparently, there was an Australian release of this. Hmm. How long is this? This is 2 hours and 5 minutes. I don't think I want to sit for this for 2 hours and 5 minutes, but that's certainly interesting. Um. Ah. Okay, Roko Shin Gatai God Mars, 1982. The movie is just a recap of the first 25 episodes of the TV series. If something, we need to establish this right now. If something just says it's a recap of show, do I need to read the entire description? Excuse me. Talking so much, I'm getting so much air stuck in me. AD 1982, the planet alignment brought the human beings ordeal we should overcome and caused convulsion on the Earth. During the conflict, a light fell on the Mayo Jinsho Reef, and 5 lights scattered around the Earth as if they followed it. 17 years had passed since AD 1999, in the far future of 1999. Human beings had developed all of the solar system and begun to embark for outer space. The Earth Defense Army organized an elite squad, Crasher, to provide for various happening in space. Myojin Takeru was the member of the team. He was found in the light fell on to the Myo Jinsho Reef. Actually, he was Mars, who was born on the planet Gishin. When he grew up, he heard unearthly voice. Mars, stop the Earthians' advancement to the space. Explode the Earth. He was a living triggering device that had been sent by Emperor Zur, who plotted to conquer the universe. However, Mars, who had been raised as an Earthian, rejected the order and made up his mind to face the severe fate. Delightful. I just want to point out, before it wrote Zool, now it's writing Zur, but it's written here as Zool with an X. What is this dude's name? Calligraffiti. Short animation directed by an illustrator and picture book writer Furukawa Taku. Super Majinga 3. A group of space cadets use a technologically advanced mecha to combat an evil extraterrestrial race that is trying to take over the galaxy. There is no Donna, only Sewell. Tsushima Maru, Sayonara Okinawa. This sounds like this is gonna get depressing. Based on the same named book by Oshiro Tatsuhiro, a documentary anime retelling the shipwreck of the freight boat, Tsushima Maru, which was carrying a class of school children home in July 1944 when it was attacked and sunk by an American submarine, produced by the surviving family members of the Tsushima Maru. A highly realistic and carefully crafted film in which the realism is thrown into contrast by the deformed character designs by Kiyomizu Kazutoshi. I was right. I was like, ooh, this doesn't sound like this is this sounds like this is going places. Okay, Solar first, second, third. No synopsis. Thank God. Ringo to Shoujo, a short film by Nobuhiro Aihara where he projects abstract animation onto various surfaces of an old building. Delightful. I Know Kisuke, Dr. Norman Monogatari. This looks like Jesus. This looks like Jesus going around, like, doctoring people. We've made it, everyone. We've made it to 1983, and it only took 3.5 hours. At this rate, this stream will be going for 10 hours. What a return. What a mistake I've made. Oh, what a mistake I've made. Say Senshi Dunbeni or a battler Dunbean. This actually kind of look. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like this art style. This image right here. This is a pretty good promo image. We've got swords. I mean, yeah, granted, it looks like dumb fucking robots, but here's what I'm saying. This looks probably more like this is a real Robo show than a Super Robo show. And it looks kind of cool, actually. Let's hope that the description of this isn't really, really stupid, because I might watch this. Shaozama is an ordinary 18-year-old boy from Tokyo who finds himself summoned to the medieval fantasy world of Beisten Well. Okay, interesting turn of first sentence. Upon arrival, he is put into service under the ambitious Lord Drake Loft, who seeks to greatly expand his power. Those like Xiao, who come from Upper Earth, possess strong aura power, and are ordered to pilot aura battlers, insectoid mecha designed by a man named Shot Weapon, who also come from Upper Earth. This kind of sounds sort of like the plot of one of the main characters from Recreators. Us tonight? Let's see. I've already drank my coffee, actually. However, Show's alliance quickly changes when he meets Marvel. We're definitely going to have to take a break where I get more liquids, though, for sure. However, Show's alliance quickly change when he meets Marvel Frozen, a young woman who has decided to rebel against Drake's political agenda as he realizes the Lord's true intentions. The boy chooses to join the fight against Drake and the team up with Neil Given, who leads the resistance movement. The resistance isn't alone. Ramil, a daughter of their enemy and Neil's secret love, aids their efforts. Hoping to escape from her father's clutches, as Show finds himself fighting alongside his new comrades, they put their lives on the line to prevent the villainous Drake from taking over Boyston Well before it's too late. That actually sounds pretty interesting. Well, I have tea, which is actually more caffeinated. That actually sounds interesting. I'm going to check this out. All right, we have Alps Monogatari Watashi no Annette. I'd make more tea, but it's like midnight, so unless I sit there and watch it boil. I use a bag. I use English Breakfast, which is one of the most popular teas in the world. Number 10, I think. It's the tea. It's the like British tea, which is why it's like number 10. But it's like completely overthrown by green tea. 12-year-old Annette was born into a family poor in Switzerland. Together with her family, she lives in a small village in the Alps. She is a sweet girl and dearly loves her little 5-year-old brother, Donnie, at whose birth their mother died. She also has a best friend, Lucian. Her wonderful friendship with him comes to a crisis when one day Danny gets injured in a terrible accident. Bum ba da bum. Bump and a beep. Yes, Ak, and you and watch. Do you need to make tea from the bag? Boiling water. Now, see, I'm an American, so I just shove it in the fucking microwave, like a monster. I once tried Dispresso, and there were no side effects. In open, no side effects. Nope, nope, nope. You don't have a microwave? What? How? Why? Mate, that's the craziest thing I think you've ever said. My mom threw it out 15 years ago. Why? What? Mirai Kaisatsu Urashiman. By chance, Rio has slipped from the 1980s into the future and is trying to get back. In the interim, he's working for the police force of the future, solving cases by applying his unique and often comical approach. That sounds like that could be interesting. I'll never watch it, but it sounds like that could be interesting. I love that the image is a guy parachuting from the sky in a dumb onesie with like balloons falling from the sky. And then this one is a bunch of people dropping from a space helicopter in battle armor. And then this is a guy who's just pointing a gun at a camera. So I don't know what this is about or what tone this show is. How long is this? 50 episodes. No, thank you. Aku Daisakusen Surungal. Macron 1. In the year 2545, an experiment gone wrong puts test pilot David Jantz through the center of the galaxy and onto another universe, which ends up in the middle of life and death struggle against the armies of Grip led by Darkstar. Initially, it was because she thought the radiation killed nutritional value. Now it's because she thinks microwave food tastes soggy and gross compared to just throwing it in the oven for 8 minutes. Huh. I, I don't know how to feel about that statement. There might be merit to it. I don't know. I just throw everything in a microwave. I don't really have an opinion on whether it tastes soggy or not. Um. Uh. This could be interesting, but I know nothing about it. So I guess moving on. This is Captain TV. How did we just get to Captain TV? Oh, because we're only at 1983. God damn it. Oh my god. I'm in hell. This is let me be clear. This isn't as bad as the fucking Final Fantasy IX stream. So this is one of the upper layers of hell, but this is a layer of hell. This is like the first layer of hell. Like fucking, why did I do this? The original is an impressive sports manga featuring not heroes but common boys. The story depicts the growth of Sumiya 2 junior high school baseball team, the successive captains and players in downtown Tokyo. Takeo Taniguchi, who was a substitute player of the second team of Oba Gakuen, a prestigious junior high school in baseball world, but he transferred to Sumiya 2 and he became the captain of the baseball club after steadily training the team to do a final game in the regional preliminaries against Aoba Gakuen. We don't have a dishwasher either. We have to do it by hand. My dishwasher broke and I never replaced it, so I'm actually in that boat. But then my microwave broke and I replaced my microwave. Uritsei Yatsura Movie 1, Only You. Lum doesn't need much assistance going ballistic when everyone in Tomibiki gets an invitation to Ataru's wedding, and she's not listed as the bride. It seems that some 11 years ago, Ataru played shadow tag with a young girl named Ella and won. Unfortunately, Ella was yet another alien princess, and on her planet, if a boy steps on a girl's shadow, they have to marry. When Ella's emissary comes to make arrangements, Lum redefines the term "the atmosphere was electric," but to no avail. A force field now protects Ataru from her high-voltage love zaps. Lum's friend, Benton, suggests a preemptive wedding, and they proceed to abduct Ataru and all of the wedding guests at the stage set for a shotgun wedding of all time. That sounds like an interesting plot. Has made seen this one. Done! And it was 6. I've seen that movie. We don't have any kitchen space for a dishwasher. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Crusher Joe, the movie. Crusher is intergalactic jacks of all trade who will take on any assignment for the right price. Crusher Joe heads a small team of these outer space troubleshooters that includes Cyborg Talos, the beautiful Alphen, and the obligatory kid sidekick Ricky. A routine assignment escorting a cryogenically frozen heiress to a medical facility goes awry when the young girl goes missing, and Joe and his team are left holding the bag. It seems space pirates are trying to play the Crushers for patsies, but Joe doesn't take kindly to this setup and tracks the pirates to their homeworld. The 4 heroes not only have to rescue their human cargo, but take down the pirates in the process, which involves a heck of a lot of space dogfights, explosions, and good old-fashioned hand-to-hand combat. That actually sounds kind of good, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound kind of good? That sounds kind of good, actually. All right, I'm on board. 2 hours and 11 minutes? Why not? That sounds kind of good. Ah, yes, Genma Tensen, Harmageddon. This I think I reviewed in March of 2018. I did. So I don't need to read this. Dun 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 dun. Bum. Doraemon movie 4. Oh my god. Aren't there like 30 Doraemon movies? I'm gonna get so sick of Doraemon by the end of this. Nobita no Kaite Kinganjo. The plot revolves around a summer vacation of Nobita and his friends under waters of the Pacific Ocean. Jien and Sun Ayo take Doraemon's underwater vehicle and travel through the Atlantic Ocean, trying to find a treasure ship. Along the way, they discover the environment gun that Doraemon used to protect them is running out of energy, leaving them vulnerable to the sea. Fortunately, they are rescued by some marine creatures. Doraemon and his friends are later captured by these creatures, revealed to be the inhabitants of the underwater kingdom of Mu. It is revealed that another undersea kingdom, Atlantis, now controlled by robots, was about to destroy the Earth with nuclear weapons after mistaking a volcano eruption for an invasion. This is, weirdly enough, the second time we've read almost this exact same plot. This Doraemon movie is just ripping off an earlier, shittier movie we've already read the plot of. With the help of a young boy from Mu, Nobita and his friends attempt to stop robots, but are all captured. However, when things are at the grimmest, Doraemon's robot underwater vehicle sacrifices itself to destroy the computer that controlled all the robots and nuclear weapons. After returning to Mu, Doraemon and his friends are hailed as heroes. So that just, like, straight up, like, plot synopsis just straight up tells us how this Doraemon movie ends. Cool, now we don't have to watch it. We've all seen it already. Ucho Senken Yamato Kenketsu Hen. How are we still on Battleship Yamato? Oh, because this is the last one. This isn't the last one! The year is 2203. Not long after the Balar Federation was defeated by Desloc's Galman Gaemon Empire, a subspace dimensional dislocation has caused a distant red galaxy to be relocated to a collision course with the Milky Way. Stars and planets collide, making a wreck of the Galmelian homeworld. The Star Force is dispatched to investigate. They reach Galmenia to find Desloc's palace in ruins. As they pay their respects, tossing white roses down to the surface of the planet, a huge red planet crashes into Galmenia, forcing to Star Force to escape an imminent and uncalculated warp. Dr. Slump Movie 3. Arale-chan Hayoyo Sekai Ishon Dai Race. Arali and her friends learn of a world Grand Prix being organized by the Radial Kingdom. The prize is marrying Princess Front, a dead ringer, to Miss Yamabuki, or $1 million. Of course, they decide to enter for the money. Not so for Dr. Morishito. He's going for the princess and will stop at nothing to win. The princess through her own plan, which involves Miss Yamabuki, and that, of course, means even Dr. Slump decides to enter with his trusty Borobo. Let the race begin. Hell yeah. I don't know what any of that means. Um... Hell yeah. A delight for all the Dr. Slump fans. This is Eon Haijon Seol Terra. This is a 1983 Korean space opera. And this is Wangahai wa Inu da Aru Don Matsugoru no Sekaitsu. I don't even care that I mispronounced that last one. Mr. Matsuzawa is a novelist who lives in the Chiba Prefecture. Only his daughter, Kazuko, knows that the family dog, Don Matsugoro, can talk. Don is wounded in a fight with the neighbor's dog, King, a Nouveau Riche mongrel with ideas above his station. At the vet, however, he falls in love with a little patchwork puppy called Chotaro. Haven't we seen this before? Oh, yeah, we saw this, yeah. Bum ba da bum. Ba ba ba. Ooh, Kaniku Man. We're getting into the shit now. We're starting to find stuff that people have heard of. Soko Keihei Votoms. Oh, this is made by the Gundam guy. That supposedly this is better than Gundam and Macross, but I don't believe that. I just don't believe that. A century of bloodshed between warring star systems has plunged nearly 200 wars into the flames of war. Now an uneasy truce has settled across the Astragas galaxy. Chiriko Kuvi, a special forces-powered armor pilot, is suddenly transferred into a unit engaged in a secret and highly illegal mission to steal military secrets from their own military. He's on the run from his own army, unsure of his loyalties, and to cover their own tracks, Chiriko is left behind in space to die, surviving by luck of the renegades now hunted by both of the conspirators and military intelligence. He's driven by the haunting image of a mysterious, beautiful woman, the object of his mission, and his sole clue to unraveling their traitorous scheme. But the contributors will do anything to preserve their mysterious agenda. Votoms, I've only heard bits and pieces of. This definitely didn't survive like Macross or Gundam did. Honestly, I don't think I really care about this. I'm not like going out of my way for robot shit. Kiniku Man. Kiniku Man is a superhero, a bad one. Though one day a person named Meat tells Kiniku Man that he is the prince of an alien planet. Kiniku Man must save the day numerous times, fighting evil Chiojins and competing in tournaments to prove himself to his family and gain respect and money. I actually have seen bits and pieces of a Kuniku Man anime. But it's like a far off sequel of this. So once I've watched that, I will maybe come back to this. But for the meantime, I'm going to let this pass me by. Lady Georgie. Let's see. An Australian farmer returns home from the woods with a baby named Georgie. The girl lives ignoring the terrible secret hidden in the golden bracelet on her hand. Her father and her brothers, Abel and Arthur, love her dearly, but her mother considers her an intruder and doesn't manage to open her heart to the girl. Georgie grows up into a beautiful young girl, and both our brothers are deeply in love with her. Not knowing the truth, Georgie eventually falls in love with the handsome grandson of the British governor. When mother finally reveals the truth to her and condemns her for being an exile's daughter, Georgie leaves for Britain in search of her real parents and her love, who also left Australia. Abel and Arthur follow her, and the three are thrown into the cruel world of the London aristocracy, lies, and intrigues. That doesn't sound terrible. That sounds watchable. You know what? Although I'm not a fan that her name is Georgie Buttman. You know what? I'll give that a go. That sounds interesting. I've been talking so long, my ear blew out. Stop Hibari-kun. Okay, I actually do know what this is. A teenage boy has now moved in the home of his mother's friend because she died a while back. It just so happens the Yakuza family has four beautiful daughters, but one daughter, Hibari, who is more beautiful than the rest of the daughters, is actually a boy. Hibari can't keep his hands off our hero, and so their crazy yet happy lives go on. So, what's interesting about Hibari-kun is it's one of the first depictions of a trans girl, I think, in anime. Which is interesting. So it's got a little bit of a historical, a little bit of the historical significance. And I think it was the creator of the manga. Let's see if I can find this person. Hisashi Iguchi, who said that he wished he could have transitioned when he was younger, but now he feels like he's too old too. So interesting. Moving on. Ashita Knight. Let's see. Yaiko Mitamura is an 18-year-old girl working in her father's Okonomiyaki restaurant. One day, Yako casually meets a little boy, Hashizuo, and his odd cat Giuliano. Hashizuo has lost both parents while still a baby and has been brought up by his elder brother. Hashizuo's brother, Go Kato, is the lead singer of the emerging rock band Beehive. When Yako meets Go and his friends and Beehive member Satomi Okawa, an unexpected series of events unfolds. Love, jealousy, rock and roll, and sparkle are newly born stars is what makes this anime so lovable. What a coincidence. I just added this manga to my plan to read. There you go. Miyuki. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Wakamatsu Masato lives with his stepsister, Miyuki, whom he does not have blood relationship with. Their father is always working overseas and left the two of them living by themselves in Tokyo. I have never seen Tokyo written like that. It's not incorrect. I've just never seen it written like that. Miyuki is cute, nice, sensitive, and very popular among guys around Masato. Masato has a girlfriend at school whose name Kajima Miyuki, who is pretty and gentle, the ideal dream of every high school boy. Who boy, I might add this for the art alone. Incest, never mind. Fuck that. Was there incest? Did I mention? He does not have a blood relationship. Their father's working overseas. The two of them leaving. Miyuki is cute, nice, sensitive. Around Masato has a girlfriend whose name is. It doesn't actually mention that this is a love triangle. It just says that they're sisters, or that he has a sister. Yeah, yeah. I'm frozen. Um, let's dip in. See, let's read some characters. 6 years stepfather, stepbrother lived in Japan. She came back to live with him. Nope. No. I feel like I've heard about this. He has to juggle his fascination with Miyuki Kishima and his love for his sister Miyuki Waka. Oh, okay, maybe it does get a little incesty. I've seen enough of this to know where it goes. Fair enough. I don't know. This sounds like this could be interesting. It's got an average 6.69. This definitely gets incesty for sure. Adachi Mitsuru. Adachi Mitsuru. Adachi Mitsuru. Who is Adachi Mitsuru? Adachi Mitsuru does touch, cross game, H2, this, a lot of shit actually. Holy crap, this is a lot. Slow step, whatever the fuck that is. Idol Ace. Mostly just touch. Oh no, this is for anime. Let's see. Manga is all of the same stuff. Why have I heard of touch before? I know what touch is for some reason. Sunny Ryoko, we're in a dream. Well, this is 88, so I'm gonna fucking read this at some point. What is touch? Why do I know what touch is? Story centers around three characters: his twin brother Tatsuya, blah blah blah. Darling in the town, hardworking, he's pitcher for the school baseball team. Tatsuya is hopeless slacker who's living the life of the cousin who is more gifted, beautiful girlfriend, and all intents her sister's life. One of the largely seems to become a couple. His time progresses, he's willing to sacrifice anything for his brother except for the expense of growing him. And thus the story is tied to prove himself to establish the young brother. Now he affects the relationship between both brothers and to make minimize the lifelong dream come true. Looking at art by Hisashi Iguchi, this dude fucking loves pop art. That's for damn sure. Why have I seen touch? Did Maine talk about touch? Why do I know what touch is? I have no fucking idea what touch is. What the fuck is touch? Why do I know what this is? Why have I heard about this? Oh well, whatever. Hmm. I don't know. This could be good. 37 is basically 3 seasons, right? Hisashi Iguchi? Who is Hisashi Iguchi? Hisashi Iguchi? Who is this? Oh, okay, gotcha. Bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum. Nanako SOS. Nanako is a young girl who unexpectedly acquires supernatural powers at the same time loses her past memory. By accident, a scientific genius called Marlowe is present when she acquires her powers. Marlowe is an industrious high school boy with extraordinary ambitions. He talks to Nanako into joining his detective agency by promising to help her regain memories. Nanako innocently believes him, but Marlowe's real intent is to use her powers to benefit his agency and himself. Excuse me, damn it. The story unfolds as Nanako encounters a variety of dangerous missions and mysterious events, but her natural sunny disposition helps her through all the incidents as she solves each mystery one after the other. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Kosoku Denji Albagus. 3 talented students of Technical High School Daisuke, Tatsuya, and Hotaru create award-winning robots as part of the school competition. At this time, the evil Darinja race that plans to control all of space extends its ambitions to Earth. To combat this threat, Hotaru's father, Professor Mizuki, takes the 3 robots, modifies them for battle. Obegas, a super robot, is born. That sounds really bad. Ginga Shippu I don't fucking care. It is 2911. The solar system is made of 50 planets. Icy Blues, a gambler, makes a bet with his boss of a criminal syndicate known as Bloody God that it is possible to navigate the whole solar system in 1 year. Helping out Blues is J9 3rd, made of Rock, Beat, and Birdie. To clear any obstacle, they have transforming train robot Sarisgar, but the Bloody Syndicate will do anything to ensure Blues loses his bet. That's an interesting plot, but I bet this isn't very good. Yeah, because this is part of the Berzinger. This is part of the Berzinger universe. So we're gonna go ahead and skip it just because we skipped everything up to that, and I don't want to watch anything that leads into. Oh fuck! All right, here we go. Time Boken series. Itadai came on. The story begins in the year 20XX. Osaka school in Kamakuland is a prestigious school of the world where only those who are pure and clear-hearted descendants of priest Sanzo's clan may be admitted. As the familiar villain trio, they are in firm belief that they are the genuine descendants of priest Sanzo's clan, though they are actually of uncertain lineage. They study hard to enter the school in spite of their repeated failure. One day, 3 intelligent children are called in by the principal and asked Shakyomun dwelling in his body to find his missing puzzle copper plates scattered around the world and complete the puzzle board to heighten honor of Oshaka School. The conversation, however, is overheard by the villain trio and decide to forestall those selected youngsters. Then they happen to meet with a brilliant boy named Kochan who appears handy, and they take him with them in an attempt to take away the puzzle coordinates from a goblin. What? At the same time, they then try to win the goblin over to their side and attack our heroes together. Being aware of the evil scheme, Kochan transforms itself into Itadaikemon and fights bravely to drive the wicked trio away. Oh, fuck. Okay, Manga Nihonoshi, The Animated History of Japan. 52 episodes. Are these full length? These are full length? Oh, that would make sense if they're in depth with it. Fuck, though. This is Bembumu Hunter Kotengu Tenmaru. This is the Adventures of Demon Slayer Tenmaru. This is Eagle Sam. What the fuck? An anime made in the run-up to 1984 Olympics in Los Angeles fingering Olympic mascot Sam the Olympic Bird. That is just Uncle Sam as an eagle. That might be the most American symbol I've ever seen in my life. Golgo 13. Teen. I thought Golgo 13 was that was an anime. 98 OVA, and then there was a 13 anime in the spring of 2008. Interesting. Wait. So Golgo 13 was just a movie? Oh. But I thought the manga went for like 300 chapters or something. Okay. After assassinating the son of businessman tycoon Leonard Dawson, Golgo 13 finds himself prey to the CIA and the U.S. Army, whom Dawson has personally hired to kill the assassin. As days pass by, Dawson slowly loses sanity as he continues to pilot every attempt to kill Golgo 13, even without caring who hired the assassin to kill his son. Well, if it's only a movie, yeah, I'll check out Golgo 13. Sure. Noelle no Fushigi no Boken. The film is centered around Noelle, a young girl, and her dog Pup, who both live on the planet Noelle. Relaxing Noelle comes up with the idea to deliver ice cream to the sun. That'll get you killed real quick. The two fly their way to the sun. On the way, the two of them make a stop at planet Gaudi. Upon their arrival, the president steps out to welcome the two. The president invites them to a special party in which MCs show off the planet's most beautiful designs. This does not impress Noelle, who states that it doesn't matter what clothes one is wearing, they're still beautiful and loved. That just sounds like a dickhead thing to say, actually. This coaxes the president and the citizens of the planet to take their clothes off, as does Noelle. Pup gently reminds Noelle of their trip to the sun, and the two take off to find him. When they find him, the sun warns of foul smog emanating from some unknown planet. The two leave the sun to find the source of the smog, but it quickly surrounds them. They escape underwater on another planet. They appreciate the fine scenery underwater, but as they traverse further, they notice the fish are ill. Okay, that sounds fucking awful. That just sounds awful. Pro Yakyu wo Tenbai Tenno Shiku Miru Ho. I don't fucking care anymore. My brain is turned off. Based on 2 books of the career reminiscence by real-life Henshin Tigers baseball star Tokinori Imoto. Mix of live action and animation tell humorous anecdotes from professional baseball. That actually sounds like that could be worth watching. I won't, but it sounds like there is something in that to enjoy. 9. Just before entering Seishu High School, track star Katsuya Nimi and judo champion Susumu Karasawa see a girl crying in the school loses a baseball game. The boys decide to join the team and improve it in order to make her smile. The girl turns out to be Yuri Nakao, daughter of the baseball coach, and they learn the baseball team will be shut down if it doesn't start winning. The series follows 3, as well as pitcher Eiji Karahashi, as Nimi and Kurosawa learn about baseball and what it means to be one of 9 players on a team as they work through high school to make it to Koshien. Honestly, that doesn't sound terrible as an idea. I hate to say it, but if I had to watch a baseball movie, that doesn't sound that bad. But I don't have to watch a baseball movie. So, moving on. Cat's Eye. Why does this sound familiar? I feel like I know what this is. Cat's Eye. The 3 Kisugi sisters, Ryo, Hitomi, and Ai, during the day, run a small cafe called Cat's Eye to discover the whereabouts of their father, the artist Michael Heinz, who disappeared. Hitomi and her sisters rob art galleries as small, mysterious thief Cat's Eye in the hope that his work can give them clues about his vanishing. The crucial point is that Hitomi has a relationship with Toshie, a police inspector who has sworn to catch Cat's Eye, and of course he has no idea about Hitomi's double life. This sounds pretty interesting. I've heard about this before. I want to give this a watch. It sounds like something made seen. It isn't. Fun. It sounds like something I've seen. Okay, let's see. Maho no Tenshi Creamy Mommy. That makes so much more sense in Japanese, but if you if you just say that, Creamy Mommy is about a young Hell yeah, I'll watch Creamy Mommy. A young girl Yu, who after seeing a spaceship is given the power to use magic for 1 year. She's also given 2 cats, Poji and Nega, who to watch over and guide her. Using her magic powers to transform into idol Creamy Mommy, Yu must work hard at acting, singing, and helping her parents at their crepe shop, fighting aliens and bad guys going to school, plus to try to get the affections of her childhood friend Toshio. Interesting. Fighting aliens. Interesting. So we're already fighting aliens. So that's where we've gotten in Magical Girl plots. That is who the fuck drew that? Holy shit. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, we're getting some real 80s art going here. Let's see. This is Chojiku Sekai Orgus. In the year 2062, the world's 2 superpowers are fighting a long, brutal war. In a desperate attempt to win, pilot Kei Katsurugi is given the mission to detonate a superweapon called the Space-Time Oscillation Bomb. The bomb explodes, but the results are completely unexpected. A multitude of dimensions, times, and realities are unleashed into the world. Can Kei reverse the effects and bring life back to normal? That sounds like a plot I myself have actually made before for something. And because of that, I'm very much interested in watching this. Yeah, that actually sounds good. Fun. I said it. I said the further we get into the 80s, things will start sounding watchable. This is Plyurus Sanshiro Plastic Model Wrestling. Pyrus is a wrestling game that players make their robots, which are about 30 centimeters tall, fight in the ring. The main character, Sugata Senshiro, is a Pyrus player using his Ply wrestler, Johomaru. He beats strong rivals. This is fascinating. This seems like old school. Like, this seems like Yu-Gi-Oh! And like Digimon and like Vanguard and shit. Like an old school example of a show just made to sell fucking toys. Bakugan, like one of those. Psychormar Govarian. The Guardian Empire has exhausted the primary resource of their native planet, so they send different space expeditions to find a new world where to live. One of their main objectives is planet Earth. However, Zeku Alba, an alien scientist, decides to rebel against the Imperial rule and flees towards Earth, where he gathers a group of youngsters gifted with the powers of psychogenesis, an ability that consists of creating solid matter from mental energy. The most gifted of the squadron is Ismail, a young orphan whose family was killed in the first attack of the Guardian Empire. He's able to generate powerful robot Govarian and armor which he can battle the alien monsters and is able to regenerate thanks to the psychic energy of the pilot. Helped by two other robots created by his teammates, Ismail aboard the robot Govarian defends Earth the long war against the alien invaders. We're very much getting into like the birth of the real robot genre and the like slow decline of Super Robo, but I assumed that it would be like real robot and then like Super Robo. I always thought they were like divided genres, but it actually seems more like we're getting into like some of the like trappings, like alien invasion, fantastical elements, magic bullshit powers bleeding into more like realistic, like military, like boots on the ground kind of mech series. This is fascinating. Sometimes. Umi Toshonen. The friendship between Hiroshi from Japan and Adele from South Pacific Island, the two live on, is severely tested when Adele finds out that his grandfather was killed in a battle with the Japanese army. Will Adele forget their quarrel when Hiroshi's life is in danger? Otsuki-sama Toojo. Sachiko is unhappy and doesn't have a lot of energy. One day a white rabbit appears and takes her to the land of the moon. There she meets her true self, a happy, healthy girl, and Sachiko realizes she can be just like her. Well, that sounds morbid. Hadashi no Gen. Oh, this is Barefoot Gen. Oh, I already reviewed this. Perfect. Okay. Petrolio Stardust Keikaku. A series of diamond robberies has taken place. Oh god, it's this. All over the world when Melnara's reserves are emptied. Petrelio and Bancorn head to Japan following a clue in the form of a mechanical spider found on the scene. However, while they're interrogating the suspect, he's assassinated before they manage to get any more information from him in the name of the organization, Tarantula. Furthermore, the assassin seems to be Bankrin's former lover, Bjorn, who's supposed to be dead. Is he really alive and involved in the case? Can our heroes find out more about him and the mysterious organization in time to put a stop to their plans? Choro Q Dagram. What time did that say? Oh, okay. Malcontents on the Deloyer colony agitate for the independence of the world from Earth Federation. In an unexpected coup, the elected governor declares martial law and sets himself up as an absolute dictator. With the approval of the Federation, he rules the planet with an iron fist. In reaction, a ragtag group, including the governor's estranged son, raises an open rebellion. Using a powerful prototype combat armor, the Dorgram, their goal is the end of the dictatorship and the total independence from the Federation influence. The story follows the action of the guerrilla freedom fighters known as the Fang of the Sun. The war is set across the planet of Deloyer as the Federation vigorously pursues the rebels. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I can physically make it to 1989. The movie recapping the events of Zarbungle TV series. Well, this sounds more watchable. Did he miss anything of note? I don't know. What was the last thing you saw? This sounds more digestible than watching the full Zarbungle series. Maybe I should watch the recap film instead. We're already in '89. Fuck no, we're in '83. I said I looked at one person's art and then I left. I want to say I hope we're not on the same page. We're on the same page. Yeah, we're on the same page. So I guess let's see if there was anything else on the page real quick. No. Oh no, we're not on the same page. I don't know. Yeah, I added Cat's Eye in Shigoki Sekai Ogris. I think that's about it. I don't think anything else was interesting. And Barefoot Gen came out. Document Tayoyo no Kaiba Dagram. In Planet Dealer of the Earth Federation, Colonel Von Stein stages a coup d'etat on behalf of the Federation chairman Danin Kashim. 9. Original Bond. This is a cinema adaptation of the manga by Mitsuru Adachi. So we can move on from here. Space Gundam 5. Yeah, we're not on the same page. I was wrong. Oh my god, I definitely cannot play that. Space Gundam 5 was presented as a super robot with quasi-mystical powers that battled a villainous entity on every episode. Much like the Super Robot show Invincible Superman Zambot 3 and Trider G7, the robot was piloted by a preteen boy. Notable villains include a giant rat and a winged devil. Shanti Lao Fu Zi. Third animated movie of Old Master Q. Old Master Q, Big Potato, and Mr. Chin work at a Loon Park and encounter a series of unlucky events. To acquire the land of Loon Park, the director of Landlord Company threatens to demolish the Loon Park with a bomb. By chance, Old Man Q meets an alien called Shanti, and they become friends. Shanti helps Old Man Q to fight against Landlord Company henchmen. Time Slip Ichimanen Primrose. The devil sends two cities, Kujikuri City in Chiba Prefecture and Dallas in the US, to 10,000 years ahead in the future, makes them fight each other, and enjoys watching the fight. The devil's name is Bazusu. So Tanbara Guy, a member of Time Patrol, fights this devil to stop this. That is the stupidest, best thing I've ever heard. I can't. An adopted daughter of the traitor. She's a freedom fighter. She's so fucking flat I can't even tell. Tenzuka Productions. That's what I thought. I was like, this looks like... Alright. Fall 83. Captain Tsubasa. Captain Tsubasa is a passionate story of an elementary school student whose thoughts and dreams revolve almost entirely around the love of soccer. 11-year-old Tsubasa Ozoru started playing soccer at a very young age, and while it was mostly just a recreational sport for his friends, for him it developed into something of an obsession. In order to pursue his dream to the best of his elementary school abilities, Tsubasa moves with his mother to Nankatsu City, which is well known for excellent elementary soccer teams. But although he was easily the best in his old town, Nankatsu has a lot more competition. He will need all of his skill and talent in order to stand out from the crowd. He encounters not only rivals but new friends, and a pretty girl Sane Nakazawa and talented goalkeeper Genzo Wakabayashi, who shares the same passion as Tsubasa and will prove to be a treasured friend in helping him push towards his dreams. Representing Japan in the FIFA World Cup is Tsubasa's ultimate dream, but it will take a lot more than talent to reach it. Another day of killing mercenaries. Hopefully I don't get my head split open by some moody teenager. Let's see. At least we're getting to shit people have heard of now. Igano Kobumar. Well, that actually might be worse, because if we're getting to shit people have heard of now, then I probably heard of all of this, and now I'm wasting my time. After the death of Seizo Kubumaru, horribly strict grandfather, Iga ninja teacher, sensei, an old lady, just an old lady, Ron Okobo, claims that she received a letter from him asking her to take care of his grandson. So Kobumaru runs off with old lady Okobo to the big city Tokyo to gorge on yakisoba ramen, chow mein, and attend a regular school, which turns out to have weird quirks of its own. Ba 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 ba. Kikoko, So, Seiki, Mosepeda. I don't fucking know. Without warning, in the year 2050, an alien race known only as the Inbit arrive, invade, and successfully conquer Earth. Years later, despite brutal past failures, the inhabitants of Mars colony send out yet another desperate liberation force to try and reclaim their lost homeworld. The fleet is all but destroyed. However, a lone survivor, Stig Bernard, finds himself on Earth, gathering a mere handful of resistance fighters. Stig journeys towards the Inbit headquarters at Reflex Point and attempts Earth to gather intelligence and possibly discover a way to best them. Um, I watched Tokimeki tonight and read about Love Me My Night. I heard about that manga today, but still, and all the Takashi stuff. Well, okay, what I mean is like obviously I've already seen and watched stuff from earlier in this time period, but we're getting into stuff that like your average person has probably at least heard of. Like we're getting like it was like occasional drips of shit that people have heard of. Now we're getting into shit where it's like, oh, I know exactly what that is. Everyone knows Captain. Everyone knows Captain Tsubasa. Ginga Hori Hayoryu Vifam. AD 2058 on the Clayod, which was the third planet from Ypsirian system. I won't fucking watch this just because I can't say any of this. Which was 43 light years away from Earth. Suddenly, aliens raided the planet. The immigrants on the Clayod had to escape from the planet. Because of the confusion during the escape, children strayed from their parents and got into the training spaceship Genoas. With a lot of sacrifices, they managed to arrive on the fourth planet, Belwick. However, the Belwick had been already in the war. Therefore, the 13 children had to go to Earth by themselves. Fuck is Captain Tsubasa? Oh, it's a legendary soccer manga. Tokosuo Kihei Dorvac. When aliens invade Earth, Triple Command, led by fearless Masato Mugen, is placed in charge of defense. Masato is aided by Frenchman Pierre Bonaparte and Japanese-American girl Louis Oberon. Sure. This is Kojika Monogatari, set in Hokkaido, Japan. Japan's outback. No, you don't get to call it Japan's outback. A young boy discovers a fawn whose mother has been hit by a car and attempts to raise it himself. You don't get to call it Japan's outback, ANN. The outback is called the outback because everything there wants to kill you. Look, America's got some shitty places too, but you don't see us calling fucking like Death Valley America's outback or the fucking Everglades as America's outback. Fuck out of here. Australia has one thing about it, and it's that the majority of that fucking island wants you dead. Let them have that, Japan. Dallas. I just want to, before we read this, I just want to fucking look at this picture. Okay, look at this for a second, right? Because this is fucking top tier imagery right here. You've got an astronaut man walking out a long road, and it looks like he's just like on both sides, just an endless number of gravestones that seem to just cover the entirety of what appears to be the moon's surface overlooking the Earth. That's some fucking powerful imagery. I don't know who made this, but they fucking killed it. That's some top tier shit right there. That one image, honestly, probably is going to sell this for me better than whatever this description is going to say. Uh, like, I would add it on the spot, and it can only go downhill. At the end of the 21st century, Earth had to confront the problem of population increases combined with shortages in resources. Development of the moon was set as a way to solve the situation. The moon's mineral resources reinvigorated. The moon has mineral resources? Reinvigorated Earth and brought prosperity. However, the achievement of that vision proved painful for those who had left their homeworld to settle on the moon. One of man's greatest dreams has become a nightmare for those who have been forced to live it out. Shun Nonomura didn't realize it, but he's about to discover a weapon, one that can overthrow the oppressive Mono police and bring freedom to the lunar colonists. The growing resistance movement is quick to adapt to it, along with its creator into the ranks as they rally around the mysterious alien monument known as Dalos. That sounds cool. I mean, a lot of people don't seem to like it. That sounds fucking cool. I'm on board. Dalos, you got me. You got me, Dalos. You can only go, I understand it's a fucking robot. Shut up. I'm a furry Kozo. This is the second story of the Lion Book series. A boy meets a little umbrella ghost wearing Geta. He promises the ghost that he will give it a pair of rain boots in exchange for 3 wishes. The boy, however, grows up completely forgetting the promise. One day, when he happens to remember the ghost, he rushes back to the bridge in his hometown to the Rain Boy. This is a moving, sweet hometown fantasy about a gentle ghost and a forgotten promise. Midori no Neko. This is a story is a mystery about a green cat and a private detective who investigates where it came from. The cat was thought to be good luck, but eventually brought misfortune to all who come in contact with it. The story is taken directly from the 5th subtitle of the 1950s Lion Book manga. Is the cat evil? I'm not going to read it. It's just green. We'll never know. Chiorin Sama Chongasa is a 1983 animated film from Korea about 3 kids saving the galaxy with their giant robots. We finally escaped the fucking giant robots from Japan, and now we're having to deal with Korea getting on the giant robot. Sengen. This is the second part of the 9 TV movies. 1984. We're doing it. Now I've got to pee again. But we did it. It only took 4.5 hours. Fuck me. Alright, I've got to go to the bathroom. Maybe get some water or something. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. How long until we see Corgellian? I have no idea what that is. Okay, I'm back. Oh shit. Let's see. Korea Gelion. Well, Korea seems to be a solid 5 years behind Japan. So when was Ava? Like 93, 95. So probably early 2000s at this rate. Dusenki El Gaim. God, winter's usually a big season. So I guess winter wasn't a very big season back in the day. It's the year 3990. The immortal Oldena Poseidon rules Pentagoria. What? Okay, I want to make sure my audio was working. Um, a war-torn solar system of 5 planets. Daba Myrode is a survivor of the Yamen clan, just one of numerous native societies nearly wiped out by the tyrant. Living on the remote planet of Quam with his friends Mirayo Kaio, Daba possesses Elgaim, a humanoid mecha known commonly as uh, a heavy metal. And the last known relic of the Yamen clan. The pair befriend Funaria Aimu, an aspiring actress, and Lilith Fao, the last surviving fairy in Pentagor. What the shit is this? While on the run from a band of thieves attempting to steal El Gaim, Daba promises to fulfill the dying wish of one of the thieves hunting him, an honorable act that leads him to the powerful merchant Amandara Kamandara. With their mission in sight, the ragtag group will face powerful adversaries and become entangled in a rebellion against Poseidon's reign. That sounds so bad. Written by Mal Rewrite. Which means someone had to watch this. Maikaba no Shoujo Katari. I just opened this page like 5 times. My brain has disintegrated into dust. I wanted to do until I wanted to do till 1980s, but I don't know how possible it is to make it through the entire 80s. The series tells the story of 9-year-old Katri, a girl who lives on a farm in Finland with her grandparents. Katri's mother has been away in Germany for 3 years. The farm is not doing well, so to help support her family, she goes to work on a neighboring farm. Katri faces many struggles and challenges. Yume Senshi Wingman. Fuck, that's a long synopsis. Hirono Kenta is your average geeky junior high student. His childhood obsession has always been tokusatsu and anime. In fact, he fancies himself a hero of justice and is often seen running around in a makeshift costume of his own design called Wingman. That's the lamest thing you could have possibly said about him. Most of his fellow classmates think he's just a crazy otaku, but his childhood friend Ogawa Miku thinks he's a noble spirit. One day, as Hirono is walking to school, a beautiful and voluptuous girl literally drops out of the sky and into his life. Hirono, bewildered by the event, nonetheless takes the girl to his home to recuperate. This is his duty as a hero of justice. He also keeps a dream note so that he can transpose his favorite wingman costume design onto it. Later, Hirono is confronted by the girl who reveals himself to be Yume Aoi, princess of the dreamscape called Botoreim. Her domain has been conquered by the power-mad despot, Rimuru, and his armies of monstrous seedmen. She barely escaped her domain with the power artifact known as the Dream Note. The Dream Note enables its possessor to create anything they desire by merely drawing or writing information within its pages. Rimuru seeks to... That's so much more powerful than the Death Note. Holy shit. Fuck it, Death Note. um Rimuru seeks to steal it to become master of the universe. She demands that Hirono give her back the book, but Hirono had already begun drawing into the book, mystically linking himself to it. Hirono soon discovers that his designs and notes on Wingman become reality and turns into his own creation. Using these powers and abilities, he and Aoi begin their strange and amazing adventure. Along the way, Hirono inadvertently involves all of his friends, especially Miku, in a quest to help Aoi free her people and save her father. Rimuru sends various minions to Earth's dimension to retrieve the book. One of his henchmen is the noble yet devious Kitakura, who goes as far as infiltrating Hirono's junior high, masquerading as a teacher. That actually sounds completely decent. Getting Close to the Fist of the North Star and Glass Mask. Those are the only anime I know of off the top of my head from 1984. That sounds pretty good. And it's rated R+, so there's some mild nudity in it. I don't know. That sounds... Although it's also 80 chapters, so I... and ran in Weekly Shonen Jump. So quite frankly, just straight up finding the manga will probably be faster than watching 47 episodes. But yeah, no, that sounds good, actually. I like that. I like what I read there. Let's see. This is Cho Kosoko Galvion. I'm going crazy. I should start drinking. I bet if I was drunk, I could make it through this. Cho Kosoku Galvion. Super high-speed Galvion features mech designs by Ohata Koichi of Gunbuster fame. I'm sorry to say, Gunbuster's mech designs weren't good. In the 23rd century, billionaire Midoriyama Rei creates a secret organization called Circus to combat a hidden group called Shadow that is taking over the world. When she can't find qualified pilots for Circus's main mech, the Galvion, she cuts a deal with two convicts, Mu and Maya, to lead the fight against Shadow. Okay, Warrior Starzan. Is that a joke on Tarzan? Starzan? On planet Kira live two tribes, Shinobi and Robot. Shinobi, quiet and peacefully settle down in the forest. Robot comes from the desert and starts to take control of the forested grounds. A young hero coming from Shinobi tries to appease the whole situation. Yeah, I think my voice is actually starting to give out, like, really hard. We might have to cut it at 85. Soya Monogatari. Soya is a Japanese museum ship that previously served as an icebreaker and patrol boat and was the first Japanese ship to take part in the Antarctic research expedition. Shadow, where's that fourth damn Chaos Emerald? Okay, this is Kaze no Tani no Nazca. This is very famous. I definitely reviewed this before, so I'm not reading it. This is Urusei Yatsura 2, Beautiful Dreamer. If I recall, I think this is isn't this like the best Urusei Yatsura movie? Or is that movie 3? Not all is normal in Tomabiki, even by its standards. The students have begun preparing feverishly for the first day of the student fair, which is scheduled to go the next day. However, problems arise when some begin to notice that the next day simply will not come, as the students begin to find the reason for the problem. Their beliefs in reality and the world and dreams are challenged. That movie is boring. Okay, this is the boring one. Okay. Oh, no, you gave this an 8. Oh, Nazca. Oh, okay. I get really confused. No, I remember one of the Urusei Yatsura movies is supposed to be really good, but I didn't remember if it was 2 or 3. It's not 3, apparently. Holy shit. Let's see. Wata no Kunihoshi. After a 2-month-old kitten, Shibi Neko is abandoned by her former owner, she is found by 18-year-old Tokyo. Although his mother is allergic to cats and has a great fear of them, she agrees to let her keep the kitten because she fears he's becoming too withdrawn after failing his university entrance exams. Shibi Neko soon falls in love with Tokyo. In her own mind, Shibi Neko is a small human who speaks in human words, although people only ever seem to hear her meow. She believes that all humans were once kittens like her. A stray cat tells Shibi Neko of the paradise called Cottonland, where dreams can come true. Interesting. Doraemon Movie 5, Nobita no Makai Daiboken. Having dreamed of being in a world of magic, Nobita and Doraemon used the what-if telephone booth gadget to turn the world into one that is based on magic instead of science. Little did they know that demons exist and threaten the magical world. That sounds like a terrible idea, Doraemon. Why did you do that? Yeah, Cottonland. The world where dreams come true. Chojin Lock. I've heard of this for some reason. A quiet, polite, lonely, immortal esper about which little is known. He is called Locke the Superhuman, but he often denies being so. It is not known where or when he was born, and if asked, Locke will say he does not remember. It is entirely possible that this is true. However, when asked by Cornelia Prim in the Millennium of the Witch which star he was from, Locke replied, Toa. He appeared at various times throughout history of the galaxy as a direct influence, an indirect influence, or a simple observer. Using his Esper abilities, Locke can learn and do most things more quickly than a normal human. His power also allows him to remain eternally young, or even turn himself into a child again to be adopted by kind-hearted families. It is speculated he remains youthful as an excuse not to take responsibility for whatever he's approached for, since no one expects youth to have such responsibilities. Huh. Oh, this is a movie. Okay, yeah, I'm in then. Shonen Kenya. Kenya boy. That's what I thought that said. It is the year 1941. 11-year-old Marukami Wataru lives with his family, Japanese textile traders operating in British Kenya. When war breaks out between Japan and allies fleeing into the bush, young Wataru falls headlong into a series of fantastic adventures. Why are there dinosaurs? You know what? I thought that sounded interesting, and then I saw dinosaurs, and I was like, well, I'm out. Why the fuck are there dinosaurs? Mirai Shonen Conan. What? Oh, Future Boy Conan. Sorry, yeah, I was thinking like Conan the Detective. I was like, what? Already? What? Mirai Shonen, oh yeah, Kyodakai, Gigant no Fukatsu. This is a Mirai Shonen Conan movie. Um, Metanatai Holmes. Oh, Aoi Ruby no Maki slash Kaite no Zaiho no Maki. Conan the Barbarian. Crossover. We get Future Boy Conan, Conan the Barbarian, and Conan the Detective all working together to. We need something for them to do because this is the dream team of bullshit. What do they do? They have to fight someone. Who are they going up against? Um, Sherlock Holmes. Because of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The famous blue ruby is stolen in such an elaborate way that only one villain can be suspected, Professor Moriarty. It is up to Sherlock Holmes to return it and in the process turn a young pickpocket on the right path. In the second part, Moriarty sets his sights on even higher, stealing a top-secret submarine from the Navy. What does he need it for? Holmes is once again on the trail. Punch camels? Oh, okay. It took me a second. I was like, what? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it through the 80s. I think we're gonna have to stop at 85. Ocean comes from a family of poor rice farmers. Her father and brother must work on the fields, and her grandmother and mother, who is expecting another child, barely have enough to eat in order to make ends meet for her family. 7-year-old Ocean gives up school and decides to become a servant in the household of a wealthy family, where she faces trials and tribulations beyond her worst fears. Yeah. I know what you're referencing. Yu Bong Xing Zhen. I don't know. This is based on a story by Su Dai in feudal China. Fisherman observes a snipe and clam struggle over food. I should try and make an actual effort. Yu Bong Zhang Zhen. I don't fucking know how to speak Chinese. I took I learned a little Mandarin in middle school, and that's about it. Ninja Hattori-kun plus Paramon Shuro no Ryoko Wars. Crossover film featuring both Abiko's work. Both casts gets wrapped up in an ESP war, helping a psychic girl named Yuri, whose homeland was destroyed by an evil psychic man who's trying to capture all psychics in the world and use them for world domination. It was screened as a double feature with Doraemon no Bita no Makai Diaboken. This is Chisana Koi no Monogatari Chi Chi to Sally Hatsukoi no Shiki. Tiny schoolgirl Chico develops a crush on an older boy, Sally, and believes herself to be his girlfriend, although Sally is already involved in a love triangle with a girl named Tonko. Sally's a weird name for a boy. Lupin Part 3. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Pink Coat Lupin. Lupin III chronicles the adventures of Arsene Lupin III, the world's greatest thief, and his partners in crime, master marksman Daisuke Jigan, the beautiful and scheming Fujiko Mine, and the stoic samurai Goemon Ishikawa the 13th. I would not consider Fujiko his partner, but okay. Lupin and his gang travel around the globe in search of the world's greatest treasures and riches, always keeping one step ahead of the tireless Inspector Zenigata, who has vowed to bring Lupin to justice. Lupin! Glass no comment. I've heard about this before. Kitajima Maya, 13-year-old with a talent for acting, was discovered by the reclusive actress Suki Kage. The story follows Maya growing up, intense training, overcoming challenges, and evolving into the foremost actress of her generation. She's about 20 so far. Maya's greatest rival is Himekawa Ayumi, the beautiful daughter of a famous movie couple. They ultimately vied for the most sought-after role, the Crimson Goddess, an equally important subplot of Maya's relationship with the handsy and ruthless entertainment Mongol Hayami Masumi, who secretly became her #1 fan, but misunderstandings and bad timings obstructed their romance. Now, I believe you mentioned this, didn't you, Maid? That's something you... Nope. Oh, no, you mentioned Glass Mask. Yeah. Which was Glass something. You mentioned Glass something. Oh, there's a 2005 version. That's so much... Oh, this is Glass Mask. Yeah, this is 2000 Mask. Mid-roll ads. What is this, YouTube? No, YouTube doesn't even do this in streams. Yeah, so this is actually shorter than the 2005 version. So if I wanted to watch Glass Mask, I should actually watch the original then. Save myself significantly more time. Have you seen the 84 version? Because is this worth watching? Or did you read it? Nope. Nope. It sounds kind of interesting. Is this worth it? Is this good? Does anyone know? You just know what it is. Okay. You can buy it on Blu-ray. Oh, okay, that's convenient. Who's it licensed by? Is it licensed by someone? Made in Japan. I don't know what that is. Fuck it. Why not? These are more suggestions anyway. We all know I'll never fucking get to any of this shit. we all know I've spent like 30 hours watching this shit. We all know I'm gonna fucking watch like 20 of these things in like the next 5 years at tops. What the fuck? Cho Jiku Kaiden Southern Cross Robotech Masters. Oh no. What is this? By the year 2120, humans have successfully colonized other planets following the near devastation of Earth from the last Great World War. However, Glory, one such colony, are surprised and prepared for the arrival of Zor, a group of beings whom were the original inhabitants of the planet. Left following similar near fatal events. Coming to reclaim their former homeworld, the relentless war erupts between both races, ultimately leads to a cataclysmic showdown and a no win scenario for either. Made in Japan is a company born from the death of ADV. Interesting. I like the art style of this. It's a really good art style. I kind of want to watch this just for the art. ADV went to hell and became Sentai Filmworks, and the others left to make Made in Japan. Oh, interesting. Yasuo Hasegawa? Let's see, produced a bunch of shit, but has he directed anything? He directed Writing Bean. He just acts as a producer. This is the only thing he's ever really directed other than something called Cosmo Pink Shot and Wannabes, which is based on a magazine. And what the fuck is this? Tag team battle between Elegant Girls Dream Team and the heavy face painted Foxy Ladies. Naturally, the Dream Team gets the crap kicked out of them, but not before one of them makes a strong attempt at lifting the 250-pound Foxy Lady overhead. The ones take their place are Eri Miki of the Wannabes team. Miki and Eri are both just fun girls who want to have fun, but once they begin their new training, the mysterious Kaido Corporation, the same corporation that trained the Dream Team, they discover something deeper behind the training. Okay, well, I'm in. And I'm still in. Fuck it, I'll watch whatever this bullshit is. Why not? Made in Japan licensed Dirty Peer, Pat Labor, 90s Princess Miyu, and Utena. Okay, alright. So they know. So honestly, the fact that they picked this up. No, wait, this is ADV. But yeah, so the fact that they picked it up is a good sign. They seem to have taste. Attacker U. This looks like a 70s art style on an 80s anime. Maybe it's based on a 70s manga, though. Is it based on a 70s manga? Because that's a 70s art style. 84 to 85? What? Is it from an artist who was mostly active during the 70s? No. Wait. Okay, that was bleeding into the 80s. Fuck. Nope. Okay, never mind. This is apparently made by someone whose art is. Oh, that looks cute. This is apparently made by someone whose art is always 10 to 20 years past its expiration date. What is this? Let's see. Second floor of the gym. Oh, this is a light novel. I suspected that Mal might be going down, honestly. Yeah, it was starting to have response issues. Let me see. Down. Okay. Well, fuck. Um, It's been down for 3 minutes. Okay. I guess that's the end of the stream. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. It looks like we're done. I can't go any further. All right, hold on. They're significantly more expensive than their former employer. Sentai has some expensive shit too, though. We'll give it 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Fuck. Fuck. I've never been so disappointed that that worked before. Um. All right. Actually, didn't read what this is about. Attacker Yu is the story of ambitious, energetic 13-year-old junior high school girl Yu Hazuki, variously known as Mila or Jean or Juana in Western dubbed version of the anime, who moves to Tokyo from Osaka to live with her father, Toshihiko, a cameraman recently returned from Peru and attends school. Yu's mother is not in the picture, having left when Yu was very young, also living with Yu. And her father is her younger brother, Sonny, who is very attached to her older sister and tends to follow her everywhere she goes, including school and to her volleyball matches. Yu is also curious about Kiyoshi Tijima, the pretty blonde woman whom she sees covering volleyball games on television, and wonders why her father has become very angry whenever Yu mentions her. It's her mom! Scratch that. Dirty Pair is licensed in English by the Japanese company themselves. Same with Utena. Huh. Yu is passionate about volleyball and dreams of one day becoming part of Japan's national women's volleyball team set in 1988 in the Seoul Olympics. She joins her girls. I love how you can just track. You can like literally track when the Olympics are occurring through anime. I wonder if that's ever gonna stop. That leaves Made in Japan with Glass Mask Pat Labor and 90s Vampire Princess Miyu. She joins her school's volleyball team and quickly becomes one of the top players, although her coach, who's also her homeroom teacher, is brutal and literally slaps his players around when they don't live up to his expectations. Oh, I've heard about this before. I don't remember if I've heard good things about it. It's got an average 6.6, but this is old enough that that doesn't matter. Which comes to a head when two girls join opposing professional teams. She also develops a crush on So Taiki, captain of the Hikawa boys volleyball team known as Shiro Surge, or Sergio in various Western versions, and puts as much effort into trying to win his heart as she does into her game. This is giant... I don't... It's not an E, so this is giant... No, because it's not EO either. So this isn't Georg or George. This is Gorg. Okay. Giant Gorg. It's the stupidest name I've ever heard. Austrial Island is located 20,000 kilometers south of the Samoa Islands. The existence of the islands was removed from official records, and Tagami Yu made a journey to search for the reason. He sailed for the island with Dr. Wave, who is his father's friend, Doris, who is the daughter of Dr. Wave, and Captain, who is a friend of Dr. Wave. So everyone's just related to Dr. Wave. On their way to the island, Gale, the international conglomerate and gangster Cougar Connection. Oh, I am very much into the Cougar Collection, led by Lady Lynx. Hello. We have the Cougar Connection, led by Lady Lynx, attacked them. And I feel like this is entirely intentional because this is apparently what Lady Lynx looks like. So I think they know what they're doing. They managed to arrive at the island, but suddenly a mysterious monster began to attack them. When they became ready for death, a blue giant robot appeared. It destroyed the monster and saved them. Although its existence is far beyond human knowledge, it reminded you of something warm and familiar. It was giant Gorg, which is called a messenger of the god by the inhabitants of the island. Escaping from the attack of Gale's assault team, Gorg guided you into the underworld. There he found an alien relic and an alien who woke up after 30,000 years of sleep. This is the plot of the new, like, a Godzilla monster universe movies. But instead of it's Godzilla, it's a fucking robot. And instead of random evil capitalist villains, we have Lady Lynx, leader of the Cougar Collection. So frankly, it just sounds better than the Godzilla movies, to be honest with you. I have to say, as far as giant robot designs, this isn't terrible, actually. Like, it's one of the cooler robot designs. And also, no one's piloting it, so I don't even know if this is a mech show. Is this watchable? Who directed this? Yoshihazu Yoshihiko. Who made this? Who is this? This is the Gundam guy. Or I should say, this is the guy who designed Gundam. Ugh. He also did Crusher Joe. He also did Neo Devilman. Nope. Did the art for Dirty Pair. Hmm. You know what? I'll give this a shot. This sounds like this has something going for it. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. I'm Giant Gorg. Excuse me. This is Tongari Boshi no Memole. I just want to say this is an adorable ass character. Excuse me. Memoru is one of 245 people who came to Earth from the Rinru star when their ship had an emergency crash landing on Earth. Memoru's people have such tiny bodies that they could stand on the human's palms. One day she hears lovely music. She follows its source and comes upon a huge house she hasn't seen before. To find a girl taller than her playing on the piano, Memoru visits her again secretly with her friends Pipotu and Rupangu and P, but the human girl, Morelia, seemed sick and likely to die any moment. Feeling sad for the girl, Mamoru's teardrops on the girl's lips. The girl gets better and a strong friendship starts between them. Made in Japan has Glass Mask, Camillo, Pat Labor, along with a lot of shit I've never heard of. Maria of Witches Over Us, Good Witch of the West, and Redo of Healer. Huh. Ugh. There's a good chance I've heard of it at this point. If it came out before 1984, I've heard of it. And to be honest, if it came out after 1984, there's a good chance I've heard of it. God Mazinger. The story's set in modern times, but the twist of the story is that Mazinger is an ancient weapon of the gods left on Earth to battle the evil space gods who've returned to take over the universe. God Mazinger is a manga, anime, and novel series by Go Nagai in 1984. Despite the title Mazinger being present, this spin-off series has no connection to the previous series. Instead, it's an original story about a young man who ends up in an alternate reality. While God Mazinger has no connection to the other Mazinger series, it is in part of the Mazinger franchise, as besides its title and the same author as the other series, it is featured in the Mazinger Bible along with the other manga, Mazinger USA, Mazinger, and Mazin Saga. The anime version It was originally going to feature 24 episodes, and while the material was drawn in the final episode never shown, part of the season is because of the air date was removed for the 1984 Olympics, and the TMS for some reason decided to cut the epilogue from the show entirely. Source Mazinger Wikia. You can't cite a Wikia. I guess you can. Video Senshi Lazarion. Sure, why not? Takashi Katori is a big fan of online games. What? And so is American friend Sarah. However, one of their RPGs goes too far. What? As their virtual world and laser-on robot Takashi created for the game somehow mix with reality. Takeshi is caught, but later the Earth government discovers that an evil scientist from the moon, now part of an abandoned colony with restricted access, is hacking into virtual worlds and security so they can force Takeshi to pilot the Lazarion and with Sarah's help fight evil to protect the Earth. It's like a reverse isekai. Okay, interesting. Why, why is this so long of a description? Goo Goo Ganmo. This series follows the footsteps of manga such as Doraemon, Obake no Kyutaro, in that the alien Ganmo, who resembles a chicken wearing sneakers, sets out to help his adopted human Han Peta. The series follows the antics of the duo as they find themselves in the middle of much comedic mischief. One morning, Sukune Sukata, out of spite, lets her brother's pet bird go, but later she has misgivings and comes home with an egg she found to give to her brother Hypeta. What is this? Lupin the Third, the complete first series. Oh shit! Honestly, $83, not terrible. For Lupin. Lupin the Third. If I could have found the opening for Lupin the Third. Oh, they also have the woman called Fujika Mine. For $179? Why is it that much? Oh no, the Blu-ray's $39. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Look, I like the woman called Fujiko Mine, but I don't like it for like $200. Let's see. Hypeta isn't all too pleased with the big, oddly looking egg. However, in the meantime, swells up and breaks its shell and comes out a strange bird-like creature named Ganmo. It speaks like a human being and comes alive with the Sukatas. Not wanting to be mere freeloader, Ganmo takes the initiative to run it. This is the best fucking alien bird I've ever heard of. It doesn't want to be a freeloader, so it does work. Hello, yes? Takes the initiative to run errands, clean the house, yet he blunders at everything he does. Never mind. Gummo tries to clear his reputation, but his efforts only end up causing more and more confusion. One day, a charming girl comes moving the house next door to the Cicadas. Her pet is a strange Mina named Deja Vu. It is a foppish, but has a poisonous tongue. It is foppish, but has a poisonous tongue, and always teases Ganmo because of its odd look. It's odd looking. How the grammar just went to shit in the last like 2 paragraphs. Thus, the world around Ganmo gets into a mess more and more. It made so much. I've never seen this happen. Have you ever seen? Have you ever seen a fucking synopsis like make total sense for 3 sentences for 3 paragraphs, and then the last 3 paragraphs are fucking blithering, incoherent nonsense? Okay. This is Koala Boy Koki. Adventures, the Little Koala focused on the adventures of Roo Bear and his families, who are koalas, and his friends Nick, Pamey, penguins, and Floppy, Mimi, rabbits, Betty, koala, the bully Walter, kangaroo, and countless others. There's also an old character named Weather who could forecast the weather, and his gilding friend Mingle, a young animal who is apparently an orphan. Sure. This is Chikan Takun. The Warochin ceremony has been stolen from All-Star, a planet that exists in the outskirts of space. The computer that is built into it is programmed to make anything possible. The thief is actually the villain, Dr. Bell. Dr. Bell schemes to invade the other planets, though, through the use of Warochin, the Prince of All-Star. Prince Chikun, together with his trusty advisor, the intellectual Takun, decides to head towards Earth in the pursuit of Dr. Bell. Ranpo. Ugh. That looks like South Park art. The TV adaptation Masotoshi Uchizaki comedy gag manga Rampo. Mild-mannered Japanese kid Rampo is kidnapped by aliens whose UFO-based experiments turn them into a warped boy who truly believes that he can do anything. From the Anime Encyclopedia, which I don't know what that is. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Jumping! A boy walks down the street, and as he goes along, he strides increases. Eventually leaps over towns, forests, and oceans, and seeing many things and surprising many people along the way. Directed by Osamu Tezuka, which is the only reason anyone has ever watched this. This is Pro Yakyu wo Tan by Tenno Shiku Miru Ho Part 2. Maybe it's completely normal price and I've just become too accustomed to buying old anime. Do 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 do. Sequel, The Racing Baseball. We've hit summer. Only one new anime? What fucking alien has blessed me? Maho no Yosei Persia. 11-year-old Persia has grown up alongside the animals on the Serengeti plains of Africa. Twins Riki and Gaku Muroi and their grandfather, Gokuen, bring Persia to Japan with them, where she will live with a couple, who Persia calls Mama and Papa, that own a grocery store. During the flight to Japan, Persia finds herself in the Lovely Dream, where she meets the Fairy Queen, who explains that the Lovely Dream is in danger and requests Persia's help, giving Persia a magical headband, which also summons a magic baton that allows her to transform into a teenage girl, connecting her to the Lovely Dream and allowing her to use magic. She's sent with 3 Kappa back into the regular world store with the mission of collecting love energy to thaw frozen Lovely Dream. Persia fails in her task of collecting love energy, or if someone catches her using magic, Riki and Gaku will be transformed into women. What did I just read? None of that connected to any of the other things. That sounded like it was made by a lunatic. Earth. Hell yeah. Me and the boys gonna get together. We gonna watch Birth. Aqualoid was a prosperous planet, but attacked from a mysterious life force. The inorganics transforms it into a post-apocalyptic shell of its former self. When Nam finds a mysterious sword, he is suddenly the object of a planet-wide chase. With the inorganic closing in, will Nam and his friends discover the secret of the sword and save their world, or will they destroy Aqualoid in favor of a new Birth? Pretty short. Key animation by Hideaki Anno. Directed Shinya Sadamatsu. I like the art style, actually. Who is this guy? Who did he do? He directed a bunch of Gundam. He directed something called Mars Red. He directed an episode of Ideon, something called Hyper Police. He directed this. He did a lot of episode directing. He did a Shine Man. I'm looking for something. I like how everyone's like, the dude, his dude, everyone's dude, our dude. Who is this guy? um, what the fuck is Mars Red, dude? This is a spring 2021 anime? This man is still in the field. I probably read a description of this then. I did. This man is still working. Yeah, this is the fucking vampire thing. What the shit? I mean, I'll give it a shot. It sounds like an interesting idea. Machikado no Marchan. A boy with a drawing book meets a mysterious girl in the streets of Tokyo. They become friends and enjoy each other's fantasies. All right, on to the movies. This is Macross Do You Remember Love? Now, this is a famous movie, which is probably a lot easier than just watching actual Macross. But I've seen real Macross, so I don't need to watch this. The only benefit for, I think, watching Do You Remember Love is the improved animation from the original series. Um, do I need to read this? I already reviewed Macross. You know what? I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this. I already reviewed Macross. I don't need to read that. Um, SF Shinseki Lensman. Kim is living a peaceful life with his father as a farmer on their planet until one day when a runaway spaceship is detected moving at high speed towards his father's farm. To rescue his father, Kim jumps on board the ship and manages to land it safely before it crashes. On board the ship, he finds a severely injured lone survivor with whom his dying words begs Kim to take some of his to the galactic fleet. He then transfers something that was attached to his arm onto Kim's arm. The thing was a lens, and its transferring should have been impossible, and having turned Kim into a lensman. Other than giving Kim unknown powers, it contains vital information for the victory of the galactic fleet over the evil Bokshun Empire. Kim must now, using the space battleship Britannia, bring the lens to the galactic fleet, but this is not an easy task when Lord Helmet of Bokshun Empire is willing to use everything in his power to stop him. That doesn't sound any... What is this? That doesn't sound interesting at all. What is this? Why does that cat look so sexy? This is Daishizen no Maju Bagi. Ryo is sent out by people of a village to kill the monster which has been attacking the villagers. It is rumored that this monster is a cat woman named Bagi. As Ryo waits for the monster to come to its watering hole, he thinks back to how he first met Baki as a kitten. Who learned how to write and later re-enters his life on a quest to discover who and what she really is. But now she's gone wild, and as the time of her arrival approaches, he strengthens his resolve to kill her. Okay, interesting. That doesn't explain why the cat's so sexy. What the fuck? Why is this cat so sexy? Alright. Let's see. I discovered the Joom Japanese community mod. It's pretty cool. I don't know what that is. What is that? This is a Kaniku Man movie. Do I need to watch this? What is this? Sack is a fur. Okay, no. Like, they're clearly trying to do something with this, right? Look at this. See, look at that cat, right? It's got like humanoid features. It's giving you the look. That cat is giving you the look. All right, that cat wants to fuck. The like older design isn't. I think it's supposed to be a cat that turns into a like it's a reverse werecat maybe. Do 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 whatever. Things are slowing down. The stream might be the site might be crashing again. This is a Kinnikuman movie. Mari and Kinnikuman's championship belt are stolen by the octopus dragon and his minions. Now Kinnikuman and the other Japanese Justice Chojins must travel to Planet Metro and compete in a tournament in order to win them back. Kinnikuman 84, also known as Kinnikuman Stolen Championship Belt, is the first theatrical film of the anime series Kinnikuman. It was released in Japan on July 14th, 1984, and is set after the 21st Chojin Olympics arc. This was the first movie to feature Seiyu Koji Yada, who appears in all the following movies except the final two, and also the first to feature the cat is giving you the yes, fuck yeah! Haven't had a quote in a while. It was released in Japan on July 14, 1984. It was set after the 21st Chojin Olympics arc. First to feature series creator Yota Daimago in a cameo. Octopus Dragon, Hiragoras, and Ukon are all kaiju from the infamous Roots Island two-part story from the original manga that does not appear in recent reprints. Tigerian is also a kaiju from the original manga, although these characters bear little resemblance to their manga counterparts. The movie's monster, Gigasaurus, does resemble the manga's octopus dragon. Oh, that's a lot. That was a lot I just read. I just read a lot of shit. This is a really pretty promotional image. I'll tell it to you if Mal is working or not. I think Mal keeps going up and down. On the fifth world of Tolfon's system in the year 2500, a supercomputer chooses marriage partners to find the best matches. No one has seen this. It is an hour and 45 minutes. There is no discussion about this. Is it being DDoSed? Doom Japanese community mod. Doom has a lot of mods to the surprise of no one. Doom is a niche cult series in Japan, so a Japanese Doom fan took all the Doom mods he could get and compiled them into a mod pack. Oh, interesting. If I can watch this, it's an hour and 45 minutes. If I can watch this, I'll watch it. If I can't, well, wow, Mal is fucked right now. Yeah, it's really slow to respond. This can't be my. This isn't my ping, is it? Can I open YouTube? No, YouTube is opening no problem. So this is Mal problem. Yeah, Mal's taking a long time to respond. Huh. It's responding. What is this? Raikijitsu Pathos? Um. And cannot believe that that is what is being cited here. All right. All right. Saw a friend was watching that. Yeah. If I can find this, I'll watch it. Whoops. Kuroi ame ni uterate. I think the only time I've ever used mod packs is for Minecraft. I think I used I think the only mod also I think the only mod pack I ever used for Minecraft was Ex Nihilo. Ex Nihilo. Skyblock. This is an anime adaptation of the manga Kore Ame ni Utereta by Nakuzawa Kaiji. Well, what is that about? about young people in post-war Hiroshima getting involved in the black market for weapons. The main character is an A-bomb survivor whose hatred drives him to kill an American black marketer. He asks the Americans, "Who are you to talk about justice when you massacred hundreds of thousands of people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the firebombing of Tokyo? Was that what you call justice?" So this sounds incredibly unpleasant to read, then. Quite honestly. Also, that's really, really fucking self-righteous after what Japan did to China during World War II. And Korea. Alright. This is from Pumpkin Wine. Which means I probably can't find it because we weren't able to find anything about Pumpkin Wine. I'm actually going to add this, and if I can find it, I'll watch it. How about that? Let's see. 84 Taekwon V. This is the 7th movie in the popular Korean movie series Robot Taekwon V. Nai Iru Melon Dokotak. No synopsis. Keikon Cafe. Kakui Keikon Tanaka is a superhero who hangs out with his friends. In his misadventures, he becomes Prime Minister of Japan and visits New York and prevents a nuclear war. Oopsie, I accidentally became Prime Minister of Japan and prevented a nuclear war. What the fuck? Okay, moving on. Fun fact, Beaten by Black Rain is written by the same dude who wrote Barefoot Gen. I don't know what Beaten by Black Rain is. Was that the thing I just read? Eiji Nakizawa? It is. Yeah, from what I understand, this guy watched the, like, firebombing in Tokyo, and he got a fucking chip on his shoulder for the rest of his life. I mean, understandable, I guess, but he's definitely, like, a Japanese apologist, and I'm gonna say it right now. World War II is pretty much the only, like, the most notable war in history where you can look at one side and be like, yeah, that's the bad guys. And it's like, now this isn't like universal, but a major thing that, like, that I know from having, you know, talked about to Japanese people is that the Japanese education system really sugarcoats and glosses over the war crimes that Imperial Japan committed during World War II. It's something they don't really like to talk about or embrace. Like, Germany's like, yeah, the Nazis were fucked. And like, that was us. But Japan likes to, like, really, like, downplay its abysmal war crimes during World War II. And so it's like this huge thing where people are like, America was the aggressors in World War II. Us Japanese, we were just trying to live our lives and they attacked us unprovoked. And it's like, oh my god. Imperial Japan during World War II were fucking monsters. A lot about what we know about, like, hypothermia and like burn and treating burns comes from information taken from horrible, inhuman experiments performed by the Japanese during World War II. Like, everyone, like, in a way, everyone is wrong in war, but the fucking Axis powers were extra wrong in that war. Um, which is not to say that handling the, like, America's handling of Japan post-war wasn't elegant or by any means, obviously, but I'm just saying it's like this whole, like, subclass of people that are like, oh, Japan did nothing wrong. Look at all of these innocent people. And it's like, yeah, look at all of the fucking innocent people you fucking murdered and fucking raped and enslaved during that period. U.S. education is pretty similar. We barely touch on stuff like Japan internet, which I had to read about on my own for a project. I was surprised we spent as much time as we did on the trail of, we spent as much time on the Trail of Tears as we did. My schools usually glossed over the Trail of Tears, but they really hammer home the conquistadors being fucked up. So I think it depends on where you're. The problem with America is we're very inconsistent with our education, and we spend a lot of time on slavery too. So yeah, it really depends on where. It depends on where you go to school at. Excuse me. Which I think is a result of America being such a large and diverse country that like different states will teach you about like different places. Like I know like Alabama and like Tennessee, like those like good old southern like down south states. They really like shy away from the more like offensive history of America, like slavery, Trail of Tears, stuff like that. Some of it is even like actively trying to ban teaching that history. Um, but yeah, I've seen Japanese people say they weren't even aware that Japan committed war crimes in World War II. So, TV special first aired in 1984. It covers the planet Raka story arc and takes place after the 21st Chojin Olympics arc. A young boy from the planet Raka named Beansman asks Kaneko Man and others to help save his planet from space samurais led by Black King. The story was a parody of the Seven Samurais. Because in English we spent like half a month on Frederick Douglass. See, I didn't learn jack shit about Frederick Douglass. In my high school English class senior year, we had an entire semester dedicated to women's suffrage. Oh wait, no, we did have no. Actually, you know what? I believe in sophomore year though we did read a lot of Zora Neale Hurston, and we read about we read what is it called, the center cannot hold, was that what it was called, which was about I think like British um missionaries in Africa. Things fall apart. Things fall apart was what it was called. Which was by who was this by? Da, da, da. Things Fall Apart was by, oh god, I'm so sorry, I'm gonna say your name wrong, sir. Chinua Achebe, which was from a Nigerian author in 58. Um, invasion by the Europeans in the late 19th century. It's actually, I'm going to be honest, it's a pretty good novel, by the way. Things Fall Apart. Like I would recommend this. This was actually a pretty good novel. Frederick Douglass had the best hair of the 19th century. Let's look him up real quick. I'm sure, even though I didn't spell any of that right. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Man's got a mane. I ain't gonna hate on that. That's pretty styling. Why are we fucking talking about? Oh, right. Yeah, the fucking Black Rain shit. Right. Anyway, all I'm saying is you don't fucking see Germany being like, no, the Nazis were innocent and blameless. Like Germany's like, yeah, no, we got fucked up in the 40s. We're sorry. The first episode served as the opening animation for 1984 sci-fi convention named Uru Matsuri III and followed the style of the Daikon openings. The video consists primarily of two fixations of Japanese otaku culture in the 80s, sci-fi and lols. I fucking love it. The second episode is only known to have been released in 87. I can't show that on screen. Um, in Germany, I think you can be jailed for saying that. What? That they fucked up in the 40s? Oh, they. Oh, yeah, they don't fuck around with Nazi apologists. No, yeah, no, they don't. Yeah. Uh, last part of the 9 TV movies. Oh, here we go. Hokuto no Ken. I might as well read this, even though everyone should know what this is. In the year 19XX, after being betrayed and left for dead, brave-hearted warrior Kenshiro wanders a post-apocalyptic wasteland on a quest to track down his rival Shin, who has kidnapped his beloved fiancée Yuria. During his journey, Kenshiro makes use of his deadly fighting form Hokuto Shinken to defend the helpless from bloodthirsty ravengers. It isn't long before his exploits begin to attract the attention of greater enemies like warlords and rival martial artists. Kenshiro finds himself involved with more than he originally bargained for. Faced with ever-increasing odds, the successor of Hokuto Shinken is forced to put his skills to the test in an effort to take back what he cares for most. And as these new challenges present themselves and the battle against injustice intensifies, namely his conflict with Shen and the rest of the Nento Senken School of Martial Arts, Kenshiro is gradually transformed into the savior of an irradiated, violent world. Everyone knows what this is. If at the very least, if you don't know what this is, you know the saying, you are already dead. Like everyone basically knows Hokuto no Ken, but I felt like, hey, I gotta read it, right? You know who you never hear about, who was also an Access power? You never fucking hear about Italy. I have no idea what Italy's approach was to it being an Access power. Um, I only know about Japan and Germany. And that is because I think Italy wants you to forget entirely. Kenshiro beat a tank till it blew up. That's some Street Fighter shit. Metanatai Holmes. Loosely based on Sherlock Holmes series by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Sherlock Hound turns all the classic characters into dogs. The canine Sherlock Holmes, his assistant Watson, and housemaid Miss Hudson work together to solve mysteries. The culprit is usually Professor Moriarty, and his gang use all kinds of wacky contraptions to see what they want. I gotta pee again. When we get to 95, I don't know if we're gonna stop at 95, but I know I'm gonna pee at 95 again. I've been drinking so much water to try and keep myself hydrated so my voice doesn't give out during this nonsense. Say Jushin Bismarck. Part of me wants to get through the 80s entirely, and then we'll get to like 85. Norway apparently is very accepting of fascism until the 30s, a fact that they want to forget. Hey, a lot of countries want to forget a lot of shit they did, all right? There are very few countries that haven't done horrible, horrible things in their past, and the ones that haven't are very young. In the distant future, humanity has explored beyond. See, my problem isn't that a country has done horrible shit in its past. My problem is when a country tries to like when people try to justify that horrible shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see anyone in America being like, oh, slavery? Yeah, slavery was the tits. Fuck yeah. See, people give slavery a bad rap, but really what we need is more slavery. No one fucking says that. At least no one that is taken seriously or should be taken seriously. That's not entirely true. But there are people that say that. It's kind of like the like lost cause myth, right? Where like people kind of like justify the rebellion of the South even though the South was super fucked up during the Civil War. But Japan is like that for World War II. Obviously not all of it. You know, I don't want to generalize the entire Japanese people, but I was gonna say, Zach, hey, look, I'm aware when I say shit. But yeah, like Japan is like that for like World War II, and obviously not everyone in Japan is like that for sure. Like you can't paint an entire people with a broad stroke brush like that. But there are definitely like a notable amount of people like that. Like you do see it come up often. In the distant future, again, like the lost cause myth that we have for the American Civil War, which is also bad. Don't do that. Hey, hey, stop that. Nobody ever stops that shit. You can't just say that, but you know. Fuck yeah. Okay, look, Patriot's the best god demon. Patriot is the best fucking demon. He's got an American flag on him. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, what the fuck am I even talking? I don't even know what I'm talking. I just want to fucking rant about. Some fucking self-righteous bullshit. In the distant future, humanity has explored beyond Earth and colonized both the inner and outer planets of the solar system. In order to protect the colonies and maintain law and order in the solar system, the Earth Federation government, EFG, was created. Soon, many settlers started to resent EFG and its sphere of influence, straining the relationship between the central government and the colonies. Most strained peace was being forged between Earth and the colonies. A race of non-human creatures known as Deathcula invaded the system. Without provocation, they attacked the colonies and killed many of the colonists. The EFG quickly realized that Deathcula were technologically superior and their forces were hopelessly matched. Hopelessly matched. I would have written the word outmatched, but sure. In order to have a chance at survival, Dr. Charles Laveau developed a transformable starship known as the Bismarck. Knowing that an advanced team of specialists were required to operate the Bismarck, 4 individuals came together and were charged with keeping the outer colonies safe from further Deathkiller attacks. Oh, excuse me. Fuck. Ooh, we're gonna look at a spoiler. This is the Chancellor of Deathkiller and is a tall, frightening cyborg with a demonic mask for face. He lost his battle. Oh, that doesn't even seem interesting. I'm in hell. Okay, Kai Galante. Yeah, that's not what that said at all. Kiko Kai Galliant. Set in the far-flung medieval-looking world of Arst, Prince Jordi Voldir. I thought that was going to say Geordie LaForge. It would have been way cooler. Takes up the fight against the ambitions of the Conqueror Martyr. Geordie uses the legendary giant robot Panzer, Galliant, which is one of many panzers that have been preserved underground for thousands of years. Using an army of advanced robot panzers, Martyr is conquering all of Arst in preparation of his plan of dominance of the Crescent Galaxy. Fucking God. Every time we get something cool, we get like 30 things that sound goddamn terrible. Yurishiko Machidok. What's up, Machidok? Machidok is a powerful race car obtained from a simple economy car which is able to race on any ground. I mean, depending on what you count as ground, that is an accomplishment for a race car, actually. Galactic Patrol Lensman. Didn't we already talk about Galactic Patrol Lensman? How are we back at more Lensman? The young Kimball Kinson is leaving home for a wider education when the Galactic Patrol ship crashes on his family's land. Then dying pilot gives him a mysterious lens, half sentient. The lens, now implanted in his hand, becomes a focus of changes in Kim's life, including his father's death, a space battle, an encounter with Galactic Patrol nursing officer Chris. Impaled by the lens, he discovers a new world of experiences before him and risks his life to save Chris and the universe. Isn't this the plot of fucking Green Lantern? Galactic Patrol Lensman? This is just fucking Green Lantern. Okay, let's see. Futari Daka. I feel like I've heard of this for some reason. Two motorbike crazy young men meet on a track one day and then they fuck. One almost kills the other. After a while, they discover that they have the same first name. Since they're both excellent at racing, they very quickly become rivals, but their passion and first name is not the only thing they have in common. They both have huge dicks that they use to fuck. I don't know, it just sounds like it was going that direction. Never mind, it's rated G. Ashiti 10K Nainara probably would be more interesting if they fucked. This is the adventures of a young golf player. Okay, shout out to golf, I guess. Mighty Orobots. Set in the 20... I'm going insane. Set in the 23rd century, Mighty Orobots relates to the adventures of Rob Simmons, a scientist. Rob Simmons. Why does that name sound familiar? I think I'm thinking of one of the Kiss members? Right? Kiss the band? Who are the Kiss band members? Oh, I think I'm thinking of Gene Simmons. Right? Isn't that who I'm thinking of? Gene Simmons? Literally anything to distract me from what I'm doing right now. Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons. Yep, it was Gene Simmons. Peter Criss, Eric Carr, Vinnie Vincent, Ace Frehley, and Tommy Thaler. Gene Simmons, he's an asshole. Is he? I don't know much about him other than he was in Kiss. Bort, Bo, Crunch. Oh no. What makes him such an asshole? All members of the Galactic Patrol, the Earth based futuristic police force, the focal point of the program is their battle against Shadow, a sinister planet of evil whose leader Umbra seeks to control the universe. This is directed by Osamu Dezaki, who I feel like we've encountered before, right? What did he do? Oh, oh yeah, he directed Pieces of Rosa Versailles, did storyboards on Lupin, key animation and that, directed Golgo. Okay, yeah, so we've totally encountered this guy before then, too. Yeah, I was like, hang on, this dude's name sounds familiar. Except that one time he called people who refused to wear a mask selfish bastards. That was the one time he said something agreeable. That's okay then. Cherokee Robo Galat. In a peaceful, disarmed world where small robots are utilized as housekeepers, that doesn't sound safe. Villains act with huge robots instead of weapons. Dr. Kiwi converts Michael's robot into a transformable one that's able to teach them a lesson. This is the birth of Galat, the town hero. Okay. Da 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 da. I'm gonna piss, but very misogynistic. Okay, not a great start, gonna be honest. Introduction to etiquette through hapless antics of Mr. Donba, who manages to put his foot in innumerable social situations. Maho no Tenshi, Creamy Mommy, Ian no Once More. The first 45-minute recap of the original series, and the remaining 40 minutes has a new story. Well, shit, then I need to read it. 2 months after Creamy Mommy's final concert, rumors began to spread that Mommy was making a comeback, and if that wasn't surprising enough, Tachibana starts Project M, and that seems to have something to do with Mommy's comeback. As word of Mommy's concert reaches the public, Yu doesn't believe it. Yu, Megami, Toshio, Midori, Kido Koro make a plan to get to the bottom of it. Pretty racist. Okay, cool. All right. I mean, not cool, obviously. Don't be racist. I feel like I just went on a whole thing about don't be racist. Summaries of the first, a letter from Kitawe, and second, 13 Meet Again halves of the Galactic Drifter Vifam series. Boo doo doo boop boop bum 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 bum. Dr. Slump Movie 4 Arale-chan Hoyoyo Nanba Shiro no Hyo. Dr. Slump found the secret treasure, Eye of the Rainbow, of legendary Nanba Castle in the mountains. This treasure makes every dream come true. When the robbery gang Arale Godshan tried to steal this treasure, Bisana, who is the descendant of Nanba Kingdom, took the treasure. Bisana wanted to revive the devil in the Nanba Kingdom. Arale and her friends went towards the secret Nanba Castle to get back the treasure. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna eat so much when I'm done with this stream. I'm just gonna eat so much food. Kaniku Man, Obare Segi Chojin. Why is this in background? This is the 1884 animated film. It's the second theatrical film based on Kaniku Man. It was released in Japan in December. Who gives a shit? Dr. Slump or Yo-Yo, Treasure of Nanba Castle, following the kidnapping of gang, is set after the 7 Akuma Chojin arc. It was the first movie to feature the character Buffalo Man. It was the first of only 2 films to feature the announcer. The other being Crisis in New York. It is the first time the appearance of Bib Ben, who appears in Kaniku Man's fiance, who appears as Kaniku Man's fiance in the original manga. Boop 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 boop. Kaniku Man. Boot S equals 13, an abstract short film by Nobuhiro Aihara that combines movement of abstract lines and the motif of an apple. Who is that? We encountered this dude before, didn't we? A long time ago? Yeah, we did. Yeah, I think we encountered him a long time ago. Bum 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 bum. 1985. Shokojo Sarah. Honestly, I was gonna take a bathroom break right here, but I'm gonna be totally honest with you. We're so close. Like, there's only one new anime, so I don't think there's gonna be a lot to read here. I was wrong and stupid. I was wrong and stupid. Um, he's been accused of sexually harassing a makeup artist, choking women for recording him. He also wrote a song about wanting to fuck his fangirls and their mothers. Okay, well, that last one doesn't actually sound that bad. Um, Sent to an all-girls boarding school due to her father's overseas job, Sarah Crew is a promising young girl who excels both academically and socially in her new life in London. However, her world is turned upside down when she's called into the headmistress's office and informed of news that no child wants to hear. Father has passed away. Now an orphan, Sarah is stripped of her status as a student and is forced to work in a boarding school as a maid in order to support herself. To make matters worse, her once friendly peers suddenly turn against her upon hearing about her fall from wealth. Coming to terms with the unfortunate situation she faces, Sarah must learn to preserve and form new friendships in order to regain her dignity as well as her identity. Compared to like Code Blue I posted earlier in Discord, which is about necrophilia. I feel like most songs about necrophilia aren't really about necrophilia, if you know what I mean. Most people like I'm gonna fuck your corpse. They don't really mean it. It's sort of like an edgy, gritty aesthetic. I have to assume, like 99% of the time, unless said musician is known for having actually fucked a corpse, and in which case, that's a whole fucking thing. That's his own thing. You know, weird fact about let me look this up. That serious thing is serious at all? Yeah, it doesn't sound like it would be. Fun fact about necrophilia. I think it's only explicitly illegal in a few states. Isn't that correct? Dun, 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 dun. No, I don't want incidents of necrophilia. It's the exact. I don't want incidents of it. Legality in United States. No federal legislation barring sex with a corpse. Multiple states have their own laws. So honestly, this is perfect. We'll just scroll down this. Alabama, it's a Class C felony. In Alaska, it's a Class A misdemeanor. Arizona, Class 4 felony. Arkansas, Class D felony. California, felony. Colorado, Class 2 misdemeanor. Connecticut, misdemeanor Class A or Class D if the victim is under 16. Fair enough. Delaware, misdemeanor Class A. Florida, felony second degree. Georgia, felony, misdemeanor. Idaho, misdemeanor. Illinois, felony. Indiana, felony, level 6. Iowa, felony, class D. This is the stupidest thing I've ever read on stream. Kansas, misdemeanor. Kentucky, felony. Louisiana, misdemeanor. Maine, felony. Maryland, misdemeanor. No law in Massachusetts! Hell yeah! Michigan, misdemeanor. Minnesota, misdemeanor. Mississippi, felony. Missouri, felony. Montana, felony. Nebraska, felony. Nevada, felony. New Hampshire, felony. New Jersey, felony. New Mexico, legal. New York, misdemeanor. North Carolina, legal. North Dakota, misdemeanor. Ohio, 5th degree felony. Oklahoma, felony. Oregon, felony. Pennsylvania, misdemeanor. Rhode Island, felony. South Carolina and South Dakota, legal. Tennessee, felony class E. Texas, misdemeanor class A. Utah, 3rd degree felony. Vermont and Virginia, legal. Washington, felony class C. West Virginia, misdemeanor. Wisconsin, class G felony. And Wyoming, class felony. So I guess if you want to fuck a dead body, go to Virginia, Vermont, South Dakota, South Carolina, New Mexico, or Massachusetts. I need something to distract myself from this crap I have to read. Let's see. In fact, a few years ago, TSL partnered with LA Once Cream, Os Cream Store, ice cream store for Code Blue ice cream sandwich. The song was written in the early '80s, so it's definitely more shock value deal. It's goth shit. Disgusting. Yeah, don't fuck dead people. That's the official position of the Sacrobolic Twitch channel. Don't fuck dead people. The other position is I shouldn't have to say that. That shouldn't be an official position I need to make. Shogo Yahagi is a young motorcycle enthusiast living in the world of hot bikes, hard rock, and J-pop idols. The general populace is about to go in their lives in peace under the watchful eyes of a computer program in the guise of pop idol sensation Eve. Unbeknownst to them, Shogo himself is mostly concerned with riding his motorcycle, picking up beautiful women like Yue Takanaka, who aspires to be a dancer. Shogo's life suddenly changes when his friend Shinji Nakagawa shows him a top-secret project, the Garland, an advanced motorcycle that can transform into a robot. Ambushed by the military, Shogo hijacks the Garland and escapes into the city, evading the military with the help of Yue and her friends. He gradually discovers their idyllic society is only an illusion. It's a good quote, and I'll stand by it. Uh, See, this is why we do these streams. Honestly, I kind of love the like '80s sort of like I want to say grunge aesthetic, but I know this is terrible. I know this isn't good. I can tell this won't be good. This is a romance? An episode of 1 hour 7 minutes? This is a full fucking anime. This is like 4 goddamn movies. I don't know why. I just have a good feeling. I feel like that use is gonna get some. When I play Saya no Uta on stream, we'll be saying that a lot, I'm sure. I'm not doing that. I would get banned immediately. Area 88. Shin Kazuma, tricked and forced into flying for the remote country Aslan, can only escape the hell of war by earning money for shooting down enemy planes or die trying. Through the course of the series, Shin must deal with the consequences of killing and friends dying around him as he tries to keep his mind on freeing himself from this nightmare. Actually, you can. Well, I'm not going to. Genmu Senki Leda. The Steam version cut the sex scenes out, but they have a patch to put them back in. Oh, well, see, why the fuck would I play it then? For a year and a half, Yoko Asagiri has fostered an unrequited love for one of her classmates. To express her affection, she composes a piano solo that she plans to show him when she confesses. When the moment of truth comes, however, Yoko is not brave enough to speak to her classmate, and the ground suddenly swallows her up. In an instant, Yoko finds herself in a mysterious realm of Ashanti. She quickly makes friends with this talking dog named Lingam, who explains that Ashanti is the sister realm of Noah, the realm that Yoko came from. The two worlds were once connected, but they are separated long ago by the warrior Leda in order to protect the people of Noah. Now Yuko's arrival has temporarily opened a path between the realms, which evil forces Zeli intend to make permanent. The forces Zell steal Yoko's cassette player under the belief that the mythical Heart of Leda, a necessary artifact for their nefarious plans. For Yoko manages to evade their capture by transforming into Leda warrior. With the new powers, she'll be able to protect the people of Noah and return to her own world. What are you into? Flesh, demon, sex, and rape? I mean, one of those, but I won't share which one. This actually sounds totally watchable. Oh, that went down the wrong pipe. Oh boy. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Nora. Nora's on a vacation in Holiday Inn space station. When the artificial gravity fails, the whole space station resort becomes chaotic, but she helps solve the problem. Cool? This is, of course, apparently a prequel to something called Twinkle Nora Rock Me. I mean, it has a cool art style. Based on a 1980 manga by Mikuriya Satomi, this adaptation differs considerably from the original. The story started in its prequel, was completed with the second OVA. Excuse me. Why do I feel like I've heard about this? Maybe I've heard about the manga? Why does this sound vaguely familiar? Huh. This sounds vaguely familiar. Greed. To succeed his father, Lid Kale sets out on a journey to defeat the incarnation of evil that seems to dominate the world. Longin and Maimao also begin to journey to achieve his father's will. On their way, Kay and Bagda join them. They overcome some difficulties and finally they meet Vi, the evil. They manage to beat Vi, but still doesn't solve their problem. That, on the other hand, sounds terrible. She solved the problem. You know what greed is, or do you know what Nora is? You know what Nora is. Okay, what the fuck is Nora, and why do I know? Why have I heard of Nora? Um, Ginga Horyu Vifam Kaita 12 Nin. This is episode side story that can be sorted somewhere between episodes 18 and 21. I don't know, fucking pick. The present writer does not tell the whole story. The Janus is sailing towards Tot when something unexpected happens. What? I don't know. Don't worry about it. Tone Gari Boshi no Memole. Mariella no Hose Kikebo. This is about the like 250 alien palm top things that come fix the sick girl with their tears. Marielle is a young girl currently living in a remote house deep in the mountains between Switzerland and France. To help her recover, the story is told through the memories of her adventures with Memoru, a tiny alien girl who lives on a nearby island. Her people are gnome-like beings who stuck on Earth because their ship crashed here. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. This almost seems like a girls' love thing? Oh no, this is from Ogress. This is a summary of Super Dimension Story Ogress TV, which I think I added because it sounded vaguely interesting. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. This is Urusei Yatsura Movie 3, Remember My Love. It seems that when love was born, a postal screw-up resulted in a witchy friend of the family not getting an invitation to the celebration. The witch put a curse on Lum that she would never be happy with her true love. In the present, a new amusement park has been built in Tobiki. The opening day finds the whole gang sampling its pleasures. At a magic show, however, Atara gets turned into a large pink hippopotamus. For real! What? Oh my god, no wonder this is the most fucking low-rated Yatsura movie we've encountered. When Lum attempts to track down the musician that transformed her darling, things get very weird very fast. That took such a weird turn immediately. If I don't keep singing, I'll go completely insane. What a gorgeous image. Okay, Kamue no Ken. A young boy named Jiro finds his mother and sister murdered in his home, falsely accused of the crime. He flees his village and meets a priest named Tenkai, who has him kill a rogue ninja named Taruza. After fulfilling that task, Jiro goes underground, training to become a master assassin. Many years later, Jiro finds out that he was an orphan and his real father was Taruza, who had worked for Tenkai until he aborted his mission when he fell in love with an Ainu woman. The young ninja discovers the shogunate was able to retrieve the lost treasures of Captain Kidd and use it once again, isolate Japan from the Western world. Using the clues that Tarosa had kept secret, Jiro, along with the female ninja Oyuki and a slave named Sam, traveled to Russia and America to search for the treasures in hopes of using it to extract revenge from Tenkai. Nor is a really bad low budget OVA that had clips shown around online a few years ago because of how bad they were. Okay, thank you. All right, so it's not worth watching then, is what I'm hearing. This looks fucking gorgeous, actually. It doesn't sound good, though. So I think I'm going to use my better judgment and wait. Well, now I've ruined it. So I think I'm actually going to skip on this. Doraemon Movie 6. Nobita, no Little Star Wars? Poppy, the tiny president of a faraway planet, escapes Earth to avoid being captured by the military forces that took over. Despite being welcomed by Doraemon, Nobita, and their friends, the little alien notices his enemies have also reached this world and doesn't want to get his human friends involved in this war. Doraemon, Nobita, Guyan, Tsuneo, and Shizuku start a big adventure as they try to hide and protect Poppy. Can't we just say Doraemon and the gang or something? Can't we name the gang? Do we have to individually name every member of the Doraemon crew every time we come to a Doraemon movie? This is Bobby ni Kubitake. Check this out. Sure. Well, I'm going to mute just in case the audio comes across. That was somehow the best and worst thing I've ever seen. I got enthralled. I ended up watching the entire thing. What the fuck is that? Be sure to add the second one, Twinkle Nora Rock Me. What I normally do is I add the first entry in a series so that my watch later list doesn't get too clogged, and then if I decide to go on like past episode one, then like when I watch it, I add the second one. That's from the second one. I know. We'll start with the first one. If it's okay, if for all I know, that was the literal best part of it. Bobby ni Kubitake. Bobby really does little else but work on his bike. He cleans his bike, he tunes up his bike, he rides his bike, he fucks his bike. One day would call him a motorcycle otaku. His most recent achievement seemed to have been getting photos of himself on the road trip printed in a motorcycle hobby magazine. And this leads to an unexpected result. A girl his age who picked up that issue on a whim decides to write him a letter. A long, rambling letter, but dreamily romantic just the same. Bobby admits to his sister that he's never gotten a letter from the girl before. He writes back, I got your letter. I'm happy because it was from a girl. You know damn well it's his sister. There's a video called Nora, but it zooms in on all the bad animation so constantly. The Bobby referenced in the title is actually 17-year-old Akihiko Nomura, an underachieving a high school kid with a deep love for motorcycles. His grades are failing, and his father, traditional and strict, but who must have also at some point gave in and allowed him to have a motorcycle, is trying everything he can to think of to get the kid to apply for college. His mother is so silent, she might as well not even exist. Really, support system in his life is entirely in his twinkle-toed little sister, who's nosy but cheers him in their own way. What? Those were two different plot synopsises. Okay, I'm moving on from that. Oh, okay. RA, no, Kagami, way to the virgin space. Oh, hey, if space is a virgin, I can help her with that. The story follows Daichi Meguru and Mayu, a young boy and a pilot, as they flee from their war-torn planet into space. Upon their ship, a stowaway android named Zero joins their quest as they travel through Haley's mirror. Do 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 do. This is a terrible idea. Why did I make this series? Do 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 do. Kanuku Man, Seigi Chojin versus Kodai Chojin. While Kaneko Man is on vacation with Mari-san's kindergarten class at Eastern Island, the young wheelchair-bound Koichi-kun laments being with an idiot like Kaneko Man, preferring instead to be with his favorite Seigi Chojin Buffalo Man, while the other Seigi Chojins are also vacationing at the ancient landmarks. Seigi Chojin vs. Ancient Chojin is the third theatrical film based on the anime Kamiko Man. It was released in Japan, and who gives a shit? It's set after the Golden Mask arc. The film is first to feature anime original character Kinkotsu Obaba. Although this film is set after the Gold Mask arc, the character Geronimo does not appear as an active fighter until the next film. He does, however, appear in flashbacks to the Golden Mask conclusion. This is also the second time voice actor Ichiro Nagai appears in a Kaneko Man work playing the main villain. He has previously appeared in the TV special. It features the return of voice actors Kozu Shioa and Yasuo Tanaka, who had previously appeared in the film Stolen Championship Belt. This is you now that I've shown you the light. Yes, perfect. I'm not sure I would have called that the best dancing anime girl in the first place, despite liking Kaguya. I'm not sure that would have been number one for me anyway. But I appreciate both dances for what they are. Let's see. Do. This is Ninja Hattori Kun plus Perman Ninja Kaiju Jipo Tai Miracle Tamogo. Why? Because Haruhi exists. I don't. I'm gonna be entirely honest. When I said that, I was immediately thinking to myself, I'm not sure who number one is. I did think of Haruhi. I thought of Lucky Star. I thought of like Welcome to the Ballroom. I thought of a lot of shit actually. I'm like I don't know who I would put number one as. Is more what I'm saying. Um, it would I think it would be a long involved process in trying to figure it out. Crossover film featuring both Moto Ibiko's work. Both casts get wrapped up with an alien egg falls from the sky that becomes a monster seeking destruction of Earth. Also, there's Prisma Ilia. There's a good dance sequence in Prisma Ilia. I don't know. There's so many like anime dances. Goo Goo Ganmo movie. Movie version that it lampooned several Japanese folklore tales, including that of Princess Kaguya. I don't want to lampoon Princess Kaguya. I love Princess Kaguya. Based on a manga by Hosono Fujihiko, serialized in Weekly Shonen Sunday. This is Sengoku Kusha, 1985. That one episode of Beyond the Boundary. Oh yeah, I forgot about that episode. Yeah. An anime special based on Romance of the Three Kingdoms novel aired in NTV. I don't believe you can do Romance of the Three Kingdoms in an hour 30. Oh, they didn't. They didn't. They tried to do it in two movies. I don't know about that. Maybe you could do that. Spring 1985. I'm going to go to the bathroom again. I have to, in order to keep talking, I am having to drink so much fluid. But the problem is, once you drink fluid, it doesn't just stay in your throat, keeping your throat nice and moist and allowing you to talk hours on end. It has to come out of somewhere. So I will be back. All right, I'm back. Hopefully, everyone missed me too much. Holy shit, we're only in spring of 1985 and we've been going for what was that, 6.5 hours or 7 hours? 6:40, 6.5 hours. My god. Okay, Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam. If I get into Gundam, I'll fucking watch this at some point. I'll read the plot though. It's Universal Century. Okay, so this is main timeline Gundam. Actually, I don't know if Universal Century counts as main timeline Gundam anymore, considering most things aren't set in Universal Century. 0087, the 1 year war between Earth Federation and the Principality of Zeon is over. The Earth Federation. So this is the sequel to Mobile Suit, isn't this? The Earth Federation has created an elite task force known as Titans, who are responsible for hunting the remaining Zeon forces. However, the power-hungry Titans have shown themselves no better than Zeon, spurring the creation of a rebellious faction called the Anti-Earth Union Group. I'm going to call them AOG. 17-year-old Camille Bidon lives in the colony Green Noah, home to a Titan base. Camille gets in trouble after assaulting a Titan officer, an event that coincides with an attack led by former Zeon ace Shar Aznable. He's still alive? Excuse me. I would have thought he would have died in like the finale of Mobile Suit. Now known as AUG pilot Quattro Bagina. When Camille steals a Titan's prototype Gundam, he soon finds himself in the middle of a dangerous conflict. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if I get into Gundam super hard, I'll watch Zeta. Touch. Okay, we talked all about this earlier. This story centers around... I already read this out loud, didn't I? Okay, whatever, I'll read it again. I don't... My brain has disintegrated. The story centers around three characters: Usagi Kazuya, his twin brother Tatsuya, and Asakura Minami. Kazuya is the darling of his town as he's talented, hardworking, and an ace pitcher for his middle school baseball team. Tatsuya is a hopeless slacker who's been living the life of giving up the spotlight to Kazuya, despite the fact that he may be more gifted than him. Minami is the beautiful childhood girlfriend, for all intents, sister from next door who treats them both as equals. Society largely assumes Kazuya and Minami will become a perfect couple, including Tatsuya. Yet as time progresses, Tatsuya grows to realize that he's willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of his brother, except at the expense of giving up Minami to Kazuya. And thus the story is told of Tatsuya trying to prove himself over his established younger brother, how it affects the relationship between the three, and both brothers' attempts to make Minami's lifelong dreams come true. I'm not... Honestly, I think love triangles are so overdone. Let's see. Choju, Kishin, Don Cougar. This kind of looks cool a little bit. Let's see. Super Bestial Machine God Don Cougar. Let's see. Emperor Muge Zarbados and his Empire of Death decide their next conquest will be the faraway planet of Earth. Muge becomes even more fearsome because of Shapiro Keats, a power-hungry Earthling-turned traitor. It's up to Shinobu, Sarah, Shapiro's old girlfriend, Masato, and Ryo of the Geosenkitai Cyber Beast Force to pilot the 4 Jun Senki Beast Mecha, Eagle Fighter, Land Cougar, Land Liger, and Big Moth. It's a big mammoth mecha. Which can combine into the giant mech Dan Cougar. This sounds unbelievably bad. Hono, Alphenrose, Judy, and Randy. While Randy was walking through, I'm getting a throat lozenge. While Randy was walking through the Swiss countryside, he finds a small girl who seemed to be the only survived person from an airplane crash. The little girl doesn't remember anything, and Randy decided to take care of her. And he called her Judy. They both go on their childhood together. A few years later, Judy is now 16 years old, wants to find her past. With the help of Randy, she leaves to research her origins. Her single clue is a song that she keeps hearing in her head. The song is called Alpine Rose. At a time of world war, these two young people will have to overcome many obstacles to arrive at their goals in this time of war, with having only each other to comfort and support the depth of their love. Oh, I thought she had like declining pink hair. I was like, oh, that is a cute design, but it's just blonde. Musashi no Ken. Musashi no Ken is the story of a boy named Musashi who aims to be kendo champion. Part of the anime is him as a child, and part is him as an adult. Okay, that's kind of cool, I guess. This is High Step June. June is a very intelligent little girl who spends her time arranging all kinds of inventions. It goes until creating two small robots, Kichinosuke and Yuki Nyojo, who become her best friends. Because of her intelligence, June gets into college at a young age, and she meets and falls in love with a boy from her class who's called Zero. Zero is interested in motorbikes and not in school, and is accustomed to not attending courses. He got delayed in his schooling, and thus is much older than the other students, and is therefore humiliated for it. On the other hand, June is way too young and little to be in college and is made fun of. Thanks to their common passion for mechanics, Zero will sympathize with June and will agree to dine with her in Harbor, the restaurant where June's parents live. This is a long series of fun adventures and arguments that little June will make to her alluring, charming prince who's twice older than her. I'm going to say a few things about this. Number one, you're never too old to go to college. Number two, twice her age is a fucking age gap. Yeah, holy shit. What do you mean romance? I mean, think about it. If she's like, we'll say 12 for a second. He's like, what, 24? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't think. What the shit? Alright. Naho no Tenshi Creamy Mommy Long Goodbye. Shingo is planning in the film A Story of Two Worlds starring Megumi. Yu's transformation into Creamy Mommy is happening without her wanting it. She's asked to star in the film too, but the magic doesn't last. Luan wa Kaze no Naka. This is the third episode in the Lion Book series in which a boy who has fallen in love with a girl on a poster on the wall starts to look for her. This story depicts the heartache of adolescent first love in a low-key summer. This is the Dallos special. An edited compendium of the 4 OVA episodes were spiced together to create a movie which aired in theaters. Included within was also a prologue which used 50 extra shots that introduced the world of Dallos before the opening credits. Interesting. This probably would be the best way to watch Dallos then, but... This is Sohei Kihei Votoms Volume 1, Stories of the AT Votoms. This is a recap special for Votoms, which we've already read, so we're moving on now. This is Penguin's Memory, Shiwase Monogatari. Mike is a penguin soldier who returns home after being injured during combat. Estranged from his family and friends, he leaves his hometown and starts to roam adrift from the country. Sengoku Majan Go Shogun Toki no Estranger. This is Time Stranger. Remi Shimoda is in a hurry. She's on her way to a reunion with the other members of Go Shogun team, which I feel like we read at one point. Oh yeah, because this is the girl that is supposed to be like Minky Momo. A police action with some robbers gets in her way. She runs the robbers off the road. Her vision blurs. She gets into an accident. The movie splits into Two, one with a plot following Remy's slow decline at the hospital. What? With members and former enemies at her side, and her experience in a strange city where she and the rest of the team have their deaths foretold. Remy herself is plagued by visions of her death and visitations from a threatening girl with a panther-like cat. The temple at the center of the city is the key, so the team sets out to battle their way into it based on the giant robot series Go Shogun. The series focusing on Remy, the female member of the team, who apparently fucking dies. Dirty Pair. If you're in big trouble, call the World Welfare Woke Association or the WWWA. They will send out a team of highly trained, capable agents called trouble consultants who can solve your problems. But if the team they send out is the Dirty Pair, there will be collateral damage aside from solving your problems. Didn't I? Haven't I thought we read Dirty Pair already? I guess not. Yeah, I'll watch Dirty Pair. I thought this was already on the list, frankly. Maho no Star Magical Emmy. Kozuki Mai is an elementary student who wants to be a magician and performs in her family's magicrat magical act. However, she is too young, and her magic skills are not very good. Then one day, she encounters a ball of light that was put into a stuffed doll, a flying squirrel, bringing it to life and somehow giving her the power to turn into an 18-year-old magician, Magical Emmy. As Emmy Mai was able to join the magical act, she must keep her identity secret from her family and her crush. Is there no movie? Oh, OVA comes before movies. Okay, I was confused for a second. All right, Urusei Yutsura OVA, The Adventures of Lum, Ataru, and Ten, and all the game from Tobiki continue into an assortment of new but no less weird stories. Watch as Lum, Ataru, and Shinobu encounter a rabbit-clad youth into the Room of Destiny and get a glimpse into their futures, and Inaba, the Dream Maker, or see Ron's plans to use sherbet cone-producing bird to open a sherbet shop one hot Tokyo summer go terribly awry. Raging Sherbet. Otaru has yet another bad experience with Lum's cooking in I Howl at the Moon. Okay, Shoko Keheva Tom's The Last Red Shoulder. Yup. Released in 85, the OVA tells a critical part of the story between the TV shows Udo and Komen arcs. Although the TV series covered the Red Shoulders in some detail, we didn't get to see much of Chiriko's time there or the people involved, and we get both of those here. Chocolate Panic Picture Show. This seems like this might be offensive. The Chocolate Panic Picture Show is a wacky musical OVA based on a manga by Fujiwara Kamui, serialized in monthly Super Action, and partly inspired by Jamie Uli's The Gods Must Be Crazy. Follow Manbo, Timbo, and Kronbo as they are flung into a strange psychedelic world of madness they don't understand. See them cause chaos through their zany, unpredictable antics in this comical take on cultural imperialism. Cosmo Police Justy. In the future, humanity is spread throughout the galaxy. In their efforts to combat criminal espers, the Cosmo Police are fortunate to have Justy on their side. However, the esper criminals also know this, and some of them are making plans for Cosmo Policeman Justy. As their leaders say, there's only one way to kill the most powerful esper in the galaxy. And that is... No? Okay. Nope. Well, it could be good, but I think you need to pitch it a little harder. Fuck it. You know what? We've reached the fuck it phase. Na 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 na. Mui Jin Gen Hunter Fandora. Space Princess Fandora and her sidekick Kwa are bounty hunters in an age where warp travel has become a reality. Along with space criminals, Fandora possesses the red magic jewel, Jewel of Lupia, which she uses to fight when conventional weapons are ineffective. In pursuit of space criminal Red Eye Garen, they encounter the Kingdom of Lemia, a mysterious evil religious leader who is taking control from its legitimate rulers. This individual possesses a blue gem, which will unify all dimensions of the universe and start an age of peace or terror if it is conjoined with the Jewel of Lupia. And so Fandora and he are fated to meet. Okay, interesting. Moving on, I guess. Maho no Princess Minky Momo Yume no Naka no Rondo. Minky Momo travels to an island where she finds a land of children and gets tangled up in an absurd no-holds-barred standoff against the world's nations, as Dr. Strangelove references. Okay, interesting. Genesis climber Mospeda, Love, Live, Alive. After the original run of the television series, an OVA music video titled Genesis Climber Mospeda Love, Live, Alive was specifically, mostly due to the demands of hardcore Mospeda fans, released in Japan. There were hardcore Mospeda fans, apparently. 1985, the music video consisted of both old and new footage. The story of Love, Live, Alive chronicled the events ending of the original Mospeda, following Yellow Belmont as the main character. The music focused on Yellow's concert on his flashbacks of past events. What the fuck was Mospeda? Oh, right. Yeah. Everything's just a blur at this point. I've read so much anime, I don't even remember what's an anime anymore. Sohei Kohei Vatams Volume 2 highlights from the AT Vatams highlight special. Ginga Hyoryu Vifan Kaito no Kiko Namaida no Dakai Sakusen. Oh, hey, we have some Lupin coming up. Story takes place in Kukto, DC, in DC 2060, a year after Vifam. Yep, Surlon has been restored to peace, though there still remains occasional skirmishes. The 13 are invited there for a ceremony by the new Kukto government. Its members are formerly the rebels. As two unexpected people appear, they develop a new story. It is a quest for memory. Lupin III, Babylon no Ogon Densetsu. Mysterious Babylonian tablets unearthed in Manhattan provide tantalizing clues about the location of the Tower of Babel. Not the biblical one, but the original one. Built out of solid gold. What? The mob is out to get the gold, but so is Lupin III. It's thugs versus thieves when Lupin and co. go up against fearsome, fly-swatting Polish mafia boss, a bevy of beauty contest policewomen, Zenigata, the hard luck Interpol inspector, a mysterious bag lady, and his own girlfriend in a transcontinental trust nobody trek after a treasure of biblical proportions. By his own girlfriend, I can only assume you mean Fujiko. In which case, what else is new? Oh boy. Captain Tsubasa Europe Dakisen. The first Captain Tsubasa movie is about a match between all Europe boys soccer team and an all Japan boys soccer team, and takes place at the end of the first TV series when the Japanese team arrives in the Europe, meeting incredible players with skills and strengths they never had to face before. Odin, Koshi, Hansen, Starlight. In the year 2099, mankind has colonized parts of the solar system, thanks to the evolution of space travel. To venture further beyond what man has accomplished, the space vessel Starlight is launched. After rescuing a mysterious girl from wreckage near the asteroids fields, the crew of Starlight pilot into a perilous journey towards the Canopus system in search of the planet known only as Odin, the possible key to all forms of life. Huh. You know what? You had me until I noticed the ship just looks like a dumb boat. Onboro film. Scene from American animated piece called Dudley Do Right shows a scene in which a queen is tied to a railroad track with ropes shouting help. This image was often used in serial action films of silent comedy period. In this short film, a Western-style hero fights a villain and saves a beautiful woman in the same situation. The classical scene, however, is marred, blurred, and smudged because the film itself is very old. Not only does the hero have to fight the villain, but he also has to struggle hard against the better condition of the film. Is that actually... Oh, broken down film. Oh, that's actually intended. Oh, that's fun. Oh, yeah, Osamu Tezuka. He gets... It seems like Tezuka gets really fucking experimental the older he gets. Maho no Princess Miki Momo versus Maho no Tenshi Creamy Mami. Shown as a bonus movie with the theatrical screening of Maho no Tenshi Creamy Mami, Long Goodbye, and Maho no Princess Miracle Momo, Yume no Naka no Rondo. Excuse me. It's the crossover we all needed. Minky Momo versus Creamy Mommy. Excuse me. Area 88 movie. Kazuma Shin, tricked and forced into fighting for the remote country of Arslan, can only escape the hell of war by earning money for shooting down enemy planes or die trying. As the war rages on, Shin has to deal with the consequences of killing friends dying around him as he tries to keep his mind on freeing himself from his nightmare. Dr. Slump Movie 5, Arale-chan, Ho Yo Yo, Yume no Miyako, Mechopolis. Arale and her friends from Penguin Village, after watching a movie that mentions Mechopolis, a mecha city, expressed desire that it was real. That same night, all the children get abducted and end up in the real Mechopolis. They learn that for that night, every wish they have will be granted. What could possibly go wrong? I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Micro Tekugon Daitron 5. The pilot focuses on cyborg woman named Ivy, who defends the entire universe from enemies with her built-in evil-sensing computers. The enemy infects her with a virus. Now the only one to save her is Daitron 5. The mecha shrunk down to the microscopic size that goes in to fight the bacteria. Two kids, a battle station called Star Wars, and Daitron inventor join her in the battle against evil. Evil being an androgynous woman named Mary, her brother with blue skin who looks suspiciously like Spock, and their fleet of robots and forest green demon-like aliens. Source from TV tropes. Wow. No idea what half this crap is, huh? This is Kanikumen. What the fuck? Kanikumen Gyukusho Ucho Kakare Chojin? This looks like a fucking Kanikuman Captain Tsubasa crossover. What? As the whole world watches the Chojin rugby game on TV, the underground space empire Hydra King has his underground space Superman kidnap Robin mask. Their aim is to lure out Seigi Chojins and then attack them with Robin Nemo, which contains all info of the Seigi Chojins' weakness. Watching TV all over the world, Kanikuman and the Seigi Chojins get together and head for the planet Hydra. Counterattack the Underground Space Chojin is the fourth theatrical film based on Kanikuman. It was released in Japan in '85 alongside Dr. Slump and Arale-chan, blah 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 blah. The Captain Tsubasa, blah blah blah. It's set after the Gold Mask arc. Okay, so it isn't a crossover between Captain Tsubasa. It just aired at the same time as Arale and Captain Tsubasa. It's the first film to feature the character Geronimo, and the last film where A.G. Kaney supplies the voice of Ramen Man. It is the shortest film of the series. It's based on Kanikuman's special chapter, Robin Momo. 39 minutes. That's barely a film. Okay. Robot Twang Seision Seiyaku. Alien giant robots come to the tension-filled North and South Korean border. The communist and capitalist Korea both try to convince them to fight on their side against each other. This is Dok Gotak Daisei Chajian Mandu. The third Doko Tak movie. I don't even remember the other ones. This is a Kumato no Prince, Mitsume ga Toru. The popular manga The Three-Eyed Boy Comes Here was produced as an eighth in an animated series for a special 24-hour broadcast. This time, the movie produced by Toei Animation instead by Tezuka Productions Co. Ltd. Here, Tezuka Osamu was in charge of only the original story and the synopsis for the animation. Based on the original manga Easter Island Sea Voyage, Shiraku and Wato investigate a mysterious old ship only to find themselves getting involved in a sea voyage around strange islands. More emphasis was placed on the entertainment factors than on theme, and this change in the concept line resulted in a redraw of Tezuka Productions Co.'s Ltd. from the series. Interesting. So I guess the history is more important than the movie itself. This is Ginga Hyoryu Vifam Chicago Super Police 13. Parody of Ginga Horyu Vifam set in 1920 Chicago, originally released as an extra on Ginga Horyu Vifam Keito no Kiko Nameda no Dakai Sakusen VHS tape. That brings us to fall of 85. I'm actually going to drop my desk into sitting mode because my legs fucking are killing me right now. Oh, fuck. Alright. We've entered into sitting mode. Ugh. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, what the fuck were we doing? Okay. Oki Ryusei SPT Lasner. The story takes place in an alternate reality based on the year 1996, where humanity is advanced enough to develop long-range space travel, as well as bases on Moon and Mars. However, the Cold War tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union have not ended. Rather, they've escalated as both sides build military facilities in space. The shadow of nuclear conflict looms over humanity, both on and off Earth. I feel like if we're in space, we can do a lot worse things than nukes. Meanwhile, on the Red Planet, an exchange program created by the United Nations to promote peace and understanding is about to begin. The Cosmic Culture Club, consisting of 16 boys and girls, as well as their instructor Elizabeth, arrive at the UN Mars base. Among the passengers is Anna, a 14-year-old girl who serves as the narrator for the story. Suddenly, 4 unidentified humanoid robots, classified as super power tracers, are detected engaged in fierce combat with each other. The UN base is caught in the crossfire and quickly destroyed, killing all but 6 of the Cosmic Culture Club: Elizabeth, Arthur, Rowan, David, Simone, and Anna, and leaving them stranded on an inhospitable planet that suddenly became a battlefield. As the battle ends, the lone SPT standing lands next to the terrified group and opens up, revealing a pilot who simply announces to them, Earth is at stake. Interesting. Okay, that actually sounds kind of cool. Alternate version SPT Lasner OVA. When is this? It's 86. First episode is titled AG 1996, recaps the first part of the series, episodes 1 through 24. The second episode, Lacane 1999, takes place after a time skip, contains episode 26 through 37, which skips here. The final episode, Seal 20, is expanded version of the final episode of the TV series and features new animation and a longer epilogue. Okay. So they, like, hyper compressed it. Honestly, this sounds kind of cool. I'll check this out. Why not? Okay, Ninja Senshi Tobikage. Ninja robots. Ninja Senshi Tobikage tells the story of a boy named Joe Maya. One day, Joe, who lives on Mars, witnesses a battle between aliens. Those from planet Zaboom are attacking the princess planet Rodario. She has escaped from Emperor Zaboom, who is scheming to conquer the universe and has crash-landed on Mars. Joe stumbled aboard the princess's ship. This starts a chain reaction of events that will alter their lives. Joe and his friends wield 3 powerful mecha beasts against Emperor Zaboom and his forces, but the odds are stacked heavily against them. When all hope seems to be lost, to a mysterious ninja robot named Tobikage appears as if from nowhere to provide assistance, able to combine with the 3 mechanical beasts provided Tobikage with unmatched power. With his aid, Joe fights the forces of Zaboom. How long have I been going? 7 hours? Yeah, there's no way we're gonna get all the way to fucking the 90s. There's no way. Like, this is still fucking 85. High school Kiminen Gumi. A group of 5 male high school students that call themselves the Funny Face Group cause trouble at school with their crazy antics. Yeah, in fact, I'm going to say once we get to 86, that's when we're calling it. That's the end. Holy shit. Oh my god. I was going to be like, we can get to the 90s, but I didn't know how long this would take. There was so much shit in the 80s. Oh god. Gegege no Kitaru, 1985. We're still not at the point where it seems like one stream per year, though. As civilizations advances, people are beginning to lose consideration and kindliness for nature. This has incurred the wrath of the ghosts, who are becoming increasingly unhappy with the selfishness of humankind. However, there is a conflict of interest within the ghosts in which one extreme opposes the humans completely, while the other extreme desires the coexistence of humans and ghosts. Kitaru and his family belongs to the latter category and yearns to seek mutual understanding between humans and ghosts. Kitaru's fight for love and hope continues. Yeah, what I think in the future I might do is I might set like a timer, and then once the timer goes off, that will be the final year that we do. Showa Ahozoshi, Akane Nuke Ichiban. I said that wrong and I don't even give a shit. Kojiro moves to Tokyo from Japan's northernmost island of Hokkaido and insists on bringing his favorite horse, Hikarikin, with him. The alien king Rel arrives from planet Weldlun and gives him a belt that will allow him to transform into the miracle hero to protect the world from alien menaces. He's more interested, however, in impressing the pretty Yuka, though his rival, Michinari, wants her for himself. Angel's Egg, I've already reviewed it. Ixer 1, I've already reviewed it, but that video's not out yet, funny enough. Dream Hunter Rem. Rem is an ordinary woman in our world, but in the world of dreams, she becomes a dream warrior defending humanity from the evils there. When dream demons reach our waking world, she fights them with the help of her pets and transform into a wolf and a tiger. Dream Eater Rem was supposed to be a hentai OVA, but the first episodes proved so popular the following 2 episodes were released for general market, with episode 1 being redone as a non-hentai special version with sex scenes removed. The original hentai episode was never released on Laserdiscs or DVD. So I actually would like to try and watch Rem, so I will throw that in right there. Fire Tripper. Stay tuned. Excuse me. Dirty Pair, no. Oshubu, no. Landia, no. Nazo. So what I will say is, here's the good part. The closer we get to the 90s, the more shit I'll have to read, but also the more shit I've seen, which means the less shit I'll have to read. The Dirty Pair are traveling to the planet of Oakbar in search of a missing girl. Kay and Yuri have traced Missini through the forest of Nolandia, but their investigations have stalled thanks to the less than helpful chief of security. But the Dirty Pair have never let a little bureaucracy stand in their way. Kimigure Orange Road Shonen Jump Special. Honestly, that's a really good design. Special made the rest of the KOR anime to test the possibility of making more. Essentially, an alternate TV version of episode 46. Kyosuke and Madoka go to the beach and only be trapped alone together. Twinkle Nora Rock Me. I feel like I read this already. Yeah, I did. Love Position Haley Densetsu. The very first animated video produced by Tezuka Productions about an agent who, the very first original animated video? That doesn't sound true at all. About an agent who was sent riding on Halley's Comet to Earth. He was actually, given an order to destroy Earth. Captivated by the planet's beauty, however, he's no longer able to destroy the planet. 66 years later, another agent from Halley's Comet sent to Earth to liquidate this traitor, who's now disguised as a girl named Lemania in Vietnam. Tezuka Osama oversaw only the original story. This sounds like this could be interesting. How long is this? Hour 33? Yeah, I'll throw that on there. Bum 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 bum. Bobby Stock. Dun, 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 dun. The universe has fallen under cruel military rule of the despotic Ventica Empire. However, a rebel police state planet known as GPP has discovered the existence of a little girl, Muma, that will hold the key to bringing down the Vetka Empire once and for all. Despite her frightening potential, Muma is suffering from memory loss and is incarcerated in a maximum security prison, charged with the assignment of busting Muma out and protecting her. The GPP sends one of their most hardened elite, Agent Kate. Whew, not Agent Kate. Upon completing her mission successfully, Agent Kate is assigned yet another mission immediately after. This time, she must rescue another person that will prove instrumental in overthrowing the Empire. His name is Bobby Stock, a young man of incredible talent, but the problem is he's is currently incarcerated on Vetka's purpose-built prison planet. Can Agent Kate break him out? And just what can this Bobby Stock do? Bobby Stock 2 part OVA series. The first movie is called Bobby Stock 1, Endless Target. The sequel is called Bobby Stock 2, The Revenge of Eisman. Is this watchable? This doesn't look watchable. Why is everything so stretched? Bum 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 boom 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 boom. I'm going crazy. Writing this bullcrap series of adventures featuring the one cat apparently everyone in town owns, Michael. This is Chuhai Lemon Love 30's Ameni Naratemo. Bug-eyed Katsumi, known as Chuhai to his friends, is a muscle-bound detective determined to use his strength and pig-headed stupidity to rescue his teenage girlfriend from a succession of embarrassing situations. Based on a manga by Sho Fumimura and heavily seeded with background music from the 1960s U.S. hit Parade. Sure. Vampire Hunter D. I've already seen this, but I might as well read it. 10,000 years in the future, the world has become a very different place. Monsters roam the land freely, although equipped with high-tech weapons and cybernetic horses, live a life more suitable to centuries past. The story focuses on a small hamlet plagued by monster attacks and living under the shadow of rule by Count Magnus Lee, a powerful vampire lord who has ruled the land for thousands of years. When a young girl bitten by the Count and chosen as his current plaything, she seeks out to live a quiet, wandering stranger D. It also happens that D is one of the world's best vampire hunters as he takes upon himself to cut through Magnus Lee's many minions and put an end to the Count's rule. There we go. Captain Tsubasa, Ayushi Zen Nihon Jr. Oh, almost through. We can do it. Oh my god. Oh, excuse me. Captain's, whatever. Second movie is about the return match between the All-Europe soccer team and Japan. At the beginning, Hyuga denies joins the team due to his 3 defeat against Nankatsu. He practices hard with Kira to affect his tiger shot. Masaki can't come, and Wakabayashi isn't allowed to play, for he normally plays for a German team. With those lacks and Schneider's, the European captain's improved skills, Tsubasa and the Japanese team have grave problems. Despite the new rules, Schneider finally wants to beat his rival Wakabayashi with his new illusion shot. Thus, he injures Wakashimazu and Murasaki, the second and third goalkeeper, with brutal face shots until Wakabayashi is finally allowed to play. In the course of the match, Hyuga managed to perfect his tiger shot and he joins the team. With those legendary players united and Hyuga's new power, they managed to defeat their opponent 4-3 in the last minutes. I mean, spoilers! You say Florence. A gentle and talented boy, Michael played beautiful music on his oboe, and his greatest love was to play for and tend to the flowers in the greenhouse at the School of Music where he attended. Unfortunately, his gardening made him constantly late for orchestra practice and resulted in his dismissal from school. When Michael fell asleep the same night, he was awakened by a dainty fairy flower named Florence, who would take him on an enchanted journey to a land where flowers come alive, treble notes were mischievous, and adventure beckoned. There he would come to realize that his love of flowers and desires to become a great musician could go hand in hand to help him become focused in life and discover himself. Gagage no Kitaru, 1985 movie. Movie based on the 1985 TV anime with an original pilot. Kinnikuman, Haregetsu Gata Seiki Chojin. While performing in a movie at Toei Igamura, Kinnikuman suddenly disappears. Somehow he's sent to Edo period Japan. In Edo, Japan, a villain named Shuten Doji is threatening to destroy Earth if he is not given Princess Mari. Always willing to impress a pretty girl, Kinnikuman immediately vows to destroy Shuten Doji. He disguises himself as Princess Mari, goes to meet Shuten Doji, but Shuten Doji and his big four Shinteno see through Kinnikuman's disguise and beat him up. Aware of Kinnikuman's situation, Terry Man, Robin Mask, and the other Seigi Chojins travel to Edo, Japan. This is Yukiguni no Oji-sama. We're almost done. Koichi and his sister Yuki befriend Hanagoro, a swan who has flown to Japan from Siberia. Hanagoro is attacked by a dog, and the cowardly Koichi flies. But that night, he has a dream in which he's whisked away to the kingdom of Snow Prince, where he finds the bravery to help the other swans. And finally, Kochira Koto Shikaku Kemari Koen Mei Hashutso. Fuck. I don't even know what I've clicked there. I was just trying to move my mouse out of the way. There we go. Kamere Konomo Koen Mae Hashitsuju Jump Festa Special. Jump Special Anime Festival piece based in the Shonen Jump manga by Akimoto Osamu that began serialization in 1976, produced by Tatsunoko Pro and later shown on TV Tokyo due to popular demand, which I believe is the longest running manga of all time at like some 10,000 plus chapters or some bullshit. Oh, we did it. Nah, you can't fucking fool me. We're just gonna scroll down and see how bad it is. Bad, yeah. I will just vomit everywhere if I have to keep going. Okay, with that, I'm good. I'm done. I'll come back to this. I think next time what we're gonna try and go is go from 86 to 90. I don't know. We're probably not going to read 90. But then after that, we're going to reduce. I don't think we're going to do every 5 years. I think we're going to do maybe every 3 years or something. Like, we're going to cut it down. Because as the further we go, the more I'll have to read. Because they keep making more and more anime. Like, once we get into 2010s, we're looking at one stream a year, period. Maybe one stream every 2 seasons or something. Like, because if you got to keep in mind that, like, SACing MAL is traditionally a one stream, one season affair. So like it just gets worse as we go. So we're definitely going to be cutting it down. And I knew the 80s was going to be rough. I just didn't expect it to be quite this rough. I always go in underprepared for what I'm going to have it to deal with. So we're going to go for the 90s. I'm sure it's going to be a rough stream because that was 5 years and we'll be going for... No, that was 6 years, right? 1980, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85. That was 6 years. So next stream is going to be 86, 87, 88, 89. So 4 years. So we're going to be doing two less years next stream. But yeah, I'm still a bit... It's also going to be later, so there's going to be more. So it's going to be rough no matter what. But hopefully we're getting into shit I've already seen territory. Anyway, yeah. Fucking thanks for stopping by, everyone. We'll be doing a favorite search game soon-ish. I'm thinking Monday. I'm probably going to take all of Sunday off because it's already too late. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, everyone. Hope you had a good time. I've been Sacrobolic, your envoy of hope. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.